2020 Sofa Summit, our two-day virtual real estate event. My name is Mark Hart. Here with me is Sean Tagge from Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy & Company Realtors, and we are thrilled for the next 2 days.
Yeah, guys, we're so excited. We've lined up so many great speakers for you. But before we dive into what we're going to be going over today, we first want to shout out to our sponsors, Delta Title Services. They've provided this Yeti cooler to be given away during this event. So if you want a chance to win this awesome Yeti cooler, I believe it fits a 12 pack or
13
something?
13 actually.
Ooh, an extra,
hey.
Okay, great. We've counted, so a 13 pack. So if you want to win this, you need to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Memphis Investment Properties. Just go ahead and do that right now. Why don't you take 3 seconds?
Yeah, here we go. 3 seconds. Yeah. Hit subscribe. Yep. Easy.
Easy. All right, you might get a chance to win now, okay? You might be on there on that list. We're going to randomly pick. So make sure to subscribe during this event. Mark, what do you love most about our sponsor, Delta Title Services?
Wow, well, we know the owner, Doug Beatty, very, very well. We've been working with them for multiple Welcome everyone to the 2020 Sofa Summit, our two-day virtual real estate event. My name is Mark Hart. Here with me is Sean Tagge from Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy & Company Realtors, and we are thrilled for the next 2 days.
Yeah, guys, we're so excited. We've lined up so many great speakers for you. But before we dive into what we're going to be going over today, we first want to shout out to our sponsors, Delta Title Services. They've provided this Yeti cooler to be given away during this event. So if you want a chance to win this awesome Yeti cooler, I believe it fits a 12 pack or
13
something?
13 actually.
Ooh, an extra,
hey.
Okay, great. We've counted, so a 13 pack. So if you want to win this, you need to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Memphis Investment Properties. Just go ahead and do that right now. Why don't you take 3 seconds?
Yeah, here we go. 3 seconds. Yeah. Hit subscribe. Yep. Easy.
Easy. All right, you might get a chance to win now, okay? You might be on there on that list. We're going to randomly pick. So make sure to subscribe during this event. Mark, what do you love most about our sponsor, Delta Title Services?
Wow, well, we know the owner, Doug Beatty, very, very well. We've been working with them for multiple years now, and we've done a few thousand transactions with them together. So when you have that kind of deep relationship with someone else's business, you really understand the process, and they'll go to bat for you as the individual investor. Because for all of you out there that have actually acquired a turnkey property from us, you've most likely used Delta Title Services as your closing attorney. They just do a very good job. They're very detailed. They can also help you get set up with your LLCs at a very competitive rate.
Yeah, I actually personally myself use Doug Beatty. He's an attorney here in the state of Tennessee. He helped me line some up for putting some of my rental properties in it. So very affordable rates. He's very quick. They're very thorough. What I like about them is they check your title very well. They're very stringent on that title search, making sure it's rightfully yours when you own it and all that. They also do, of course, title insurance. They back you up in every way necessary and comply with, the lender and all those laws and everything.
Exactly.
So we love them a lot.
Exactly. And what's great is that their communication is top notch. That's really important when investing thousands of miles away. So we just want to say thank you to Delta Title Services, our platinum sponsor. And once again, to win this Yeti, hit that subscribe button. So Sean, why don't you dive into the itinerary?
Today, our speaker lineup, first off, yours truly will be speaking first off, myself, Sean Tagge. I'm going to be going over investing in yourself, right? Why start off buying stuff when you got to first work on yourself? So I go over the 5 key principles for real estate investing, financial independence, and life in general. So stay tuned. You're going to be watching me first off.
All right. So then next we're going to have cash flow tactics and they're going to give you a step-by-step process and plan to achieve financial independence in 10 years or less, regardless of your age or income. They're going to tell you all the benefits of owning real estate and how can you scale using infinite banking.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that they're reasonable. Like 10 years or less. They're not saying this is a get-rich-quick scheme. You're gonna make it all. They're not very flash like that. But 10 years, that's a reasonable time. Quicker than what most people think. 30 years, 40 years, and I believe it. I really have seen several investors do that.
All right, then the best session of all, yours truly from Mark Hart. I'm really excited to dive into the Memphis market, let you know a little bit more about the economy, what makes Memphis a great place to live, but also a great place to invest in real estate. Then we're also going to dive into our companies. How does Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy & Company help you accomplish your passive income goals by acquiring and building a portfolio of single-family cash-flowing rental properties?
Great. After Mark, we're going to be talking about how to find the perfect lender from one of our perfect lenders, Aaron Chapman. So if you've ever seen Aaron, he's got a big, long beard. You wouldn't think he's some banker guy lending and all this. But he actually really knows his stuff. He'll go to bat for you. He's in your corner, helping you line up your finances and get the best loan, the best rates and everything for you. Aaron Chapman also, he's got a long beard. I like the guy a lot, man. He's funny.
An unconventional, conventional
yes,
lender.
Totally, man.
Yeah,
totally
he's great.
is.
So then next we're going to dive into the tax benefits of owning real estate, because the government is going to think of this as an actual business. And so you'll get a lot of potential tax benefits, but they're not going to impact every single individual. So Chris Picuro, he's actually my personal accountant.
Great.
And he's actually going to give you a little roadmap, and you can answer the questions yes or no based off your specific situation to see what tax benefits will actually apply to you.
Awesome. So after that, we'll be talking about how to grow your retirement account to $1 million via self-directed IRAs, 401ks, retirement accounts. So that's by Ramez. Really good material and stuff there. And I think it's awesome. Like, you have a tax burden, whatever your tax bracket is, 25 to 40% tax bracket. Why not skip that? You can grow your portfolio that percent much quicker because you're not being charged that year over year over year. So we'll be diving into that next.
Exactly. Then we're going to answer the question, should you BRRRR or turnkey? Really important, because we use both strategies. They're both amazing. It's just they all come with their own sets of pros and cons. What is your overall real estate experience? What is your location? How much time do you have? And once you answer all of those, then you'll be able to figure out what you're best suited for.
Awesome. Then after that, our keynote speaker, Scott Trench, the CEO of BiggerPockets, he's going to be going over his personal investment strategy. Him and I also talk about the current market conditions and other just life things and strategies on real estate investing. So it'll be fun to dive into that.
Yeah, and then best of all, to wrap it up, we're going to talk about Jim Reedy and his personal experience. He's going to tell his story over the last 40 plus years. He's just an incredible mentor. He's the whole reason that we're all here. Everything we've learned about real estate is through him. He is the owner of Memphis Investment Properties, the owner of Reedy & Company, and he's been able to amass a portfolio of over 750 units.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I really look forward to hearing about Jim, his story. It's an awesome story, man. The American dream, literally. I mean, he owns multiple businesses here in Memphis, Tennessee. Started from pretty much nothing out of college, so that'll be a great story to hear all that. Lastly, guys, remember our sponsors, Delta Title Services. To win this Yeti right here, you need to subscribe to our YouTube channel. All right, guys, so let's bat it off today. Learn how to become a passive income machine. Woohoo! Hey everyone, Sean Tagge here. Yet again, I am so happy and honored that everyone is here attending our SOFA Summit. This is going to be a packed, busy, full day of great insights and great power-packed speakers.
I'm so honored and happy also to be one of the first speakers here to kind of set the tone of the Sofa Summit and get things rolling along. So going on here, my presentation is about investing in yourself, the number one investment you can make potentially in your entire life. So here are the 5 principles that I'm going to be going over about investing in yourself. Number 1, measure your results. Principle number 2, accountability. Know your currencies, leverage, and take action and believe. Going off on the first one, measuring your results, Carl Pearson, a famous English mathematician, really got down to figuring out how things can be improved. And the first thing was by simply stating that that which is measured improves. I think that's so true. In our lives, when we start focusing on something, being aware of it, and really pouring our energy into it, and especially writing down the numbers, writing down our results on a daily or weekly, monthly, maybe at the longest quarterly progress, we start to focus on it. We start to see that, maybe we're doing wrong on this end, or we're doing really great on this end, and that's why it's improving. So I think that's so important to always be measuring results, tracking it. It also makes me think like you can't really measure everything. That's too crazy. There's too many things to measure. So it really boils down to what do you want to improve on a physical, mental, financial, social, spiritual, whatever it is. Figure out what those important categories are and be tracking maybe one or two of each of those categories or only a couple things at one time. And as you improve that and get that stabilized, then you can maybe add on more and more. But I tend to try to take on too much, so I'm just trying to focus on a couple things at a time. So figure out what's most important to you and be aware of it. So one thing that I figured years ago that's really important is that everyone does something important every day and they go to work. We spend a third of our life working. Over 90,000 hours is the estimate. So if we're going to be working, we're working for money, right? So we can have a good lifestyle, help out our family and those we care about, whatever it is. Well, if we're doing that, why not track how we're improving on that? Why not track a way to try to escape that, right? Escape the rat race. Well, the first way to do that is to not track how much you're making, how much you're bringing in, but how much are you keeping? And that's why tracking your net worth is very important. So here's my graph. I just have a percent increase over time. And what I really figured is from January 2011, so from 2011 to about 2015, as you can see, I was pretty stagnant. Guess what? I was not tracking my net worth at that time. I wasn't focusing on it. And obviously it was stagnant. I was just putting in my 3%, matched 401k from my employer. I wasn't really motivated on it. I was ignoring it, ignoring my results. But then the second I started tracking my net worth, and I really started to do it because I hit a big milestone. I bought my first property. So from 2015 on, I've been tracking it, and the results have been substantial. It's really altered the course of my life and what I focus on, and I've learned so much from it. I've even kind of looked at it and analyzed the data, and here's what you do when you track your results. You figure out why it's going up, and you figure out why it's going down. So on a monthly basis, I've been tracking and have a data point for each month of my net worth, and then I just write a little blurb. Hey, why did it improve? What did I do in the previous 6 months or year to achieve this? For me, real estate's been a big boost and shot in the arm for me improving my net worth. So the first spike number one is when I bought my first rental property. It was a real estate duplex, a house hack. So I lived in one unit and the other unit of the tenants, they paid my mortgage. I remember the day I went and collected my first rent check. They physically wrote it to me because I didn't have quite, direct deposit figured out or anything like that. I had just bought the property. I was taking it all on my own. And so I collected that rent check and I just went to my dad and I was so happy about it because he was in real estate a little bit too as well. And I just was so happy. And it was a big day for me because that was the first time I made money where I didn't trade my time for money. I traded my money for money. So it was a big life-changing event for me. Number two on that spike is through that period, I bought some rental properties in Memphis, Tennessee, out-of-state real estate investments. I was living in Salt Lake City, Utah at that time and figured out how to invest out of state and build a team. So spike number 3 right there is I bought a personal residence with equity. So finding good deals. And then through number 4, I bought into apartment complexes. I actually go on a talk on a 124 unit that we just raised money on. I put a lot of my own money into that. And then also I bought a 100 unit with my partners, Jim and Brad, Reedy and Mark. So just kind of analyzing, I'm just seeing that real estate's a good trend for me. And then also saving up for a down payment for real estate, those periods in between help me kind of gain up into that. If I'm not proof enough to track your net worth, maybe this guy, Warren Buffett, might be able to be a better proof for you. He's been tracking his net worth for over 7 decades. This guy has just focused so much on it, and he's had extreme focus for long periods of time. Just little actions over the course of years and years and years and decades produces great results. So that is awesome. We also have another investor that invests with us at Memphis Investment Property, Steve Gutierrez. He's a rocket scientist from California. Awesome guy. We love him so much. He's actually going to be interviewed by Mark Hart a little bit later on in this conference. So stay tuned for what he has to say. But I talked to him about tracking your net worth, and he said he's been doing it for over 13 years, and it's changed his life. In regards to tracking your net worth and measuring your results, he says, it helps you focus on reaching your goal. It clarifies things that are most important and helps you prioritize what you must do to hit your financial goals. It is a necessary step to be a success in any field. So in any basic field, you need to have this net worth. No matter what your job is, you got to track this. You got to track what you're keeping if you want to achieve financial independence. So he uses an Excel spreadsheet. So do I. I just have it copy paste, make a new one each time, enter in my new numbers on there. And then I just kind of think and study and find additional funds that I never thought about on how to grow. So in summary, principle number 1 is measuring results. Specifically, I suggest you track your net worth every month and other things that are important to you. You figure out what those are to you. Reiterating this fact, The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni. This can be applied to yourself personally as well. Inattention to results is the very top of his 5th dysfunction of a team. And I think that's true. People that are not paying attention to the results, they're not going to be accountable, which is the second one. So financially trapped people avoid seeing how much they're making, see how much they're spending, right? They don't look at those bills. They're avoiding their credit card debt that they have, their student loans, any other things that they have. They're not tracking their net worth, right? People tend to bury their results because they just don't want to deal with it maybe. They also just aren't on track to have the faith or hope to achieve it. So they're not seeing that. So if you bury your problems, though, they don't get solved. So if you really want to start excelling, in Parsons' Law, he said, when performance is measured, performance improves, like I stated. But then he also said, when performance is measured and reported back, the rate of improvement accelerates. So what he's saying here in the second part that Carl Pearson's saying is that it accelerates even more when you're reporting it to your boss. Maybe if your results are more kind of personal, to a good friend, a mentor, a coach, your partner, your wife, your spouse, a group of people, right? So it's very important to not only measure results, but if you really want to accelerate them, you really want to achieve that next level and achieve massive things, you need help. You can't do it on your own. All these successful people in all time have had a mentor, have had friends, have had accountability and everything like that. So I think that's really important, is find those things and have those things set in stone. Have a weekly time, a weekly call, or even a daily if you really are struggling with something or really want to accelerate something. Daily results. Our team here at Memphis Investment Properties and Reading Company, we have team scorecards where every single employee, myself included, everyone has 3 to 5 measurables, key things that are related to their job that they report on. And then they report on their quarterly rocks, meaning their quarterly goals, and report that to the team every single week. And we have seen massive success in all of our team members from doing this. So it can be applied to business and life as well. Going off on this, I think it just goes down to, though, just 2 principles of looking at a positive versus a negative attitude. I mean, I kind of say it in a couple synonymous ways here. So an abundance mindset versus a scarcity mindset. An abundance mindset person believes that there's plenty of opportunity, plenty of deals, plenty of money out there, and it's okay if other people are succeeding. It's okay if you actually there's plenty of knowledge out there. So it's okay to tell people about your knowledge and how you're doing and how you're succeeding. Even if it's your competitor, it doesn't matter because there's plentiful knowledge out there. A scarcity mindset person is scared. They're worried that there's not enough money out there, that it's so hard to get, that they might lose it all, that they can't give knowledge and help to other people, because that'll make them ahead and get them progressing along farther than them. I've seen people, actually investors, who have $2 or $3 million in their bank account, but they're so scared to even buy a property or invest it into something. They have it in such conservative accounts and growth things like that. And they're just so scared. So it can apply even if you have a lot of money or not. It's really what's inside you, what's inside your brain. Same thing with a positive versus a negative attitude. You know those people with positive attitude, they see a challenge and they go, all right, we can do this. Let's observe our options. Let's check out what we can do. We can grow from this. This isn't that bad. A negative attitude people, they're just like, oh boy, why is this happening to me? Here we go again. Why do I even have to do this? This is so frustrating. Now, don't get me wrong. I've been in both top and bottom quadrants of this accountability and victim loop, scarcity and abundance mindset. But let's try to be aware of that top result and what's going on. So going off, I think this accountability and victim loop is something I just discovered recently that really tees it off and helps you kind of be aware. So this is related to measuring results, and also my second principle of accountability, which I'm introducing right now, is that people that are accountable, they recognize what their errors are and faults are. And what they do is typically there's other people calling them out and helping them recognizing that their errors and faults are, right? So when you have others on your team that are the people that really care about you, they're going to help you and push you along and gently, or even sometimes forcefully, remind you of what your errors are, right? And what your stubbornness is, or any weakness that you have. And they help you recognize this. Also, yet again, measuring results helps you recognize what you're doing wrong. And then when you go through that, you start to own. I think what owning means is you're being humble. You're like, you know what, guys, that is my bad. That is a flaw of mine. I dropped the ball here. When you can actually say that and be humble enough to recognize your errors and to call it out in front of people even more, you can really start to forgive. That's the next phase, is you actually start to realize, well, then I can improve. I think forgiving has to go into tune with that. You start to let go of those emotions. When you're living in fear and anger and you have that resentment tied up in you about yourself or other people, or blaming in the victim loop, which I'll go in, you got to forgive. You got to push those negative stopping emotions and blocking emotions out of you. So then you can approach this from a self-examined standpoint. And I think this helps you approach it from a logical analysis. Instead of having all these emotions and blaming and other things like that, you can really analyze it and write down what you're doing good, what you need to improve on. Then from there, you can learn and you can take in a different approach and change and take action. And then you start building upon your first step, and you keep going better and better and better. And this accountability loop, you just get more and more able to affect and influence and control things that are in your control. The other type of people, which I sometimes fall into, is they're in the victim loop. They're ignoring their results. They're not tracking their results. So they have no awareness of what they're even doing wrong. They're denying and blaming. So they're not taking ownership and forgiving. They're trapped in victim mode and they're staying stagnant. You see it in people. They're always, whenever you say something that, they potentially are doing wrong, they'll be like, oh, well, it's this scenario. It's the market. They're blaming external influences that are out of their control. And then they start to rationalize and resist, because it's not possible for you to change, or you don't need to even change if it's not your fault. If it's not your fault, something's occurring, AKA blaming, then why would you even need to change? That's the key, is that you're getting stuck in that victim loop. So then everything is out of your control. You can always find someone or something or some object to blame on. And then that way you resist change and you hide your results, and you're stuck in this victim loop, okay? So remember, be aware of where you're at and be accountable. When you blame others, you give up the power to change, by Robert Anthony. He was a famous Harvard Business School professor. I just think that is so true and holds still. So those of you who do get stuck in this victim loop and are kind of aware of it, or if you just want to be even more accountable, these two books my team has read over the past year, The QBQ, The Question Behind the Question, great book. It helps you kind of take this personal accountability, take it to the next level, especially with your team and yourself, with your spouse, with your kids. It applies to a lot of things in life. And it just goes down to asking, what can I do? What is in my control? How can I help? Instead of blaming other people, blaming another department, the market, your spouse, your kids, your colleagues, you think, well, what can I do? Extreme Ownership. This is written by a Navy SEAL, Jocko Willink and Leif Babin. They are awesome guys. they're talk about what a lot more is in your control than what you think. They've coached and mentored CEOs, mid-level managers of big Fortune 500 companies. So I think these books kind of narrow it down into two categories of life: the things that are in your control and the things that you cannot control. Figure out what the difference is between those, and this is a great skill to learn, great skill to help you know what you can focus on and what you can't. So principle number 2, accountability. All right, diving into my next principle, knowing your currencies. I first am going to start off with a little bit about my life growing up on the farm. So I grew up on a fruit orchard. My dad and my mom were first generation farmers. Here's a little bit of what I did every day. Is over on the left, there's a picture of some of our tomatoes that I definitely planted that field several dozen times, picked those tomatoes, hoed it, water it. We grow pretty much everything under the sun in Utah: peaches, cherries, tomatoes, pears, blackberries, everything like that. So there's a bunch of our peaches, cherries, and peas. Down there in the bottom, kind of middle right, are our peach blossoms just starting to blossom. I've pruned all of those trees, cared over them, managed crews of Hispanic workers to kind of get those all done and pick them and everything like that. Up there in that top middle, that is a donut peach. Yeah, a donut peach box, Tagge's famous fruit, world famous in Brigham City, Utah. So anyways, have you ever tried a donut peach? It is one of the most delicious peaches you'll ever try in your life. Very rare, kind of hard to grow. We only pick few dozen boxes every year. Anyways, something really awesome to try. And my dad made me put this picture up here in the top right. That's a picture of one of our blackberries. Yeah, that's a blackberry. It is ginormous. Anyways, first place in the state fair, several years running, I believe. Anyways, my dad's really proud of his blackberries. He loves them. And that's him on the tractor in the bottom right. So going into this, I just want to talk about a few things and touch on what I've learned growing up, working on the fruit orchard, working in the business with my dad. So the first thing is that by small and simple things are great things brought to pass. You know, you plant a little tomato seed and it starts to grow and to sprout. And in this example, an acorn. And it's just like you're planting these little seeds, and that's what you need to be doing every day. It's not these big, massive actions that you need to take in order to achieve a huge, massive acorn or oak tree. But you need to just plant little things and water it and take care of it over time. And over several years or decades, that's when you achieve the results. Kind of like Warren Buffett and all these successful people. So really just be thinking of what are the next actual steps? What are the little daily things you can do today to get the major goals that you want achieved in your life? So going off on this acorn, when I moved to Memphis and started looking at rental properties in Memphis from Salt Lake City, Utah, that was one of the little things I needed to do, was to research other markets. I needed to learn about the numbers of real estate. I needed to be aware of property management to find a good property manager. So I needed to invest my knowledge first by small and simple things, right? Then another small thing, a little bit bigger thing, is I flew into Memphis and I looked at some rental properties to buy. And actually at one of the houses, there was an acorn tree. And so I actually grabbed the acorn back in 2016. I just brought it with me back on the flight. And I just wanted it to remind me that this was one of the little seeds that I was planting. And hopefully it'll grow into a big tree over time. And I really was just there thinking I was going to buy 1 or 2 properties in Memphis. But now I've moved my whole career, moved over to Memphis, Tennessee, became one of the partners and chief operating officer of Memphis Investment Properties, have just massively changed my whole life and everything. But it was just one little thing, one little action of talking to other people, networking, flying over to Memphis. That's really what did it. So really just be thinking, what seeds am I planting today? What ones do I need to plant? Is it a relationship? Is it in knowledge? Is it in gaining time? Whatever it is, figure what that is out today and write it down and get it done. Another thing with my dad, he told me repeatedly growing up, leverage your time, leverage your money. So let me tell you a little bit of story when I heard about this one time from my dad. So it was during peach harvest time. Actually right around this time, it's mid-September, is when our peaches are fully going. We have a lot of our peach varieties out and we're picking peaches and we're harvesting, right? He's planted all these seeds. He's watered them. He's watched over them like all summer and all year. It takes months to produce a great peach tree and years and decades to really grow it big. Anyways, my dad, we were just full harvest. We had pickers picking the fields, picking the peaches. He had guys boxing them and packaging them. He had truck loaders loading with a forklift into these trucks so we could deliver our peaches to our wholesale accounts and our fruit stands, and getting ready for the farmers markets on Saturday. He also had some people selling the peaches at our fruit stand up in Brigham City, Utah. And then he had also another guy he's on the phone with, telling him about watering the fields, making sure they get watered, because sometimes the water turns on in the middle of the night during our water shares. So he's lining all of that up. And it was a very exhausting day. I was helping him out. He was bossing me around, right? Having me do some things, helping him out. As we were driving back down, he was like, Sean, I want you to know, you need to leverage your time and leverage your money. That's what's been how I've been successful. And so during that time, I was 14, 15, maybe, didn't really know what he's talking about. Leverage your time, leverage your money. Over the years, I've come to realize leveraging your time means hiring other people, involving other people to help you get the success that you need done. You cannot manage a whole entire fruit orchard, 100 acres plus, on your own. It's impossible. You need other people to help you out, especially sell it all and all the other operations he had. And ironically, at the time, my dad was leveraging me, right? He was paying me hourly. He paid me a pretty fair wage for my age, right? I was a good worker, but he was leveraging me. And that was good. It's good to know about and understand that, what it is on both ends. And then leveraging your money. He quit his job as a CPA back in the 1980s. He was sick of it. He wanted control of his own destiny. He loved farming. He was kind of doing it on the side. So he went and sold a couple of his houses and leveraged it to buy a fruit orchard. So talk about leveraging your money right there. And so it's just something that's hit me, and repeatedly my sister, my brother, and everyone in our family will say it. And it's just something that kind of we've been saying over the years. So I really like that principle that I've learned there on the farm. Expounding on this of what my dad says, leverage your time and your money. These are actually currencies of the wealthy. Now, you probably haven't considered all of these as currencies per se. They can be if you look at it from a different perspective. So most people think the only currency the wealthy has is their money. They value their money over everything. That's like the number one thing they want to hold on to, right? Scarcity mindset. They want to hold on to and never give up and watch over. But actually, the true wealthy are free, and they see that money is a tool. It's a currency that they can use. What they're usually doing is they're spending their money to get more time, because they actually realize that time is the number one currency that they have. And they're always thinking about what is the highest dollar per an hour use of their time. What they typically do is they spend their time on important activities like their knowledge. The most important real estate that you have is in between your two ears. I've heard that one before. So anyways, invest in your knowledge. So they're out learning new things. They're gaining the things that they're struggling with. And it might not be investing wise. It might be emotionally. It might be spiritually or physically, other things like that. So they're investing in their knowledge and spending time on those things that help them gain more happiness and other things like that. Also, they're spending their time and knowledge. Sometimes they know that they don't know everything. So they're investing their time and knowledge into relationships. They're trading knowledge for knowledge with people. And that's what the wealthy do, is they know they can't do everything possibly on their own. So they let go of their pride of doing everything. And, they realize that they're the average of the 5 people they spend the most time around. So they're very picky about their relationships and aware of the relationships they're having with people and making sure they're with the people that they want to grow into. They'll even spend their money on relationships. They'll invest in accountants, CPAs, financial planners, people that can help them grow their team, real estate professionals, other things like that, who are way ahead on their knowledge, and realize that they value that other person's time and will actually pay them money to use their time, right? And leverage that currency of what they have, relationships. Credit. A lot of people like credit a currency. Well, yeah, you need to leverage your money, and you can't do that without a good credit score. So you need to be leveraging your credit. Also, if your credit score is too good, like an 800, 850, that means you haven't used it. It means you haven't pulled your credit in a while. Your debt to income is very low. You should be using a healthy amount of your credit. So that's also something to consider. You don't want it too low, meaning you're way over using your credit. Use it like a tool, use it well. Anyways, those are the 5 currencies of the wealthy to kind of pay attention to. Write those categories down and see how you can use them and combine them together in unique ways that you've never thought about. Kind of how Steve Gutierrez was mentioning. He writes down all of his money he has, but he realizes he has credit, he has lines of credit, he has relationships he can use in his knowledge and time. And you can use that. Sometimes in relationships, you find people that have time. Other times you find relationships where you have time and you can give that to someone else. And you can bring in knowledge of something awesome, and someone else brings in knowledge of what they have, and you combine and you create partnerships. Anyways, leverage your time, leverage your money, but there are also more currencies to that. In summary, principle number 3, know your currencies. What do you have readily available of those 5 currencies? And what currencies do you need to grow? Which ones are you struggling with that you need to invest in more? Maybe it's relationships. Maybe it's time. Maybe you need to put off some things. Anyways, focus on those things. Know your currencies. So now going on to my next principle of leverage. First off, this is from David Green, the co-host of BiggerPocket. He talks about the core 4. So going off into real estate investing, to be able to achieve buy and hold properties, you need these core 4. You need a deal finder, the lender, the contractor, and the property manager. Let me dive into each one. So the deal finder, you need to find someone on your team, especially leveraging. If you're the investor in the middle like this guy, you got to, especially investing out of state, you got to find a deal finder, wholesalers, agents, turnkey providers, people that know the areas of town, know when there's a good deal or a bad deal, know where the renters want to rent, know the street by streets and the market and the economies of that. That's a lot of time to invest in that and experience that you can spend some money on having that great relationship, right? You're paying an agent or someone else to help you find a great deal. You need a lender to leverage your money. You got to have a great lender, probably a lender I suggest that has real estate on their own, that invests in real estate, that has helped, maybe specifically specialized in helping investor only loans. And that's what we've done at Memphis Investor Properties. We found those guys. They're actually at this conference today, Aaron Chapman and Greg Iverson. They'll be speaking later on. So they're great lenders that can be on your team on your right side. You need a contractor. You need someone who has that great knowledge and expertise and time readily available to be fixing up these properties for you, to be getting them up to code and to renovate them so they're clean and safe for the tenants to live in and maintain them over time. You need a property manager, someone who can screen the tenants, who have that knowledge and experience of screening tenants, knowing what a good and bad tenant is, to collect the rent for you, to handle their maintenance requests and everything else under the sun. Because you got to focus on what's your highest and best use of your time. Maybe you're good at one of these 4 things. Maybe you're not. Maybe you think you can take on all 4. I did at the beginning, and I realized that I'm really bad at being the contractor. I'm pretty good at being the deal finder, property manager. I don't really like doing. So anyways, you got to be thinking about what you can be leveraging on. Ultimately though, to leverage your money and leverage your time, you want to find someone to do all 4 of these for you, and you're just orchestrating it all in the middle. Robert Kiyosaki talks about this a lot, okay? It talks about the 4 quadrants, right? In Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The employee is trading their time for money. They have a job. Now, that's not terrible if you're in this quadrant, and it's okay because you can actually be in all 4 quadrants. I'll go into how you can be an employee and a business owner and investor all at the same time. Hint, hint, it's about turnkey real estate investing. But anyways, if you're really focused and have a great job, keep it, and you can be a business owner investor on the side and leverage your time and money. Then he talks about self-employed people. They pretty much own a job. So they might be an owner of a bakery, for example, and they have to wake up at 4 a.m. to make sure the ovens are fired up and all the bread's getting made and all the sweets and everything like that. They have to manage the people and be there and micromanage. Well, they've basically just traded their time for money, right? And they just hired themselves into a higher, more stressful job, right? Where a business owner, they own a system. They have several people managing for them, and they're just orchestrating that so they can spend a lot less time. It's like a business owner, a baker who owns 4 bakeries, and they have someone starting up each one, and they're kind of going around just managing these managers who make sure everything happens for them. So you own a system. You're trading a system and people to get money. Pretty awesome there. You can really leverage what you're doing in it and be 3x, 4x, 10x, 100x your results. Then there's an investor who they don't even need people. They just invest their money to make more money. And that's obviously the ultimate quadrant of what you want to be in. Well, at Memphis Investment Properties, we allow you to do that. We are your core 4. You're now up above in that top right. You're that guy putting it into us, and we're taking care of all these other 4 aspects. We find all of the deals. We're looking for deals. We're spending money on it. We're specialized in that. We have a whole team. Lenders, we have lots of lenders lined up. We're not your lenders, but we have third-party, basically our third-party partner lenders. We know these lenders very well, and we work very well together. Contractor, we've renovated over 6,000 properties over the 45-year experience and track record of Jim Reedy, our partner and founder of this company. Then also, we're your property managers. We're a Reedy & Company, our property management company. We manage 2,700 doors. Mark Harvey going a lot into this in his talk. Anyways, this is what we want to be for you. We want to allow investors to step out of this. Because as I was investing back in 2016, I was this guy over here in the middle, managing all 4 of these people. And guess what? The contractor was running away on me. I was struggling to find the lenders, struggling to find a property manager, and struggling to find a deal. Instead, you can step away and be a true investor instead of a business owner. And just from day one, skip quadrants 2 and 3, self-employed, and also business owner to investor, where you can truly leverage your time and leverage your money and invest properties. We provide fully renovated turnkey properties where you can just put your money in and it's rolling for you, and just manage us very, very, just check up on us monthly and everything like that. So principle number 4, leverage. Leverage your time, leverage your money. What can you be trading off? How can you be delegating things down? On my last principle, take action and believe, I want to dive into Think and Grow Rich. So Napoleon Hill, this book was written many years ago, but Napoleon Hill researched over 500 successful entrepreneurs and successful people over a 20-year time frame. Very smart guy, and he put it down to the principles of what they've done to grow rich, to achieve success. And he found out, comes down to what's in your mind, what you're thinking. He talks about a few principles about having a burning desire for what you want. I want you guys to think about that. What are you passionate about? Okay. If it's real estate, great. That's awesome. But even if it's not, real estate can be the means to achieve what your passion is, to have more free time for your passion, the skill you want to develop, right? And then he talks about having absolute faith, creating an elaborate plan, right? Using those currencies, time, your relationships, the money, the knowledge that you need, and credit to achieve what you need, who and how and what will help you achieve that. Then when you have that plan written down, take action and believe. And then he wants you to imagine vividly what your end result is. And he wants you to really dive into your psychology and writing, painting that picture of the future. Then he wants you to daily self-talk. Write down just a brief summary of what you want, how you're going to achieve it, and where, and then state that twice a day. Write down your goals every single day. Because if you do that over time, it helps just incinerate into your brain and into your heart of what you want to achieve and how you're going to achieve it. So great book. He has a great quote, and I love it so much. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Let me read that again to really sink it in. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Guys, it's all about your mind. He didn't talk about your abilities, your skills, your pure grit, but your mind, what you believe can happen. Okay, so you need to start with that. That's why he talks about the burning desire and writing down your goals. Tony Robbins talks about this as well. He says that success is 80% psychology, 80% in your mind, 20% fundamentals. So if you do it consistently over time and write this out and think about these things, you're going to achieve success. I mean, you got an 80% chance if your mind believes you can do it. So I personally have a vision board here in my office up here, and I just have pictures that cue me in to what I want to have. Number one, I have things up here that focus on who I want to become. I don't think it's all about what you get and what you have and who you are, what title you have, but who you want to become, your character. So I have that on there, things that cue me into my character. And then what I want to achieve, also that's on there, and what experiences I want to have. I have some places I want to travel, things I want to do with my family. Then I also have some quotes up here from really inspiring guys, kind of like Napoleon Hill, that cue me in on who I want to become. And then lastly, of course, what I want to have. I do want to have success, riches and knowledge and businesses, right? Be that investor, be the rich dad, not the poor dad, right? Escape the rat race. So I have that in there as well. So I suggest doing something like that, whether it's writing down some goals, having a vision board, real life changing things. So that's what this is all coming down to. Here's this piece of paper. All of you pull out your notes for this conference. I know you're on your sofas, hanging out in your jammies, maybe your onesies, whatever it is. But take down notes today during this SOFA Summit. Write down what you want to achieve, how you're going to achieve it. Take action. Write down those golden nuggets you're going to be learning today. I hope you can really take away a couple things from this conference. Whether you're a newbie investor or a very experienced veteran, I hope there's some great stuff for you. I know there is. We got some action-packed speakers today. So all of our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Walt Disney, love it. So principle number 5, take action and believe. Believe that you can achieve it. It's in your mind. Reiterating my 5 principles. Principle number 1, measure your results. What is the most important things to you? Be measuring them. and figure out the frequency in which you need to do that. Number 2, be accountable. Do not be a victim. Number 3, know your currencies, your time, knowledge, relationships, credit, and money. Write those down, study them out. Number 4, leverage your time, leverage your money. And number 5, take action and believe. Believe with a burning desire that you can achieve it. All right, everyone, invest in yourself, the 2020 SOFA Summit. Thank you so much for attending, guys. Hopefully this helps you out. Let's dive on into the other talks and let's knock it out of the park. All right, everyone, have a good one.
Welcome everyone to the next session for the 2020 SOFA Summit. I am thrilled to introduce our next two speakers from Cash Flow Tactics, Brad Gibbs and Ryan Lee. Welcome. How are you guys today?
We are good, Mark. Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here. We're
I should
excited.
have been on a couch. I didn't think
Come
about
on,
it.
you gotta be on the
Better.
sofa.
We're standing. I'm standing. So Mark gets to relax on the couch. We're standing up. But man, I hope the audience is ready to also stand because we're gonna be delivering some awesomeness today.
Yeah, we're really excited. So for those of you that don't know, they are the founders of Cash Flow Tactics, and Cash Flow Tactics' goal is to help you achieve financial independence or financial freedom in 10 years or less. And what's great about them is they have a replicatable and duplicatable process that they are going to teach you the step-by-step process of how to actually accomplish those goals. And so that's it. I'll let you guys share your screen and take it away.
All right, let's get after it. Let's get after it. I'm excited about this, Mark, because so much of what we do, in fact, just about everything that we do aligns so closely with what you guys do. And we've had such a good relationship over the years with really taking the people that we talk to inside of our community and then teeing them up for you and your expertise. So it's gonna be really fun rolling through this. Brad and I are gonna roll through this together. Now, I'll be honest with you. Brad is the brains behind this whole operation. And I was the one dumb enough to just go out and try to figure it out until I could validate it with the brain. So when Brad and I joined together, it's been what, almost 8 years now, Brad. We really got in and we're like, okay, look, what's working from a mathematical side, from a practical application side. And we just started for our own selves, for you, Brad, and me. We started trying to figure out how can we become financially free. So that's really what this is. It's how if we could do it, guys, it's how you can become financially free in 10 years or less. And I said that right. This is not marketing hype or anything like that. You'll see how we back this up in 10 years or less, regardless of your age, your income, or your experience. Now, you guys have probably seen a lot of presentations on real estate or investing or whatever it might be. The thing that is going to make this different is this aligns with a different perspective around what money is and ultimately what it represents. This is one of my favorite spots in Southern Utah. It's called Angel's Landing. And Angel's Landing is perched right up on a peak. And when you're climbing up this mountain, you're just climbing right up the side. And, when you're climbing up the mountain, you have a very limited perspective, right? You can really only see what's right in front of you and what's directly right behind you. But when you get to the top of this mountain, like you see right here, you have an amazing perspective of where you've come from. You can see, you can see for hundreds of miles ahead of you. And that's really what we're hoping to give you guys today, is a different perspective around money. Now, we want to make sure that this presentation really aligns with multiple kinds of people, because who out there doesn't want to have more money working for them, or doesn't want to have more financial freedom or more time? No matter where you're starting from, we all generally want the same thing. So whether you're a new investor and this is your first foray into alternative investing into real estate, then guess what? We're going to show you the only way to cut out the noise and focus on success. If you're an experienced investor, someone who's been in the game, I promise you what we're going to share with you today is going to narrow your vision even further to accelerate your results. So we're going to go down that rabbit hole for both sides. Now, as we go, like I mentioned earlier, Brad and I, we take a lot of pride in the movement that we lead, because we feel like we lead this out of experience. In fact, when we built Cash Flow Tactics, we never envisioned it 7 years ago to be Cash Flow Tactics. We envisioned it for ourselves. We were both stuck. We were in a position where we weren't getting what we wanted out of our lives with our money or anything like that. And so we sat down to figure this path out for ourselves. Now, in the beginning, Brad, a lot of people said we were crazy. And most people said, hey, you guys go do the crazy stuff and we'll see you on the other side. But over time, as we started getting results, we had a lot of people coming back, friends, family, neighbors, coworkers, and saying, what the heck are you doing? And it was really awesome. In fact, Chad, he was one of our very first guys. In fact, we met him. He was one of the very first people to listen to what we put together. And he was kind of our guinea pig. And in the beginning, Chad was stuck and anxious around money. In fact, Chad's story was, he actually likes what he does professionally. The dude flies helicopters and he didn't want to quit, but his wife wanted to come home from work because they were getting ready to have their first kid. Now, Chad is a lot like Brad. He looks at the numbers, he stresses about the numbers, he thinks about the numbers. And when his wife wanted to come home from work, naturally, he wanted to provide and support that, but he could not figure out a way to make this work. He lives in the People's Republic of California. And so let alone was it too expensive for him out there, he'd never thought that he could become ever financially free if they lost one of those incomes. So fast forward to today, he has been able to secure all of his capital, no longer riding in the roller coaster of Wall Street and what we call vaults. We'll talk more about that. He's been able to take and leverage his vaults and turn that into 30 plus cash flowing properties. Today, he is almost 100% financially free. His wife came home from work, and more than anything, what we love about Chad's game plan is he's now living a life of purpose. He's not stressed out about money. In fact, money is now just his tool to build and live a life that he loves. Okay, so guys, we don't want to build up a lot of our accolades, but we've known Mark for quite some time. We've built a business that has literally served thousands of people across the country in getting clarity around how to become financially free. This is an award that we were able to earn. I don't know, was this a couple of years ago? Stand on stage. It represents the amount of value that we've created in the marketplace. This is our third business partner right here inside of Cash Flow Tactics. His name is Jimmy Vreeland. We kind of tease a little bit, each one of us is a Marvel character, right? Brad Gibb he's Tony Stark. He's the mad scientist. I'm Captain America. I'm the one out there fighting for freedom. This guy right here is the Hulk. And so we have to keep the Hulk kind of behind closed doors. The scenes a little bit. Yeah, until he's ready to come out and smash something. So we're going to keep him off this presentation. But outside of business success, outside of financial success, what does it all mean? Guys, for us, it's about freedom. It's about owning and controlling your time. It's about living a purpose-driven life. These are just some of the images that represent what financial freedom means to us. And as we go through this presentation, I would invite you to ask and think for yourself, what do you want? What does financial freedom mean to you? Because when we sat down to build Cash Flow Tactics, yes, we offer investment advice, but that's not really what we do. Our objective is to empower you in the conversation of money. Right? It's to give you principles and tactics that work, that have stood and will stand the test of time, but it's also to give you the confidence to rise up, to take control over your financial plan. I want you to think about it. Up to this point in your life, has anyone ever cared more about the success of your life, the success of your financial plan than you? But yet if that's true, how much of your personal power are you giving away? Are you just investing blindly in a 401k hoping that it's going to work out? Because what is ultimately required to get what you want to live free is rising up. It is taking control. It is taking action. So as we dive into the tactics, I want to share with you just a little bit of context because Brad and I, we both started off in very similar situations. These guys like to tease me a little bit that I was kind of a party boy. In fact, I dropped out of high school back in the day. And for me, when my social conditioning kicked in, I was about 23. And 23, I woke up and I'm like, holy cow, I don't have a high school diploma. And I know a responsible person goes to school and gets a job. And so that's exactly what I did. I went through school, but I went through it with such a fire and a fury. I wanted to get done as fast as I could because I just wanted to check the box off. So I went to school, I landed in the corporate world, and over the next 7 years, I spent quite a bit of time trading everything that I cared about in the pursuit of one day and this mythical idea, this distant idea of retirement. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. But ultimately, I found myself where I was completely stuck. Nothing was working out for me. I was literally stuck in the rat race and I could not find a way out. Brad has a very similar story. So Brad, why don't you walk people through a little bit of your story?
I want to back up as I go back to that picture, Ryan. This is one of my favorite pictures that when your social conditioning kicked in, you were doing so good that your boss gave you a $25 Olive Garden gift certificate, right? Yeah. Like that. that epitomizes so much of just being stuck, that no matter what we did, right, we felt like all we were getting for it was an Olive Garden gift card at the end of the day. We were not actually making the progress that was promised inside of this path.
I appreciate you rubbing salt into the wound, Brad. That
Yeah,
means a
I
lot
need
to
to
me. Thank you.
I need to point that out anytime that I can. But my story was different, but the same, right? I went and got a degree that I thought would be very useful, right? When I looked at college, I didn't care what I studied. I wanted to provide for my family. I wanted to be a value to the marketplace. And I was conditioned that financial security came from good grades, a good degree, and a good resume, right? So I got the school I was at was BYU. I said, what's the most prestigious program on the list? The accounting program was top of the list. So I signed up for the accounting program. Now, fortunately, it also is my love language. If you've ever read the 5 love languages, there's actually a 6th, and it's called accounting. But most people don't know that. So it happened to work out well for that. And then I completed part 2 of my plan, which was to get a prestigious enough job that my resume would be secure. So I went to work for the evil empire. Forgive me for that, but I was working for Goldman Sachs. Now, at this time, I didn't realize what we were headed into, but this was tail end of 07, leading into 08 is when I got that job. So everybody think back to what was going on in 07 and 08. And very quickly, this other picture on the other side of the screen here was my reality. The entire financial system was collapsing around me. And what really woke me up here was, I think, if you hit one more, does the title to this slide come up, or did it disappear?
I think it did.
No such thing, right? I realized that there was no such thing, right? There was no such thing as a safe and secure job. There was no such thing as a bulletproof resume. There was no such thing as security coming from that path or that plan, because there I was sitting next to, like, we were next door to Lehman Brothers, and one of the other most successful financial institutions in our country, and it collapsed on us overnight. I still remember walking out of the subway that morning, having not yet heard the news, to hit the button again and bring the pictures up there, Ryan. I saw this firsthand in the flesh. We walked out of the subway and hundreds of people were filing out of the Lehman offices with cardboard boxes in hand.
Yeah.
And then I spent the next, sorry, Ryan, to cut you off, but I spent the next month with all of my peers, wondering, stressing, worrying, would we be next? And if we were next, would we ever be able to get a job again? Right? So there is no such thing as safe and secure.
And I love that story. And Mark, I'm sure if we went into your backstory and why you do what you do today, it's probably very similar. And, you know, what we've found over the years, really what resonated with Brad and I when we first met several years ago, was we both wanted the same thing, right? We wanted to own and control our time. We wanted to be free. We didn't want to retire. That wasn't what we were looking for, but we did want to choose intentionally what we did with our time. And, you know, ultimately for me, when I landed in the corporate world and I started climbing the corporate ladder, just like Brad, and I felt stuck, I found a really just an insatiable desire to figure out how to go faster. And so I started diving into the world of alternative investing, right? And this in the beginning was kind of exciting. There were so many different things to choose from: option trading, gold and silver, penny stocks. I thought Jim Cramer back in the day was my best friend because I listened to that dude so much about foreign currency, the dinar. I did fix and flips. I did everything. And ultimately what it led me was further down the rabbit hole of being overwhelmed, stressed out, and never really feeling like I was ever getting further along my path of owning and controlling my time. We tried almost everything. And ultimately what I found as I went down this alternative investing rabbit hole was everything that was pitched was just a different version of the same thing. Is how can you invest in the stock market better, faster? How can you put options or puts or calls on your investing? But it was all market-based, which meant at the very best, I was expecting an average +1 result. And as you're gonna see through this webinar, the entire purpose of what we're discussing is how to reject the cult of the average. Then one day I came across this book. If you haven't read this book and you're watching this presentation, I promise you this is going to further enlighten you on what money is and what it represents. When I read this book, I learned that money represents something that I'd never considered before. Now, I knew I wanted it, but I'd never put my finger on it until I read this book. Money simply represents time. And when you add up all of your money, if you don't know how much time your money is going to offer you, then you're investing the wrong way. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much you have, it's how much cash flow or how much income your assets produce and how long that's going to last you. So naturally, I thought, okay, if money represents time and I'm looking for cash flow and Robert Kiyosaki's talking about real estate must be the way to go. Now, don't get me wrong, real estate's pretty awesome. When I bought this very first house, I walked around with my chest all puffed up and I thought, I'm a real estate investor. Look what I've got. I have $300 that just showed up in my bank account. And I was pretty excited. This was my first taste of cash flow. Now, that excitement was kind of short-lived because just like everything else, I've quickly found myself back on a roller coaster, feeling like this poor little dude right here, overwhelmed, stressed out, not knowing what was around the next corner, and again, getting further behind on what I really wanted. Now, when Brad and I finally synced up, we started to look at what was working, what was duplicatable, what was working in his strategy, what was working in my strategy. And we started to scientifically, if I can say that word on a webinar, but we tried to scientifically prove out what are we doing and how do we duplicate those results. The entire objective was how do we get predictable outcomes for every dollar we put into a machine. Over time, the people that said we were crazy started saying, what the heck are you doing? Over time, what was once fuzzy now became clear. And we ultimately ended up with a clear path to say, okay, look, we know how to achieve financial freedom for ourselves. And we started leading a community that anyone can duplicate what we're doing. We've built this down into a system that anyone can do this. In fact, over the last 5 years that we've been operating Cash Flow Tactics the way we operate it today, we've been able to secure over $15 million of people's capital. No longer is this money subject to Wall Street, subject to the ups and the downs, to people crossing their fingers, hoping that it works out. We've been able to redeploy that idle capital into over 500 turnkey assets. Many of those are done with Mark and his amazing team that today is generating almost $200,000 a month. Okay, $200,000 a month of passive income to our community. Okay, now what would that do for you if you had a small piece of that puzzle in your financial plan? How much time could you own? What could you do differently with your life? So as we go through this webinar, we've broken this down into 3 steps, 3 tactics, because for us, there's a big gap between knowledge. There's lots of knowledge out there, guys. You can go watch webinars, listen to podcasts, read books, but the only way you bridge the gap from knowledge to wisdom is through taking action. So the objective of this is to give you tactical application to show you how to get results in your life.
And what everybody, the reason why we want to walk through it this way, Ryan, just to interject real quick, becoming financially free is not the same as going grocery shopping, right? It's not that we just need a list that once we've added all of those things to our cart, we'll somehow be financially free. What you and I discovered, Ryan, is financial freedom is what we call, and this is my nerdiness coming out of me, but it's what we call path dependent, right? We have to go in the same order. Think about it this way. Mark, last time you went to the dentist, right? That he put you through he didn't just add everything to the cart. You had to go in a certain order because your root canal would have been a very different experience if you had the root canal first and anesthesia second.
Big time.
Than doing it in reverse order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So wealth creation, becoming financially free is path dependent. We have to go in the right orders. We have to do the right things, not just have all the right stuff. So that's what we want to take everybody through, is understand what we discovered in that path to becoming financially free to get there on time, on schedule, without this chaos of being on a roller coaster.
Love that. That's great clarification. In fact, that actually boils down into our first tactic. It is literally a formula. Okay. Now, if you've never seen this before, I promise you, you know what this is. You just have never articulated it this way, but we're going to walk you through a formula. And it's the only proven system that wasn't just invented yesterday to run a webinar. This has been historically proven over hundreds of years. And we just took what the successful people have done and we modeled after them and broke it down into a system, a path dependent that will show you how to get results that you're looking for. Number 2, it's Henry Ford's untold secret to wealth. It's how I today, and I want to be clear about that today, generate over $10,000 a month in passive cash flow, spending less than 30 minutes per week. Remember, this is all about you owning and controlling your time. And then tactic number 3, it's the real secret. It's the dirty secret that when Brad was on Wall Street working for the evil empire, Goldman Sachs, this is the thing that financial advisors on Wall Street do not want you to know about because it takes away their power. But this is the ultimate thing that will give you your power back to achieve financial freedom. So with that in mind, let's go into the formula first. Now, The old path to retirement, just like I said, hey, when you want to put your big boy pants on, I knew you go to school. So I went to school and I was like, I'm just going to school to check a box off. So I don't really care what I'm learning. So I got done with college in about 2 years. I landed in the corporate job. I was all excited and happy. My parents were proud of me. And then I know everyone has to put money in a 401k if one day you want to retire. So that's what I did. Now, all of this was working because as I looked at my surroundings, everything confirmed that I was doing the normal thing. I was doing what everyone does. And at the end of this, somehow one day, hopefully I thought, well, maybe I'll find a way to be happy. But what no one ever told me about is really what's on the other end of this is praying, right? Hoping that it all works out, crossing your fingers, hoping that everything works in your favor. Now, that's the old path. The new path is completely different. Understanding first and foremost that you're not trying to retire. You're trying to achieve financial freedom. Now, back when I read the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, he broke this down really simple. When your cash flow exceeds your expenses, you own your time. That is financial freedom. And when I had all of my money in a 401k, I didn't know how much cash flow was going to be offering me, which meant I wasn't really free. Now, after this, we need to pair this up. This is our target, right? This is how we measure success. Now we need to pair it up with what we call the core four, the 4 pillars, and velocity. Okay, so we're gonna go through this step by step. Now, going through college, right? I'm throwing all my money in a 401k. And guys, I bet many of you have felt and experienced this, whether it's been in real estate or it's been in the stock market. I thought I was doing everything right until I realized one day I was doing everything wrong. I lost almost 80% of what I had saved up to that point in my 401k. And in the beginning, I was really sheepish about that, right? I felt like I had done something wrong. But I remember as I started opening up and talking to my coworkers, I realized, holy cow, everyone is doing the same thing I'm doing. You know, that guy wanted to retire in 5 years, but now he's never going to retire. And I remember looking at this person after person, we were all in the same boat. And I realized for the first time, I'm trying to go faster, but yet I'm doing the same thing everyone else is doing, somehow miraculously hoping for a different result. That is literally the definition of insanity. This came full circle for me, right? Because with every promotion that I took in the corporate world, there's always a trade-off, right? Yes, I earn more money, but on the tail end of earning more money, it required more out of me. I had to travel more. In fact, you know, I had bigger teams, bigger responsibility. And there were 2 times in my corporate career where I literally lived in a different state than my family because I traveled so much. And I remember one day I was living up in Indianapolis and my family had chosen to stay back in Texas because they were tired of moving. And I got a call from my wife. And on the other end of that line, I'll never forget that day, she was crying uncontrollably. Now, this is on the tail end of me losing almost everything we had in our 401k. And then she tells me my oldest son at that time, who was 4 years old, was going to need an emergency open heart surgery. Now, guys, at that moment, I had a real awakening. Now, I hope you don't have to have one of these life slaps right in the face, but I realized I was failing in every aspect of my life. I was hoping that one day I had enough money that I could come buy my time back and figure my life out. But in the process, in the pursuit of trying to get money, I was trading everything I cared about. Now, fortunately, I came home and my son is okay. He's 14 today, 14. He's taller than I am. That doesn't take much, but he's healthier and doing better than ever. But Brad, you had a very similar result as well. In fact, I like to tease Brad that he's the mad scientist, right? I went out and I got just enough information to get excited about something that I'll go do it. But Brad's a little bit different. He likes to take these 2 thingies, I don't even know what they're called, but he likes to take these things and he likes to go into the world of the matrix and he likes to figure things out. So Brad, why don't you talk a little bit about your story to really what the financial freedom formula is?
And again, what we're here to do is try to help chart the clearest and the fastest path. Ryan's was not the fastest path because he kept screwing things up and not exactly knowing and all over the place. And mine was a slow path because I way overthought it. I thought I had to have all of the answers. I was the student that I read every word in the textbook. Like I read, if the teacher assigned a chapter, I read the entire chapter, highlighted it, and that's how compulsive I was with it. So I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, just like you did. I read a book called Think and Grow Rich. And then I became an obsessed podcast listener. I think a lot of, Mark, your audience here probably resonates with that. And then for me, then step 2 wasn't go buy real estate. It was study, research, and find mentors. So I bought courses. I learned more. One of the first vacations I took from my job, you know, when I had a paid vacation, is I went to a real estate course and tried to learn on what was going there. And then step 3 still wasn't buy anything. It was build some models and obsess over more numbers. And I started building spreadsheets and projecting things out and then going to more conferences. And you can see the pattern, right? Then I would go to a conference and come back and be like, wait, I'd never heard somebody do that. So I got to tweak and adjust my model and read another book. And they said, do that. So I was stuck in this loop of learning and reading and studying, never actually moving forward until I finally got a mentor that held my feet to the fire and brought my plan to life, right? And that's the very first investment property that I ever purchased. The top unit of that condo was the first one that I ever bought.
And guys, I'll be honest with you. If you've never seen someone that does math and gets excited about it, when Brad's formulas work out, which we're going to show you here in just a minute, this is how excited he gets. He gets all excited, jumps up and down. It's alive. And Brad, when we first merged our stories together, when we first merged our paths together, we realized, hey, you're not doing it right because you can't take 44 months to buy one piece of real estate. You'll never.
Well, that's what we missed in the story, was that whole process took me 44 months. That is not financial freedom in 10 years or less. That's not a path to success. It was debilitatingly slow. And I think there's plenty of people listening to our presentation now that are stuck in that analysis paralysis mode. So this is for you as well.
So this is really what solidified it for me, because up until I met Brad had already figured out that real estate was the right thing. And I was trying to do a little bit of everything, thinking that if I did everything, something was bound to work out. And when I sat down with Brad, this is the first thing that allowed me to shift gears and start to really pick up some momentum. We call this savers or losers. And it's coined off of what Robert Kiyosaki says inside of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But here's the math behind it, the actual tactics. So Brad, since I'm running the numbers, this is going to be a dangerous thing. Why don't you walk us through, or do you want me to give you the screen and you run the numbers on your?
No, you run it. I'll just talk you through it.
Okay.
That's no problem. Okay. So let's take somebody that makes $200,000 a year, right? And so in the present, so basically, let me back up. What we're trying to get at here is why we need a formulaic approach to becoming financially free. Why we can't just say, well, I just need to generate a high enough return and everything will work out, right? We've been taught that rate of return is what matters, and we just need to find, a collection of all the right assets that'll get us there. Okay. What we want to expose is that's not the path to becoming financially free. It's what Mark and his team help clients do every single day, but it's hard to see unless we point it out. Okay. So we're going to point out that unless you've got a plan that includes and understands what Mark and his team do, this is what we spend all of our time doing, is helping them understand this. And then we send them over to Mark to get it done. Okay. But type in income of $200,000.
So right, I got 200,000 in this calculator. Is that what you want?
No, we want it in, we're just going to use this one. Yep. So what we're trying to solve for here is how hard does our money have to work to make us financially free? Okay. That's what we're trying to do here. So let's say you currently earn $200,000 a year. And let's say somebody, oh no, sorry, I screwed this up from the beginning. Let's take a step back. This is what happens when you get me excited about numbers and we're going too fast. We're going to start with, somebody that earns $200,000. But Ryan, let's say somebody's 10 years, 15 years into their career. What would be a respectable amount if they were following all the traditional advice that they have saved up in their retirement accounts?
Mark, what do you think? I mean, you see this all the time. I would say maybe $100,000. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say in between 100 and 200,000.
Cool.
Right.
Let's put 150 grand. Let's split the difference. So in present value, type 150,000, not there, up above.
Oh,
see, we're all kinds of messed up when I can't run the calculator. So we're starting out, we got $150,000 saved. Okay. And let's say this person is a diligent, studious person, and doing better than the average American, but let's say they're saving 10% of their income. So $20,000 a year, right? That would be, Mark, you probably see that you probably deal with people that on average are well, staying into a budget, living within their means. They're not in credit card debt, all that kind of stuff. They're good savers, right?
Correct. And potentially even able to save even more than 10%.
Even more. Yep. So let's start at 10 and you're going to see, and we're going to blow your mind with going higher than this. Okay. Now we've got to answer the question, what, following traditional advice, what does financial freedom look like? Okay. I'm not going to purport that I know this. I'm going to go to the traditional financial world. And no matter how you solve the equation, they're going to tell you some variation of you need about 25 times the income that you want to replace in assets. If your focus is accumulating assets, i.e. saving your way to retirement. Okay. So we're going to take Wall Street's answer at face value and say you need $5 million accumulated in assets. Okay. Now, this is where we come to the table and we set this audacious goal for you to say, we're going to show you how to solve this equation in 10 years. Okay. Now, Ryan, I don't hate 401ks, but people say I do. But this is why. The very simple math problem that we solve for now down below here at 36% is if you're starting with $150,000 and you add $20,000 a year to it, it's very simple math to say that money has to earn 36% to be able to end at 5 million. Mark, was that clear enough? Did you follow that?
I got it.
Okay. If Mark can follow it, I think the listeners can here too.
Well,
Okay?
I didn't believe Brad when he told me this the first time, and I've always been a really good saver. So Brad, when you ran through this math, what was the first response I came back to you on?
You're full of baloney. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go do it my own way anyway.
And I'm going to save more money. I'm just gonna
So then
work
once you believed it and said, okay, fine, my money has to work 36%. We went through this conversation. I said, Ryan, can your 401k ever consistently and reliably produce 36%?
No.
Then it's holding you back. Because if it's not doing 36%, it's meaning the money that's not in your 401k has to work even harder, right? Stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. Can they do this?
No.
Picking Jim Cramer stocks. Can they do this?
No.
Right? So unless it's doing this, it's hurting you. Okay. But Ryan is stubborn and hard-headed. And he said, fine, I'm just going to work harder. I'm just going to save more money. So I said, cool, Ryan, here's what we're going to do. What if you doubled the amount of savings? Is that possible? Okay. We'll go back a second, put it back to 20. You're not good at the reveal, Ryan. We got to do the reveal.
Sorry.
So at 20,000 in savings, if we were going to double it, most people would say, I can't double my savings. Ryan's answer is, well, sure I can. I'm willing to make whatever sacrifice, but think for a second about the sacrifices required to double your savings. You might have to pull your kid from private school. You might have to downgrade a vehicle. It could be done. It would just come at a pretty great sacrifice. Okay. So think for a second what that sacrifice would be for you if you were going to double your savings. Now, Ryan, type in the 40,000 because the payoff better be worth it. Did you see the number did change?
Yeah.
But it only went from 36 to 32%.
Yeah.
Mark, did it fix the problem?
Barely. Didn't fix it.
Didn't fix it. 32 may as well be as 36 because impossible is impossible, right? We doubled the amount of savings, you guys. And it dropped our required rate of return 4%. This is the game that we're stuck in. If we want to be free in 10 years, in a reasonable time to still be able to enjoy the time that we have and pursue things that are meaningful to us, more savings isn't the outcome.
Yeah. And now this is where people fall right back into, okay, now it's not a 10-year game. That's impossible. So the only other thing you can manipulate is, well, let's just wait more time, right? If it's not 10 years, maybe 20. 20 years, now we need 15% every single year for 20 years. That's not possible. I know like Warren Buffett doesn't even do that. So let's go 30, right? 30%. Now we're getting into the realm of even stretching the imagination, what might be possible, even though the average investor earns closer to 5% when you look historically. Now you're in a game that here's the game, right? Work for 40 years of your life, cross your fingers, hope that it all works out. And this is why so many people find that they're stuck. This is why we start here. Because Brad, I think you said it eloquently that if your money's not doing the minimum, it's actually working against you. In my example, if it's not doing 36%, why even do anything with it? I might as well bury it in my backyard. It's doing the same thing. Right. And so the way we sum all of this up is we don't want to get in a fight of what's better, do this, do that. It's really easy. Look, if what you're doing isn't working and if your objective is financial freedom, and this is why we put a definitive time frame on it in 10 years, 97% of what you're doing is dangerous, misleading, or wrong because A, it will never work in 10 years. B, it'll likely never work in 40 years. And C, all you're really doing is you're fighting gravity. You could argue against it. You can deny its existence because you can't touch gravity. But the second you walk up to a cliff, right, and take that step off, you're going to learn the lesson the hard way. And I think this is where so many people find themselves. They learn this lesson the hard way. Most people that we talk to, they're in their 40s, 50s, and sometimes their 60s. They followed all the rules, just like Brad and I were following the rules. And then they wake up one day and they realize, I am nowhere near where I need to be able to retire. So our goal is not to help you do the 97% better, right? Our goal is to help you literally do the exact opposite. So let's go in through this framework really quick so we can get to how we put it all together for you guys. So we know what financial freedom is, right? Financial freedom is when your cash flow exceeds your expenses. No longer are you investing for net worth. It doesn't matter, right? Invest for things that produce income. Now we're going to talk to you about how to focus. And this is what we call the core four, okay? If this is what keeps us focused on the 3%. No matter when you invest, you need to ask yourself 4 questions. You need to evaluate that investment by 4 pieces of criteria. And the first thing that you need to increase inside of your investing is your level of control. Right? What happens to most people is they get in a position where I don't know what the market's going to do, right? I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that it works out. If you're not in control of what you're investing in, can you ever predict the outcome? No. Nope. Can you impact the outcome? No, right? So if you're not in control, you're stuck. The next thing that you have to do is Brad just did the math, right? And hopefully that didn't scare you. Hopefully that awoken you, but you have to now get a higher rate of return. We're not arguing that. That's for sure. But if I walk out to Jim Cramer and the stock market and everything else out there that's traditional, and I say, hey, my name's Ryan Lee and I want a higher rate of return, what's the response?
Take more risk.
Take more risk. Who in here, Brad, I mean, Mark, do you like losing money?
Hell no.
I hate losing money, right? And so you need to be able to get a higher rate of return, but actually minimize your risk along the way. And last but not least, the biggest destroyer of wealth is tax. Now think about what you're doing with your money right now. If you are putting your money in places where you're deferring your tax, what the heck are you doing, right? I mean, you're saving for cash flow, but yet you're deferring your biggest liability. So you need to evaluate your investing on increasing your control, increasing your return, decreasing your risk, and decreasing your tax. Now that might sound like a fancy thing to do, but how the heck do you do that? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to talk about the 4 pillars. How do we increase your return and actually systematically decrease your risk? Now, when we sat down and actually started thinking this through, it really blew our mind. So let's just do a quick case study. Let's say you're going to do things average. You're going to invest in the stock market. Or what if you hang out with Mark and you decide to invest in a piece of real estate? That doesn't look very exciting, but what can it do? Okay, so there are potentially 4 ways you get to make money when you invest, depending on how you invest. Mark, I'm going to ask you this question. When you put your money in the stock market, what's the one way you make money?
Appreciation.
You got it. Hopefully, right? Hopefully it goes up in value. Now, we see a lot of people that invest in real estate the same way, right? They think the stock market and real estate are basically the same thing. And if they buy real estate, it goes up in value. This is the only thing that most people look at. And if this is the only way you're investing, then guess what? You're back to where we started. It's a 30 to a 40-year game. You don't control it. And you're always crossing your fingers, hoping that it works out. However, on the other side of this, what if we shifted the game a little bit? What if we invest our money for cash flow? Brad, is it possible to have an asset like real estate that delivers positive rental income every month and goes up in value at the same time?
Every day. That's exactly what my investments do.
Now, Brad's kind of a funny guy, as you can tell. This dude likes to read the tax code as a bedtime story, and he literally enjoys it. Brad, what is the tax code for investors like you and I?
If you do it correctly, there is an entirely different set of rules written for us as investors, where if we do it correctly, we can not only have it go up in value and put cash in our pocket, but we get to tell the government at the end of the year, our Uncle Sam at the IRS, that we made 0 money, and they tax none of the cash that hits our bank account if we do this correctly.
So it's not a tax deferral, it's a tax elimination, right? And on the last piece of this, we get to use the most powerful tool in finance, which is leverage, right? And so what this ultimately means is I can come to the table and let's say this property is valued at $100,000. I'm going to use leverage and I only need to bring $20,000 to the table. So I'm getting a return here. But what happens if the value of real estate goes down? Do I cry?
Nope, you're still getting cash flow.
Yeah.
I still collect my checks.
Still got my tax deductions, still use leverage. What if the real estate value goes, or what if the tenant skips town and my cash flow dries up? Well,
freak out. It's not working. Mark lied to me. Nope. I don't pay taxes. I'm still paying the mortgage down, and it will be worth more when I fix it up and go on my way. I get to recoup all that.
This is the 4 pillars. This is how you get a higher return without taking more risk. In fact, over here, if the stock market goes down, I can only hold on before so long, then I'm frowny face and I'm not very happy about it. And then I get pissed, right? And so this is how you go fast. And when we really started sitting down and figuring this out, I got really excited. And I wanted to know, well, okay, awesome. If we're looking for 4 pillars, how many investments have 4 pillars? I'm going to choose between the plethora of investments. And oddly enough, this is why we say the 3%, there's only 3 that have all 4 pillars. Congratulations. If you own and control a business, you have an asset that can, if you treat it right, produce a return in all 4 pillars. We already talked about real estate. The third one is a vault. And when I realized this, again, this just allowed me to say, okay, anything that's not getting me 4 pillars, anything that's not focusing on a return high enough while reducing my risk low enough, anything that's not fitting that criteria, I'm just going to let it go. It's 97% and I'm going
to remember the shopping cart example here, right? It's not looking at what the wealthy already have in their shopping cart and saying, if I get all of those things in my shopping cart, I'll be rich like them. That's not how the game is played. All of the people that are financially free in a period of time less than 10 years, they did it in the right order. They started a business or made enough money. They secured their capital in a vehicle designed like we do with the vault, and then they bought investment real estate. They did it in that order. And then once they were financially free, then they started doing all the things that you see them doing now. So unless you're a billionaire, you shouldn't do what billionaires do now. You should rewind the clock and do what they did in the first place to get themselves in the position to be a billionaire. That's what these 3 assets do.
Love that. And in fact, speaking of billionaires, when I learned this the first time, I wasn't a billionaire, but I learned this the first time. I'm like, there's no possible way that investment grade life insurance contracts exist. And I thought there's no way. But as I looked into this, this is a place, we say it's hiding in plain sight because it's literally spelled out in the IRS tax code, but it's a place where you can keep your money safe, private, and protected. It's a place where you can have guaranteed growth on your money forever and an annual dividend with over 100-year track record behind it. It's IRS sanctioned, meaning all of your growth is 100% tax-free. Your cash is liquid and can be leveraged. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. There's no red tape. You control it 100%. It gives you tax-free income whenever you want, and it protects the most important asset because it is life insurance at its core, which is you. And I thought, man, there's no possible way. But I want to ask you guys a question. We have worked with several people over the years that have made a lot of money. But on the tail end of them making money, very few people ever figured out how to keep the money that they're making. So in the long run, it's not just what you make, it's what you keep that really makes you wealthy. So what is your plan to protect the money that you're making? As you're investing in cash flowing real estate, what do you do to get to raise the watermark, the bar every single year? And when I first heard about this, I thought, hey, there's no way. This doesn't exist. I've never heard about it. I'm not learning about this in school. My dad didn't tell me about it. There's no possible way. But going back to Brad's comment of billionaires, well, some of the most wealthy people in the world have done this for years. In fact, Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, they have over $1.5 billion in what the New York Times calls a tax loophole. It's not a loophole, but this is what the New York Times calls it. Some of our most famous and profitable banks, Chase Bank, Citibank, and 217 other major banks have as much money as they possibly can. Regulated by the IRS today, it's over $143 billion in these type of vaults. And politicians, including our president-elect, have secured millions of their own dollars in these accounts, but yet they tell the public nothing about it. So now we're starting to get this framework together, but now we need to put it all together. And so, I'm a big movie buff. I like Top Gun, I have the need for speed. This is all about going fast. So we're going to bring all of this together and we're going to do it with the Oracle of Omaha here. He's going to tell us what we should invest in. So let's listen to one of the wealthiest people in the world tell us what he thinks is one of the best investments out there. Maybe.
Switch your speaker.
Oh, if you get a 30-year mortgage, it's the best instrument in the world because if you're wrong and rates go to 2%, which I don't think they will, but you pay it off. I mean, it's a one-way renegotiation. I mean, it is an incredibly attractive instrument for the homeowner. And you've got a one-way that Berkshire can't do that. We cannot issue a 30-year bond and have it so we can call it off tomorrow at par. No way. And yet you as an individual can do it. It's a great instrument.
Okay, we'll skip the rest of it. So Warren says the 30-year mortgage is one of the best investments a person like you and me, right? An average everyday person can get. We call this the middle-class welfare check, right? But I want you to start to put yourself into this formula, okay? We now know what the target is, financial freedom in 10 years or less. We know how to focus our efforts with the core 4. We know how to go fast, get a high return with low risk. The last piece is it's not saving our money, hoping that one day we have enough. It's about moving our money, velocitizing our money. So what if your money was in a vault, and inside of a vault, what if it was appreciating? What if it was generating cash flow? What if it was growing tax-free? And what if you could leverage that money? Let's say you threw $25,000 in here that's now doing all these things, but then you could leverage the money out of your vault and bring it over here to real estate, right? Bring it over to real estate where, again, it's appreciating, it's producing cash flow, it's tax advantage, and we get to use even more leverage. That $25,000 would essentially be a down payment to own and control this home. That cash flow then would go to replenish your vault, and all we do is repeat the process over and over and over and over and over again until we become financially free. Is that sinking in, Mark? Does that make sense the way we put that together?
Definitely does. It's just one big circle. One big process.
One big circle.
And Mark, let me ask it to you this way. How many people come to you wanting to buy houses, but they're like, oh, I don't have any money because it's all in my company 401k account, right? And again, that's an example of we need to position the capital where we have access to it to go get the core 4 and 4 pillars inside of a piece of real estate. Does that happen, Mark? People want to buy more, but they kick themselves because it's all tied up.
Oh yeah. I mean, every single day people do not have the down payment money. So they ask, what is a better way to come up with that down payment fund, but they don't want a second job, right?
Yeah. So this is how it worked for me in the beginning. Remember, I wanted to control my time, right? And so I said, okay, look, I'm going to throw at the time I was saving about $1,000 a month when I very first started this strategy. And it's been over 10 years ago, but I was throwing that money in a vault, right? And I was trading my time to earn that $1,000 a month. If I didn't work, I didn't have money to save. But when I leveraged my vault and I bought my first piece of real estate, I was generating about $350 a month. Now that didn't change my life. I still had to wake up and go to work the next day, but I took the cash flow, put it back in my vault. And now ultimately what that meant is my real estate now was working at it was doing 35% of the job that I was doing, right? And so if I can do it again, I went out and bought another property, another $350 a month. Now my real estate has replaced about 70% of my savings. And by the third property, right, I had doubled my savings. Right? My real estate is now working just as hard as I was. And I started to get the idea of, okay, how many times do I have to do this before I become obsolete to this equation? That is the whole path of financial freedom. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but Mark, you know Fong, right? Fong has been one of your clients. She's bought a lot of real estate. In fact, she posted this just a couple of weeks ago. In the beginning, she felt stuck. Her money was scattered just like mine was, and she had basically no results. She started it with us in April 2019. She funded her vault. She bought her first cash flowing piece of property in 48 days and has followed that up with 9 more. Here she says, I just closed, celebrating another chapter of life this weekend when I finally closed on my 10th property. This is someone that had no education, that her money was stuck, and now she's put it to work. She is on track to be 100% financially free in 5 years, and COVID threw her an interesting twist this year. She lost her job. Now, that's not good, but guess what? The cash flow that she's created gave her the security to not push the panic button. So that's tactic number 1. Tactic number 2 is, okay, look, if property is going to be our pathway out, then how do we put all of this together? We call it Henry Ford's untold secret to wealth. It's how I today generate $10,938 a month, spending less than 30 minutes a week. So like I said, bought the first property. I thought, okay, look, that $350 a month, that's kind of equal to a car payment. Now, back in the day, that was a Toyota Corolla and maybe a little bit more than a car payment. But nonetheless, I started adding it up and saying, okay, well, if one home pays for my car payment, then how many more homes do I need? And I said, okay, look, if I had 4 more homes, that's going to pay for my mortgage. And if I put 3 more homes on top of that, that's going to put food on the table. And I just started adding it up. And for me, my number was 16 homes. For the first time, I had a clear target to say, look, if I can duplicate this result, this behavior 16 times, at the end of this, I own and control my time. My cash flow exceeds my expenses. And so I put my head down. I got excited. I bought 3 homes. And I thought at the end of the day, the first property I bought, my chest was all puffed out. I was excited. The second one, I was naive. And by the third one, I was actually hyperventilating because the exact opposite of what I wanted was actually happening. After 3 homes, I was up here having less time than I ever had before. I had a full-time, very demanding job. But now I would spend hours and hours and hours finding properties. And then when I found the property, I'd have to rehab the property. Once I rehabbed it, I had to go get the tenant and all the things that go with doing real estate. And by the time I bought this third property, I realized I had a big problem on my hands. I could not continue to put this much time in. With every property that I bought, I was actually getting further away from owning my time. And what is worse, Brad can kind of vouch for this, I'm not a very disciplined person when it comes to being mean to my tenants. Now, the easiest way to say that is I had a property here and
if you're a tenant, Ryan's the best landlord.
Yes.
But if you're an investment partner, he's the worst.
Yes, yes. So I had a guy living in my third property, and I knew from the beginning I shouldn't have put him in there, but he was willing to give me a higher down payment on the property than anyone else, so I put him in. For the next several months, it was problem after problem after problem after problem after problem. And every time he called me up, I would say, okay, well, oh, you can't pay your rent this month? Oh, that makes sense. Well, let me pay your mortgage for you. Oh, you broke the toilet for the 5th time this month? Hey, don't worry about it. I'll come over there and fix it for you. And, you know, over and over it happened until one day I was up in Rapid City, South Dakota, trying to sell a boardroom of hospital administrators and directors, hospital beds. That's what I did for a career back in the day. And my phone started going crazy. It started ringing and ringing and ringing. And I looked down at my phone and I realized all of the numbers were coming in from different phone numbers, but from the same area code. And I realized there's a problem. So I step out and my anxiety was through the roof and I started listening to all my voicemails. And I had a voicemail from my tenant who was yelling and just belligerent and screaming. I had a voicemail from my tenant's wife who was crying, saying she was so sorry. I had a voicemail from several of the neighbors of this home saying they were going to sue me. And I had a voicemail from a police officer saying, son, you better call in, you're in some trouble. And when I called in, I found out that this tenant of this home in the middle of a crowded neighborhood shot with a gun a neighbor's cat just because he was an ornery, cranky old dude that I had never held accountable, and shot with a gun a neighbor's cat. And so at that moment, guys, I wanted to take my phone and throw it against the wall. I felt like I'd failed again. I lost all my money in the 401k crash in 2008. Now I'm failing at real estate. And I thought, there is no possible way. It doesn't matter what the formula says. I can't be free. Until I learned this valuable lesson. If you want to be free, if you want to own and control your time, don't do real estate alone. I thought I could muscle it through myself. I'm going to skip this right here. But this is when I met my man, Mark. Now, Mark, I want you to talk a little bit.
Mark is Superman.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at this guy.
Love him for it.
Yeah, I didn't even have to Photoshop that. I just looked up Mark Hard and that picture came up. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So Mark, you've got an entire team here. I was trying to do this myself. So I want to talk a little bit about what your team does for the marketplace. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what your team does for people like me?
Wow. So our team, we have 80 people to pull this off. So it's taken us over 40 years to create the processes that we have. But step one, you have to figure out the location. You know, where do tenants want to live? Where are the safe places in town where you can get good cash flow, but also good appreciation near major employers? So once you have the location down, then you have to find the property. Finding the property through the MLS is just really not going to work anymore. There are no more foreclosures anymore. So you really have to find a motivated seller. And that is going to take hours and hours of time of sifting through deals, because everyone's going to try to sell you a property and they think it's, you know, worth way more than it actually is. So once you find the property, then you have to actually pay for it. And a lot of times, most folks don't have the cash to pay for it, so they have to get a hard money loan. So they're taking out more risk. Then you have to completely renovate and rehab the property. That process there is where a lot of folks come in and make a lot of mistakes, because that's where it could take too much time. Or we've seen horror stories to where the contractors just disappear. You know, they'll pay them up front and then they're just gone. You show up, they're not there. So you have to be on them every single day. It's like herding cats. It's like babysitting all over the place. So then once the renovation is done, and if you're smart while you're renovating the property, you're also looking for a qualified tenant. So you have to, number one, do all the marketing to attract the tenants to come in. Then once you find a prospective tenant, you have to screen the tenant, collect all of their documents from them, track down the documents to make sure that they're not lying. We've seen completely fake W-2s before. Oh my gosh, we've seen it all. Then once you do finally find someone that you trust to move into your property, you have to help them move in as well. Then you will collect the rent from them on an ongoing monthly basis. And that's where you find people like Ryan that are just way too nice. And they're just going to let them live there rent free, assuming something goes wrong. And so you have to follow up, go through the collections process. Worst case scenario, go through an eviction. So you have to go to court. There's a lot that has to be done. And then as time goes on, the renovation slowly starts to wear off with normal wear and tear. So you have to respond to repairs. And the repairs always are going to show up on Thanksgiving, Christmas, your birthday, at midnight, on the weekends, when you're at a date, finally the kids are down. That's always when it's going to happen. So your phone is just blowing up, blowing up. And
Oh, Mark, you're making me not want to invest in.
I know. It's a lot
Why
going on.
do real estate?
Oh, it sucks. So then after all that, yep, exactly. If they don't pay rent, then you have to deal with the evictions. You have to go to court. You have to follow through. Worst case scenario, you even have to call the sheriff to have them physically be removed. Terrible, terrible things from a worst case scenario standpoint.
And Mark, that's just for one property. So it was me trying to do the job of 80 people for one property. And by the time I had 3, this is where I realized, man, I've gone by myself as far as I could possibly go. And once I realized how much was actually here, and once I got clear about what I wanted, that's where I said, look, Mark, why don't you do what you're good at? Why don't you go do those jobs, all the jobs that require 80 people? And why don't then we just rinse and repeat it? And ultimately, at the end of the day, if Mark's Superman, I get to be this Lego dude saying, look, everything is awesome. And this is really what allowed me to get back in the game. You know, this is what my portfolio looks like now. I get emails from my property managers. Here's Allison, here's Randall, here's Gary, telling me about what's going on. Hey, a new lease has been signed or something needed to be repaired according to standards. We've got it all taken care of. And I manage my system as the CEO, but not the one that has to go out and do all the work and rinse and repeat every single year. So for me,
bring up your calculator really quick.
Do this.
I want to show some math here. This blew me away when I did this the first time with you, Ryan. Bring up just a standard. Yep. You had 3 properties. You made about $1,000 a month, right?
Yep.
But $1,000, but you were spending 20 hours a week trying to do the jobs of all these people. So divide this by 80 hours a month to get that $1,000. You're making $12.50 an hour, bro. Like you had a master's degree, right? And this is why you were so stuck. Doing real estate yourself is a minimum wage, barely better than a minimum wage job.
At least at a minimum wage job, you get to eat the Happy Meal when you're done with the job.
Yeah.
I didn't get to eat the Happy Meal. I had to take the calls. So, you know, what's possible now is a whole different game. Like I found Mark and the MIP team. I started investing in this way. It gave me the confidence to get back in the game and do it passively. Like to really be a CEO saying, how do I put a system together to ensure I get as a consistent outcome? It allowed me to go from 3 properties to the 16 that I needed. And guess what, guys? I did it in 4 years. This allowed me to walk away from my W-2 job. And yes, it's not 100% mailbox. I have to manage the system.
Pick up Mark's phone call once in a while and not totally avoid him.
Right. You're going to be the asset manager. Exactly.
Yeah. And look, when Mark calls me, I'm not frowning. I'm like, oh, sweet, Mark, you took care of another problem for me. Thanks, buddy. When do we get to buy the next property? Right. So all along the way, I was able to secure the money I was making in my vault. So I never, ever, ever went backwards. And so this really becomes the game. Ricardo and Alisa, they got into the game with us a little over a year ago. Ricardo's a high paying medical practitioner or a high earning medical practitioner. But man, same thing. He was stuck, right? He never was able to figure out the game of growing his wealth and holding down a life and a job at the same time. Since that time, he's secured $200,000 in vaults. He's gone from 0 to 9 cash flowing properties. He's $4,000 a month in combined passive income right now. And this is what I love the most. And this is just one. Like really ultimately what happened when Ricardo came in is he realized what was most valuable and all the things that he was putting off for one day for this elusive idea of retirement. He started living in the moment. He started using this cash flow to build and live a life that mattered today. This is just one of the excursions that he's been on with he and his wife here. But that's what this is all about, guys. Financial freedom isn't really about how much real estate you have. It's not about how many vaults you have. Those are just tools. It's about how much time you own and how you use that time to build a life that matters for you. Tactic number 3 is how we put it all together. Now, this is the dirty little secret that Brad's going to expose for us because he got to spend the time on Wall Street, but it's the real secret that financial advisors on Wall Street do not want you to know, because if you know the secret, it takes their power away and it gives it to you. This is what allows you to become financially free in 10 years or less. So Brad, walk us through it.
So here's what we're taught, right? Traditional financial people, very smart, all formulas and back-tested data and all that kind of stuff says, I have a perfect formula that if you buy a little bit of things in all of these areas, you'll do well with your money. Sound pretty familiar, right? So diversification becomes the holy grail to investing. But it was interesting because when I worked on Wall Street, I worked in the private wealth division of Goldman Sachs. So these dudes had a few more than a couple dimes to rub together, right? And I worked on the tax side of it, but I got to see every day exactly what these people are doing. And guess what they were not doing? They were not diversifying.
No.
Made me really, really confused. So then I started to study people like Warren Buffett. I'm like, okay, what's Warren Buffett up to? So bring up the two quotes here. He said this, he said, the goal of a non-professional should not be to pick winners, right? Neither he nor his helpers can do that, but should rather be to own a cross-section of businesses and an aggregator bound to do well. This is him very eloquently saying diversify, right? If you're a non-professional. But then in the same speech, he then says this: diversification is a protection against ignorance. It makes very little sense for those who know what they're doing. And I saw this contrast on Wall Street. I was like, wait a minute, all the non-professionals, that side of the investment world, they're not picking winners and losers, they're diversifying, and they're doing that. Those that are not ignorant, those that know what's going on, they understand that while it may be a no-lose strategy, it'll make sure you don't lose your shirt, it by definition also becomes a no-win strategy as well. So again, don't do what they're doing now, do what they did to get there. And even worse, I just recently read an article by a guy who purported to be very smart and back-tested all this stuff and came to this conclusion. It's important to know that stock pickers are really just gamblers, okay? Deep inside of Wall Street, this is now, he's blowing the whistle on this. But his next paragraph is what made me actually lose my lunch, okay? He said, you can do better than 71% of professional stock pickers by just being average and buying low-cost index ETFs. Guys, we are not here to try to preach a better way to diversify your risk, right? I don't want you to be average. Mark, do you want any of your investors to be average? Are you ever okay with average?
Never, never.
But this has become, we're living in a cult of average that as long as we get average results or do average plus one, we're on our way. That is not what this presentation is about. That is not what I want out of my life. That is not what I want for you, right? This is about how to beat average and become extraordinary, okay? And it is not through diversification, because at the end of the day, no one will care more about the success of your financial plan than you do, okay? So the real key here, and we think about this like an iceberg, right? Wealth is very hard to see, right? We get a little bit of view of what people are doing on the top. They've let us see their stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, and we think we're doing the right thing. But underneath, the 90% of the iceberg that sits underneath that actually created the wealth in the first place are the three assets that we talked about, right? And they're following this very focused approach to increasing their returns by increasing control, decreasing their risk, and using the four pillars to drive their investments. That's how they created their wealth in the first place. And again, back to path dependency, we're helping show you the path to become financially free, right? Not the path to protect all the money that you've already made. This is the law of creating the wealth in the first place. So if we want big results, if you want average, totally cool. I'll high five you and I'll see you at the park where our kids are playing, right? But if you want big results, you've got to stick to the financial freedom formula. Ignore everything else.
So this is where it all comes to a head, right? I mean, we just gave you the principles. We literally gave you the principles of achieving financial freedom. I hope that this empowered you to understand what money is, what it represents, how to make more clear and intentional decisions. But where we get a lot of people asking us, okay, that sounds awesome, but what about me? I'm a special snowflake, right? How does this work for me in my life with my situation? I've got this student debt, or I'm only making this much money, or all my money is locked up in a 401k. So how do we blend and marry this idea of principles with tactics? How do we take what works every time and tactically apply it to you, your goals and your resources? This is where the art and the science of what we call a game plan comes in. And the game plan is really a pretty simple concept. There's four elements associated with a game plan. Number one, it's the possibility, right? And we gave you this idea. The reason we put a time frame around this is we believe anyone that follows this strategy can be financially free in 10 years or less. But if we draw this out, we like to kind of envision this kind of like a game of dominoes. If we come and take you from where you're at today to financial freedom in 10 years, that's a really big domino, right? It's like, okay, that sounds exciting. It's a great goal, but I can't do that. It's just it's too much, right? So the next thing is we need to eliminate all of the problems, right? This goes back to the idea of 97-3. If you're following a diversified 97 approach, well, this isn't possible for you anyway. If you're willing to focus, then we can get clear on the present moment. And the present moment it's the little domino. It's where you're starting today, right? How much money are you making? How much money are you saving? Where is it going? How much have you accumulated? And in the game of dominoes, there's a pretty interesting phenomenon. It's about building momentum. But for every domino that you stack up and knock down, the domino next to it, the first domino has enough momentum to knock over a domino 50% bigger, right? And so if we stack this up, every domino has the ability to knock over a domino a little bit bigger than the one before that. And if you read the book, The One Thing, he talks about this idea that, after 18 dominoes, you have a domino that's big enough to knock over the Eiffel Tower. By, like 22 dominoes, you have a domino big enough to knock over Mount Everest. And by 50 dominoes, you have a domino big enough to touch the moon. That's really what this is. We start where you're at today. And rather than setting these big, targets or these big goals of, hey, financial freedom one day or retirement at 65, we just say, what's the one thing you need to do first? Maybe it's set up your vault. What's the one thing you need to do second? Well, maybe it's buy your first piece of real estate. What's the one thing you need to do after that? And it's just setting up a target every, 90 days to say, I'm just going to stay focused on knocking over bigger and bigger dominoes. That is the goal. Now, before we end this presentation, we want you to see one of the reasons that we know financial freedom is so much more practical and attainable when you follow the financial freedom formula. When I was putting all my money in a 401k, remember that math equation that we did at the beginning, right? We multiplied my desired outcome by 25. If I had a $200,000 income, I needed 25 times that income in assets. And so the reason for that is I had been putting all my money in a 401k. All of my liabilities were pushed to the future, the very thing I was saving for. Brad, you play the tax game a little bit of a different way. So let's walk through how the tax code works and why we call this a strike number.
And remember, all we're trying to figure out is how do we own our time, right? And the very basic definition of that is once our cash flow exceeds our expenses. But too many people interpret that as my cash flow has to replace my income, right? That's what you're taught to do through traditional advice is replace your income. It's not what this game is about. It's just managing to replace your expenses. So we've created this idea to frame this or bring this target a lot closer to you to say, all we need is a strike number. And the strike number is once you have that, you get to go on strike, right? You get to walk out, right? And it's very easy. If you look at what is your income, just take your current income right now. We'll walk through an example. But if you're doing this right, you can earn income without having to pay any taxes. That means no federal income tax, no state income tax, no employment tax, right? Not to mention no tax to commute to your job, right? And own a second car for that, and no tax for buying nice dress clothes. Ryan, what do we dress in every day? T-shirt.
T-shirt.
And Ryan, I think, is in shorts probably. So we don't have to pay those taxes either, right? We get to back all that out. And then once I'm free and I own all of my time, I don't have to keep saving toward retirement because I'm already there. So we get to back that out. Okay, this is what it would look like if your salary's, again, $200,000. You're paying somewhere north of 30 grand in federal income taxes, right? Then you're paying, the average person is paying something north of $10,000 in state taxes, and they're paying another 10 grand in employment taxes, okay? Then if they're a good saver and saving 10% of their income, they're saving another $20,000. So
Brad,
that means for them to go on strike, all they really need, hit the button one more time.
Well, before we do that, this was and this always comes up because we don't understand the tax code. And the best way you explained it to me back in the day is that the tax code is like a treasure map. It's really written to tell you how to not pay taxes if you know how to read it and follow it. And, we're just used to, this is just natural. We have to make $200,000. We have to pay our federal taxes. We have to pay our state taxes and our employment taxes. But what if your income was coming from a vault and from investment real estate, right? Well, what if that's where your cash flow is coming from? Are these things, is that what you're saying, is they're not required anymore?
0% tax on all of that income created from those two vehicles. That's why we do it. That's why the rich do it. This is why Donald Trump says that he doesn't pay any taxes, and that makes him smart, right? This is the game the wealthy are playing that is accessible and achievable to us, just not through traditional standard investment advice.
So what that means then is if I were bringing in $128,000 of spendable money, it's the same as making $200,000 gross and then jumping through all the hoops to net 128. So that now becomes your strike number. This is the very same thing that allowed me to walk away from a corporate career making 6 figures in 4 years, right? It's about knowing how the tax code works.
And this is how close you were able to bring it, right? That's about $10,000 a month, or only about 60% of the income that you're making. That target is a lot closer. That's only about 20 houses, right? It's not hundreds of these single family homes, Ryan. That's why yours was 16, right? Very, very achievable and doable. And then you can get on with the rest of whatever it is you want to do with your time.
Okay. So Mark, we've talked a lot. I hope this made sense for your audience. The whole goal of all of this is, look, the idea of retirement, the idea of net worth, the idea of one day, that is the cult of the average. We're inviting you to step over the line. We're inviting you to stop fighting against gravity. Start setting up clear, measurable, actionable targets that truly empower you to get what you want, that truly empowers you to own and control your time. The more you can narrow your vision, the more expertise you can develop. We do this in the art and the science of a game plan, right? The game plan is really meant to show you a pathway to doing it in 10 years, then breaking it down to saying, okay, over the next 12 months, what are all the things that need to happen to keep you on track for a 10-year outcome? And more specifically, what are the first things you need to do to start making meaningful progress and start generating momentum? You know, Scott, for us, he's a great example, again, of someone that's worked with Memphis investment properties that have done amazing things. He, just like me, still is a busy executive. When he came to the game, he went a little bit farther than I did. He had 5 properties and he felt completely overwhelmed. He was stuck. He couldn't go any further. He built a game plan, started following the whole strategy. He's got 2 vaults now with over 450,000. He currently has 18 cash flowing units. Many of them are in Memphis. He's generating $7,800 a month in spendable income, and he's ready. He's almost ready to walk away and truly start living a purpose-driven life. And he's in his mid-50s, right? So this is what is possible when you know how to play the game, not just play it to get average results, but play it to win. All it takes, get a clear game plan. Get clear with the game plan. This gives you the clarity to focus on the 3% of things that actually matter. Now you're with the clarity, follow a proven formula, follow a system that will give you duplicatable results. You should take $1 and know how to put it into a system and get a consistent result time in and time out. Once you've done that, then fill your vaults, never go backwards, buy cash flowing real estate from Memphis Invest, and all you have to do is settle into the path. Rinse and repeat. Do it over and over and over again. We know it works. We've seen it work for our lives. We've seen it work for Mark's life. We've seen it work for hundreds of people inside of our community. You get to ask yourself a question. Can you see something different for your life? Because the only thing that's separating you from where you're at today and where you want to be, it's having a clear vision of what you want, being committed to that vision, and becoming the person capable of pulling that future, pulling that possibility into the present. You are the asset. The more you invest in yourself, the more you invest in your mindset, your skill sets, and your network, the faster you achieve the results you want. You have already proven that you're a person capable of this because you've watched a webinar where 3 guys talked about this for 1 hour. If you are ready to rise up so that you can live free, we've modeled after one of our favorite heroes, Ron Swanson, and we've built a page just for our MIP partners and friends. So go to cashflowtactics.com/MIP, and we're going to take you a little bit further down the rabbit hole to show you, again, some more math, some more strategies, so you can see why traditional finance will never work and why the more you focus, the faster your results go. So with that being said, Mark, we appreciate this opportunity. It's been such a pleasure and honor to connect with you, your community, and we invite each one of you to rise up so that you can live free.
Awesome, guys. Well, we really appreciate that. I hope everyone there really found a lot of value in it. And, you know, what I love about the Cash Flow Tactics guys and the entire process is that, you know, they're not reinventing the wheel. They're taking a tried and true plan and they're just replicatable and duplicatable with it. And it's also great to see that just about every single one of those examples you had in your presentation, we've actually worked with before. Didn't know that. That was great. So if you do want more information, highly recommend reaching out to them. They have a lot of education on their website, so definitely follow that link, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of the 2020 SOFA Summit. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Mark Hart with Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy and Company Realtors. And today I'm going to show you the exact process for how to build a portfolio of income producing single family rental properties. We've helped over 600 investors build a portfolio of cash flowing rental properties, all from the comfort of their home. And today I'm going to show you that exact step-by-step process of what makes Memphis such a great market to invest in real estate, and also how can MIP and Reedy and Company help you build a portfolio. So let's dive in. Before we begin, I have to say this reminder of the managers of Memphis Investment Properties do not provide legal advice. All prospective investors are encouraged to seek their own legal guidance. All financial information is deemed reliable, but not guaranteed. Performance and projections are estimated and subject to change. The managers shall be held harmless if returns are not met. All investments have risks, and investors are urged to perform their own due diligence. All right, we got that out of the way. So let's dive in. And I want to share a little bit more about my personal story and my background of how I came to be working with and partnering with MIP. I'm originally from the suburbs of Chicago, so I'm a huge Bears fan and grew up in a wonderful family to where my parents always taught me, as long as you get great grades in school, go to college, get a great job, work really hard for 40 years, and hopefully you'll be able to retire in your 60s. And that's exactly what my dad accomplished, but he worked very, very hard to do so. And so much so that I really got to see him during the work week, and I'm really proud of him. But I always thought in my mind there had to be a better way. Right? How can I accomplish financial independence or financial freedom earlier in my 50s or even my 40s? So I set off to college at the University of Denver in Colorado. And originally I was set to be a real estate major. My grandma was one of the top real estate agents in Missouri. And so I figured that would be the best plan of action, and quickly diverted from that plan and actually became a hospitality major because DU has one of the top hospitality programs in the entire country. And I just fell in love with the mountains. I love nature, love skiing. And my new goal at the time was to manage a country club or a hotel or a ski resort in the mountains. So as soon as I graduated, that's exactly what I did. I was an assistant manager at one of the top private country clubs in all of Colorado. And I absolutely loved what I did, but I was trading my time for money. And I saw that I was going to be stuck in this rut working into my 60s and potentially into my 70s. And so I just started asking the members of this prestigious private country club they'd fly in on private jets into Aspen, and they'd spend all summer with their families. And I just thought to myself, what could they be doing with their careers to give them that type of flexibility? Because to me, that's the dream. And so I just talked to every single person I could. And half of them were big oil money from Texas. And I like the environment a little bit too much, so pass on that. Well, the other half were real estate investors, and they actually owned rental properties and income producing rental properties. So I just started picking their brains, asking their questions, asking them as many questions as possible. And they told me to read the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. And I did, and it completely changed my overall paradigm. And that's when I knew I had to go and stick with my original plan, which was to become a real estate investor. And along that path, I met my now beautiful wife in the top left-hand corner here. And she said, I'm moving to Memphis to go to Southern College of Optometry to be an eye doctor because they have one of the top optometry programs in the country. And I originally said, where's Memphis? I had no idea where it was. I knew it was somewhere out east. And we packed up our bags, moved to Memphis. I right away got a job with MIP, Memphis Investment Properties, and have never looked back. So now I'm very blessed to own multiple investment properties here in Memphis. And it's great to have an actual path to financial freedom that's actually accomplishable due to these passive income, cash flowing rental properties. All right, so the original mindset and the original plan, this is exactly what my father does, is to just invest in the stock market. And then hopefully, as long as you can live on about a 4% return, then you'll be able to retire. And as you can see, the actual returns from the S&P 500 after tax since 1950 are a measly 6.8%. And that's just not enough to actually scale or to be able to accomplish financial freedom early, a few decades early in your 40s or your 50s. And so that's where the question arises, how can I safely and passively diversify from the stock market? And this is exactly where Memphis investment properties and single family turnkey rentals come into play. So on every single investment that we have a pro forma. And a lot of our investors say, well, I don't want to see a pro forma. I want to see the actual returns of an actual investor who has already done it just years ago. So that's what I did. I pulled a portfolio of one of our owners. He has 3 rental properties. He bought all 3 at the same time in 2016, and below are his actual returns. Now and one of the best parts of owning real estate is that you don't have to pay cash. You can put 20% down and finance the rest. So this is assuming a 20% down conventional loan. And when you factor in the cash flow, the leverage depreciation, the mortgage principal reduction, and the tax savings, yes, that's correct. His total ROI was over 50%. And that's what we love about owning rental properties, is that you don't just get one type of a return, you get multiple types of returns. And in terms of appreciation, it's actually leveraged appreciation as well. So we'll dive into all of these items here and show you exactly how you're going to get that type of return. But another reason why I picked this portfolio as well is because one of the worst things that can happen is an eviction. The tenant doesn't pay rent, and so you have to legally remove them from the property, and that's going to increase your vacancy. Then you're going to have a turnover with extra turnover costs. And so that happened on this individual's portfolio, and he still got over a 50% return year over year, which is just mind-blowing and just great to see. So we try to keep our overall pro formas very conservative and very realistic. So let's show you exactly how you can accomplish this. And I want to dive into one investor, the Roberts family, who we absolutely love. And here's a review that they left for the MIP and the Reedy and Company team. I made my first investment through this company back in 2017. Since that time, I've been very satisfied in all aspects of my experience with Memphis investment properties, paired with Reedy and Company property management. By all, I mean the pre-sales intro to the Memphis market and their company, the property renovation quality, the sales transaction process, the ongoing property management, the communications when needed, the property performa performing at reasonable accuracy, and last but certainly not least, the caliber of people that I've interacted with there. I'm back for additional property investments. If you're a passive real estate investor, I highly recommend that you take a look at this company. Wow, we really appreciate that overall Google review. And it's great to be able to create a long-term and deep relationship with our investors. We've met the Roberts family multiple times, and they're actually locals here in Middle Tennessee. So first things first, when you're trying to build a portfolio of real estate, you have to pick a market. And after analyzing all the markets across the country, we found that Memphis, Tennessee is the best. We personally own rental properties in different markets, and now we've just brought everything back to Memphis because it's just given us the best return on our investments. So first things first, for those of you that don't know where Memphis is located, that's going to be the little sun at the southwest corner of Tennessee. And what's great about Memphis is that we have a very warm and mild climate. So that helps in terms of the real estate investment, and it also allows it to be a great place to live. So I'm from Chicago originally, to the north, where we have a big snowflake because it is freezing cold during the winter. You're going to get feet of snow, and it's brutal. No one wants to do anything during the winter, and that translates negatively to a real estate investment because tenants don't want to move during the middle of a snowstorm. And also, as the owner of a rental property, what's that snow going to do to your roof if you have feet of snow on your roof? And what's that snow going to do? It could freeze the pipes. It could freeze the water pipes, the sewers. And that's just an addition that you do not want to have, an additional risk that you don't want to have in your overall portfolio. So fortunately here in Memphis, this is the Mid-South. We'll have a small dusting. The school shut down for a week because no one knows how to drive in the light snow that we have. And it's kind of comical coming from Chicago. Then also in the Atlantic Ocean and in the Gulf, you'll have hurricanes. So what that means for the real estate investor is that your property could potentially flood, or you may have to have flood insurance. And what's great about Memphis is all these storms dissipate by the time they get to us. So none of our properties need flood insurance. That's really important and just reduces your overall risk. And that's the goal when investing in real estate, is there's 1,000 things that could go wrong. So how can we mitigate those risks? And that's what we're going to do every single step of the way. Then to the west, you'll have Tornado Alley. And fortunately, Memphis's nickname is the Bluff City because we sit up on a bluff right on the Mississippi River. So storms, tornadoes dissipate around the city. So we don't have to worry about major tornadoes coming through. So what's best of all is that Frommers voted Memphis the top city in the world to invest in 2019, actually in May. And that's when we normally have our in-person live Memphis in May event. So would love to have you guys come next May, come meet the team and see Memphis for yourself. The next thing that's really important to dive into when you're looking at a place to live and to invest is the city's ability to manage their debts. So this just means, what are the overall assets, liabilities, and how does that rank up to the other 75 largest metros across the United States? Well, Memphis is blessed to be ranked 33 out of the 75 largest metros on their ability to manage their debts, beating out almost all of our competitors for these turnkey markets like Kansas City, St. Louis, Houston, Dallas, and also larger, really popular areas like LA, San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco, so on and so forth. So what this means is that if we weren't good at managing our debts, well, the city's probably going to end up raising taxes. And that could also mean raising property taxes, which is just something that you want to keep low. Right now in Memphis, our property taxes comparatively on an annual basis around 1.1 of the purchase price, when in Texas, they're double that to triple that. So we want to keep these costs low, and there's a good chance of that happening because of our government's ability to manage the debts. All right, so now we're going to dive into the overall economy and the industry that we're going to have here in Memphis. And here's a beautiful map of where Memphis is located in the United States. And we're not located in the center of the U.S. geographically, but we are located at the center of the United States based off of population. So what that means is we can put goods, packages on a plane, a train, a truck, and get to more major metropolitan cities and more people than anywhere else in the United States of America. So why not, if you have an e-commerce business, have part of your supply chain management and a major transportation and logistics presence in the Memphis market? And that's exactly what we have. And that's what's great about what's happening right now in the world, is that retail is slowly dying with the rise of businesses like Amazon. And Amazon and these other large companies are here in Memphis building multiple distribution centers and just improving our overall economy. So it's great to be on the right side of trends when you're investing in a market. So Memphis, we have a very diverse economy. We do have the distribution. That's the most popular, most well-known. But we also have an incredible medical community as well as manufacturing community. So we are called the distribution center for North America. So when you think of Memphis, you think of shipping packages. And this all stems from our air cargo hub or our airport, which is the busiest air cargo hub airport in the US and the busiest in the Western Hemisphere and the second busiest in the entire United States of America. The busiest is Hong Kong, China. So as you can imagine, goods getting made in China, put on a plane, then they can be fully loaded down. We have the really large runways, the ones that are 2 miles long. So we can fly and land planes. And when they take off fully loaded, they can get to anywhere in the world direct. So because of our location and our government, we now have the #1 fastest growing industrial market in the United States of America. I'll say that again, because this is huge for the future and being on the right side of trends. We have the #1 fastest growing industrial market in the USA. So what does that mean? We're building more distribution centers so we can sort and ship more packages faster, quicker, and more efficiently. What does that do? That creates more jobs. And the individuals that are working in these large Fortune 500 companies like Nike, Amazon, FedEx are going to be the individuals that'll be renting these single family properties from our company. So that's how this all gets tied in together. All of that together leads us to be one of the top 10 cities in the entire US for job seekers. So even right now with COVID going on, there's multiple opportunities for our residents and our tenants to gain employment if they so choose. So if they lost their job in hospitality or the music industry, well, maybe they can pivot over to the distribution or manufacturing industry and still be able to pay their rent, which is really, really important. So diving into a few of our major employers, the largest and the most popular is going to be FedEx. So FedEx is home headquarters with all the white collar jobs are going to be here in Memphis, as well as all the blue collar jobs here in Memphis as well. So they're the largest employer in the entire state of Tennessee, located right here in Memphis. So we're very blessed to have them here. They're also doubling down on their infrastructure here in the market. And that's shown by a 1.5 billion, that's billion with a B, investment that they're making into the Memphis market right now as we speak, adding to the statistic of us being the fastest growing industrial market, improving their current infrastructure and adding more. This is giving, and during COVID, they've been giving 30,000 plus employees an actual raise, even during the pandemic. So just great to see. They have a huge impact on the Memphis and the Memphis economy. Then another really popular employer is Amazon. They're trying to be a direct competitor with Amazon, and it's great that they're competing because at the end of the day, that helps the Memphis economy. So they've come in and they're building multiple distribution centers very, very quickly. They're actually just about to open their 7th distribution center here in Tennessee. And their overall their investments have contributed to an additional $4.5 billion into our state's economy. So an incredible presence. And they employ over 1,500 full-time associates in the Memphis area. And they have over 1 million square feet of overall footprint. So it's great to see them coming into the city, adding more jobs, providing more employment, and making it a better market for our real estate investors. Now, another really famous, really large, really popular employer is going to be Nike. They built this 2.8 million square foot distribution center on the north side of town next to Fraser and Raleigh. And this is Nike's largest distribution center in the world. And this is one of the largest distribution centers in the world of all businesses. And this is so successful that Amazon actually bought the parcel right next door. On this photo, it'll be to the west. And they're adding more jobs, more employment in the area, which is helping all of our investors. So Nike right here has 49 football fields under roof with this distribution center, which is absolutely incredible to see, and is what our tenants are telling us on a constant basis is, hey, I just got a job at Nike. I'd like a place to live in Raleigh or Fraser so I can be close to work. So we just listen to our employers. That's where we go, and we create these opportunities near major employers. All right, and then here is the big man himself, Mr. Warren Buffett, and he just bought one of the intermodal units here in town. So there's 7 Class A railway lines. These are the railway tracks that will cover a regional footprint, and there's 7 that cover the entire United States of America. And what's great about the Memphis market is that 5 of those 7 connect in Memphis. So what did Warren Buffett do? He bought the intermodal unit where they all connect. So if someone wants to put goods on a train in Florida and they want it to go out to California, it only has to stop once in Memphis, but you have to pay Mr. Buffett. So he bought it for a few $100 million. He's added in a few more $100 million to improve on the infrastructure, and just it's great to see for the Memphis economy. Then pivoting towards our medical presence, we're very blessed to be home to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, whose focus is on eradicating pediatric cancer. What's incredible about St. Jude's is they've actually built hotels, quote unquote, for the patient's family. So the patient's family will never see a bill, ever. It's a complete nonprofit, incredible organization, and they're adding $1 billion to their hospital expansion. And construction started in 2018, should be expected to be finished next year. And it's bringing in 5,000 construction jobs, which is absolutely beautiful to see for our overall economy. So not only do we have new construction going on, improving our large transportation and logistics company, our medical facilities, but we also have a massive building boom downtown. So we have in total $19 billion of development going on throughout the city, which is absolutely incredible to see. But a lot of it is also happening downtown. So we've done all the blue collar new construction developments, but we actually also have the Class A white collar developments going on. And here's a picture of an example of One Beale, which is a mixed use development. They have office space, retail, hotels. It's right located on the river. And it's great to see because it's attracting the higher income earners to the city as well. Because Memphis is a top city for technology jobs, because our corporations continue to cultivate creativity, and we have a low cost of living, some of the lowest amongst the entire country. So not only do we attract the hardworking blue collar folk in America, but we're also attracting the higher income white collar jobs as well. All right, so overall, the Memphis market is a linear market as opposed to a cyclical market. So it's great that we're a linear, and you want that because that means Memphis is boring, slow, consistent, and predictable. And that's exactly how you want your investment to be when you're trying to rely on this passive income for retirement, as opposed to a cyclical market, which is more of a boom or bust market, to where it does really well in the good times, but really poorly during the bad times. And that's what we love about the Memphis market, is it performs well during both. Even in 2008, during one of the worst housing crashes in history, we were able to, when our properties went vacant because people lost their jobs, we were able to find new tenants for exactly the same rent that we originally had pre-crash. Now, that's a big deal, because that means for our investors and our personal properties, we were able to continue to cash flow consistently and predictably, as opposed to some other markets like in California or in Nevada, to where when the tenants moved out because they lost their jobs, well, they couldn't re-rent the properties for the exact same rental rates, so they had to lower it, sometimes as much as 20 to 30%, meaning, well, now you can't cover your expenses anymore. So you have to be out of pocket. So you're negative cash flow every single month. And that's one way some people went bankrupt. But the blessing of Memphis is that we're a linear market and we didn't have to do that. Another blessing of being a linear market is the lack of overbuilding. In a lot of cyclical markets, like in Florida, for example, they've been building like crazy. New construction properties, selling them to homeowners in Class A neighborhoods. And when 2008 came around, there was an oversupply problem. They had too many properties available. And since the credit markets pulled out and the individuals couldn't get a loan anymore to buy these single family properties to live in, well, then they just canceled the contracts. So now the developers got stuck with thousands of brand new construction houses. And instead of just going belly up, they decided to put up a fight. So the developers would just flood the rental market. Why not just turn my house into a rental to help cover my expenses during this awful crash? And that's exactly what they did. So what the real estate investors in those markets found out is that when the leases came to expire in their rental properties, their tenants said, oh, I'm not going to renew from you because I'm going to go rent a property across town in a better neighborhood. It's a brand new house and it's for the exact same rental rate. So why wouldn't they? So now the individual investor had to lower their rates because the rental market got flooded. And that's another way investors can go belly up. But that did not happen in the Memphis market, which is great to see. We were only building 4,000 new construction homes a year, and as opposed to overbuilding like they were in other markets, because we're building on a linear level as opposed to a cyclical level. And now we've only been building at about 25% of that rate. So we also have an undersupply problem, because the new construction houses that are getting built today, A-class neighborhoods, $350,000 or above. So that means the current stock under $350,000, the rental properties that we're talking about today, they're just going up in value because there's no new supply, but that's what the majority of Americans can afford. So that's why it's a great asset class to be a part of. All right, so the Memphis market, when you think of Memphis, you think of cash flow. That's what we're all here for, to create positive income on a monthly basis. And we're able to do that because we are a large metro with about 1.3 million people that's growing on a consistent basis. We're also able to do that because we have really high rents and low sales prices comparatively. And the reason we have that is because over 50% of Memphians rent, and 40% of the overall metropolitan statistical area are renters. And by having those really great rent to value ratios, that results in great cash flow. But you also need to make sure you have really low competitive taxes. So our taxes are about 1.1% of the purchase price. We also have low insurance costs, because we have a group insurance policy for you to get set up on, makes it very easy. And that just lowers your expenses and increases your cash flow. what else increases your cash flow is what the tenants will pay for. They're going to put all the utilities in their personal name and pay for them all. They're also going to bring their own appliances. That's correct. I said appliances because it was a shock to me when I first heard that. We will go above and beyond and put in a new dishwasher, a new Vent-A-Hood, the fan above the stove, but the tenant's going to bring everything else. And that means when the ice machine breaks in the fridge, you're not going to get a maintenance call and you don't have to worry about it. That's on the tenant to pay and to fix themselves. Then finally, the tenant's also going to take care of the exterior yard work on their own dime. Now, we don't expect them to plant roses in the front yard, but they just need to make sure that they maintain the yard and perform basic landscaping. So by the tenant bearing the burden of those additional expenses, they don't fall on the investor, which is going to increase your cash flow. And all these reasons coming together are why Memphis is one of the best cash flowing markets in the entire United States of America. But not only are we a cash flow market, now because of everything that's going on with our economy, the government, our location, we're also getting some incredible appreciation. That's right, I said appreciation because most folks only think of Memphis as a cash flow town, but we are doing very, very well in terms of appreciation. And we like to go based off the numbers and the statistics. So over the last 30 years, year over year appreciation is 2.5%. Now, as things have been improving for the last 10 years, it's been 3% year over year. And since 2016, we've been appreciating at 5% year over year. And what's amazing about owning real estate is if you bought the property in cash, that 5% appreciation would be a 5% return on investment. But what's wonderful is you can get a conventional mortgage and put 20% down. So that means you're putting 20% down, but you get to keep all of the appreciation. So let's do some math. If you purchase a rental property in Memphis for $100,000, which is right around the average sales price that we have, you'll put 20% down. So $20,000. If that goes up 5% or $5,000, you just got $5,000 in equity, but you only put $20,000 to get that return. That's a 25% return on investment. And this has been happening year over year over year since 2016. And this is one of the main reasons why in our actual example in the beginning of this presentation, you saw that investor get over a 50% return because leveraged appreciation is just two beautiful words. And it's great to have both. It's great to have cash flow and appreciation because normally appreciation is just the cherry on top. But hey, if it's actually happening in your market, it just doesn't get any better than that. So Memphis has been voted to be the 10th best appreciating market in the entire United States of America for 2020. And that's just absolutely incredible to see. All right, so with COVID going on, it's absolutely a terrible pandemic. And we thought that the world was ending at the beginning of the year, just like everyone else did. And so we didn't really know how it was going to impact real estate and the rental market and the Memphis market as a whole. But now we have a great understanding because Memphis has been the third least impacted market in the entire United States of America from COVID. Right down the street, you have Nashville. They're one of the top 5 worst impacted markets from COVID. So it's just great to see that even during the bad times, this is the benefit of being in a linear market, that we're still able to perform. Our rents have actually increased since COVID has started. And that was shocking. We didn't think anyone was going to want to move, let alone rent a new property during COVID. But what we're seeing now is a massive flight from dense urban downtown cities, and they're moving out into the suburbs. Because if you're going to be, quote unquote, on lockdown and you try to stay healthy, you might as well have a yard. You might as well have a house with some more square footage. So that just means renting a property a single family home in the suburbs. And that's exactly what we do on a daily basis. So our rental demand has actually increased since COVID has started, which has been a great blessing of COVID. And we've had more rental demand since COVID has started than ever before in the history of our company. Every single investor that's bought a property from us since COVID has started has been on a 2-year lease with a 4% rental increase written into the lease between year 1 and year 2. We've found a tenant for exactly our target rent every time. And that tenant has either moved in physically or they're actively moving before you as the investor close on the property and sign on the dotted line. So just great to see. Now, the negative, of course, has been the individuals that lost their jobs because they were in the hospitality or the music industry or something that was negatively affected from COVID. So our collections rate did drop, but it was only about 1 to 2%. And we're really shocked by that as well. So we've just been, as a company, helping our tenants and educating our tenants, say, well, if you've lost your job in the hospitality industry, well, you can go work at FedEx or Amazon, who are actually hiring right now because there's an actual surge in e-commerce because everyone's still buying goods. They're just buying them online and shipping them to their house. So there's still employment in the market. It's just in a different industry. All right. So that was it for the Memphis market. We absolutely love it. All of us here on the executive team are personally investing here in the Memphis market. And so now that you understand more about what makes Memphis a great place to invest, well, now you need a great team to be your boots on the ground for you. Someone that understands the entire process with the experience to create these types of returns. And that's exactly what the Reedy family has been doing for over 4 decades here. So here's a beautiful photo of the entire company that we have. It started, owned, and founded by Mr. Jim Reedy himself, his wife Debbie, their daughter Amanda, their son Brad, and Jay. And it's great to see how they just created this wonderful family atmosphere. And now it has grown into a very large business here. So they, as a family, have over 46 years of experience in the Memphis market in real estate, because Mr. Reedy got his real estate license in college. And they've been doing the same thing in the same place this entire time: buying, renovating, selling, leasing, managing, owning, and cash flowing this entire time. So this is something to where they just have tremendous experience. Mr. Reedy and the Reedy family, they're absolutely brilliant. The knowledge that he brings to the operations on a daily basis are just next to none. Mr. Reedy is in the office every single day, helping this business grow. And so before he decided to help other people accomplish their goals, he wanted to accomplish his own. And that's great to see, because that means he got to work out the kinks, to really figure out, what needs to be done. How do you renovate? Where do you buy? How do you manage? So he built up his personal portfolio to over 400 single family homes here in the Memphis market, which is a massive accomplishment. Absolutely incredible. And that's what he started the property management company around, to build and to maintain his current portfolio. So then he was able to pay off those loans very, very quickly. And now he's been selling the single family homes and moving into larger multifamily apartment complexes, apartment buildings that are 100 units, 150 units, very large value add business or properties, because that should be the next step for every investor. It just takes a lifetime to do. And that's what we want to be here for. We want to create a long-term, lifelong relationship together. And we love building really deep relationships with our investors. And we want to help you get multiple properties. We don't want to just stop at one. We want to help you get multiple. And one of the largest portfolios and deepest relationships that we've ever created has been with some of the largest hedge funds in the world. Building and Land Technology, Cerberus, Man Group, just to name a few. And we've helped them build a portfolio of over 1,000 houses a year. And we manage all of those homes for them on the back end as well. So we learned a lot from that relationship, and we're very blessed that when they came into town, into Memphis, they were doing their due diligence, just like you may be on who's the best turnkey provider to work with in the Memphis market or in the country. And these hedge funds picked us. And that's something that really gives us a competitive advantage in the marketplace because it just gives us more experience. Real estate's not rocket science. There's only a few things that can go wrong. And when you've done thousands and thousands of transactions and renovations, which in total, the Reedies have done over 6,000 renovations, you know what to expect. And when you know what to expect, you can plan on it in the beginning. So you're going to see two different businesses. We say Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy and Company. These are both owned by the Reedy family. MIP, this is the Turnkey brand where we purchase, renovate, and sell properties to you as investors. And then Reedy and Company is our back-end property management, in-house property management division. So both owned by one family and actually operated in the business in the office space behind on this picture here. It's an old Ethan Allen furniture store, 22,000 square feet. So we're one of the only companies in the United States of America that has every department under one roof. So our process, everything that is under this one roof, this is our proven turnkey process that allows us to be replicatable and duplicatable at will, that we've been working on and dialing in, pulling the Kaizen effect for many, many decades now. And so number one is the purchase. So we go out and we buy distressed properties in neighborhoods where we know quality tenants and qualified tenants want to live near major employers. And we want to make sure that we can get that property for enough of a discount so we can perform a new renovation and a new rehab. So we go in and we say, how can I add as many maintenance preventers as possible? So our tenants are the happiest, because when they see a house that has a new 30-year architectural shingle roof, new HVAC, new water heater, new hard surface floors, and updated cosmetics all throughout, well, they know that they're not going to have many maintenance calls. And the less maintenance calls they have, the happier they are. So that means the longer they stay. And the longer a tenant stays, the lower your vacancy is going to be and the higher your cash flow is going to be. We also want to perform this huge renovation on the front end because that allows you to wrap the cost of that roof into the mortgage. Because let's say the roof costs $10,000, well, you're only putting 20% down of the cost. So that's $2,000 of the roof, as opposed to maybe buying a property online on Zillow that has a little bit, better rent to value ratio, but it has a 20, 25-year-old roof, to where in a few years, you're going to have to replace it and pay 100% of the value. You're going to have to pay $10,000. So the math makes so much more sense to have the full renovation on the front end and wrap as much of that cost into the mortgage. And that allows you to have a better tenant. So then once the renovation's done, the entire time we're looking for a tenant, we're going to help you buy the property. So this is going to be the normal acquisition that you're probably accustomed to, just like buying your primary residence. We will be your real estate agents. We will hold your hand through the entire process. We've helped hedge funds do this, and we've also helped individuals that are just out of college that don't even own their own property, their very first house. So we will make it as easy as buying something on Amazon. That's the goal that we're trying to accomplish here. So you're not going to actually own the property and close on the property until you're 100% satisfied with the home inspection and the appraisal. So all of our properties are contingent on home inspection and appraisal and financing as well. So for home inspection, once the renovations are done, we're going to get a third-party home inspector to come into the property and make sure that you're buying something of value that has actually received a quality renovation. When they come back with a list of 5 to 10 items, we'll actually just give that to our construction crews and fix almost every single item on that list for free at no additional charge to you. Then in terms of appraisal, we set our sales prices based off of a comparative market analysis. So if that appraisal comes in low, we will actually renegotiate the sales price with you. And normally what we do is we just meet in the middle. So if it comes in low $2,000, we'll lower the sales price half and have you come up half. But statistically speaking, our appraisals come in over value. So you get some free equity day one, and that amount is $2,300. So that's something that really separates us from other turnkey providers. You'll actually get some free equity day one, and it's a fully renovated house. So then once you actually own the property, you have the deed, you've closed, a mobile notary will actually come to your house or place of business so you can sign the closing document so you never have to leave your house. Then we will get you set up on the property management side. So you'll have your own point of contact, and they'll be the ones to collect the rent. They'll be the ones to deposit that rent into your checking account of choice on a monthly basis, and make sure that no matter what happens with this rental property, you never have to come to Memphis unless you want to. We'd love to have you come. We'll show you around, buy you some barbecue, but at least you have that peace of mind to know that we're here to be your operators of your business that you're creating. And we just want to help you and be your team, be your boots on the ground to accomplish your goals. So first step in the process is we purchase these distressed assets. And here is a map of all the properties that we purchased in the last year in Memphis. So we have a big competitive advantage because we have all of this internal in-house data because of our size, because we plan on doing over 300 renovations this year. And so we know exactly what these properties have rented for in the past that have received our renovation and have gone through our leasing process. So that's why we're able to hit our target rents the way we are. So that leads to our renovation style. What's great about our renovations is that we're going to use in-house crew members, and we're also going to buy our materials in bulk. So that allows us to install higher quality materials because we get them for a discount. And that just results in less maintenance for you, less CapEx for you in the long run. So here's some before and afters that we're going to dive into on the exterior and the front. At the top, you'll see at the top left, the old ragged house, and the top right is a beautiful finished product here. So first things first is going to be the roof. You'll be able to see at the right-hand side how the roof is a 30-year architectural shingle roof. You can notice that because the shingles are actually laid over on top of each other, as opposed to the top left to where they're laid next to each other. So it uses less asphalt shingles and it lasts longer. So it's our goal to put on a new roof and these new major items, and we do it almost every time. If the roof is only a few years old, well, we're going to leave it, but we'll let you know. We'll also repair all of any rotten wood on the house. We'll repaint the entire exterior, put on brand new iron security doors for the safety and security of the tenants, as well as perform basic landscaping. Here's a beautiful before and after of a nice bathroom. Nice once the renovation is completed here. And so what they look like on the left, that's what allows us to buy these properties for such a discount. And that allows us to put more new items into the assets. So we come in and put in new tile backsplash, new tub, new tile floors. We always want to make sure you have waterproof hard surface floors throughout the whole property, not just the bathrooms as well. That's a big point. And then new vanity, new toilet. And this is just something that to where we want to make sure that these properties are clean, safe, and functioning. Tenants here in Memphis, they don't need everything to be white and to be full of glitz and glamour. They just want it clean, safe, and functioning because they're coming from the properties on the left. So when they see the properties on the right, they're absolutely stunned. And that's another reason why we're able to rent these properties so quickly. So we don't have to put in granite countertops. We put in Formica countertops. It'll last multiple tenant turnovers. We'll put in the brand new tile floors and as well as new kitchen sinks with new plumbing underneath. And then here's a perfect example to where the cabinets, that's just a case by case basis. A lot of the times the cabinets are in beautiful shape, so we'll keep them and paint them. If they're not, they'll be brand new, but we'll make sure that you understand what that is before actually purchasing a property. And then finally, upgrading all the plugs, switches, and electrical fixtures as well. So here's the before and after of the living room. We wanted to show you what the luxury vinyl plank floors look like. These are waterproof floors. They're incredible because a lot of our competitors will just put in carpet, which works fine. It's just less expensive on the front end, but you're going to have to replace it every turnover. It's the way it is. And that's why we put in the LVP floors, because it costs a little bit more, but it'll last multiple turnovers. So that's the idea and the mentality that we have. Here's a beautiful paint job that we have with the white trim. We buy all these buckets of paint by the pallet full, so we get a big discount, as well as in the future when there is a turnover. Let's say we need to pop up one shingle of the floor, we can do so because we have a big pallet full in the back. Same thing with the paint. We get that at a discount. We don't pay retail price for our materials. We get it at a discounted price. So on average, we're doing about a $30,000 renovation. That's with in-house crews, and that's with our discounted materials. So if that was something that you were trying to do on your own and hire your own general contractor who had to go to Home Depot and pay retail price, well, that would probably cost $35,000, $40,000 to where the math just wouldn't make sense. So then we're going to help you purchase the property once the renovations are done. So you do not close until the construction is 100% finished. We're going to make sure you have professional photos. We're going to take a professional video, which is also going to include drone footage so you can see the roof. We just really want to bring the house to you, and we want to make sure that you're 100% confident in the quality and the value of the asset that you're about to purchase. So while we provide you agency representation, nothing better than a Google review. So this is what Ron said. Mark, Sean, Jennifer, and the rest of the team have been fantastic to work with. I was a frequent customer last year purchasing 4 properties from MIP. Every transactional experience was completely professional, responsive, and always with their best clients' interests in mind. They are on the ball with every aspect of turnkey properties from start to finish. They even have their own property management company who are phenomenal as well. And that is coming from someone who has had good and bad PMs. Thank you. Thanks again, Mark, for everything. I am always happy to work with you. Keep up the great work. So that's exactly what we're trying to be replicatable and duplicatable for you as well. So now you actually own the property. It's yours. You have the deed, and now you need someone to manage it. And the blessing of having and working with a turnkey provider like ours that's fully vertically integrated from top to bottom is that we're already managing this home. We've already been searching for a tenant, and that allows you to get cash flow quicker, which is ultimately always the goal. So property management is, in our opinion, the most important and the hardest aspect of the entire process. You have to have a great property manager, because it doesn't matter if you have a beautifully renovated house. A bad property manager can place a tenant that might not be the best. They'll damage the home, and then there goes your cash flow, and there goes the asset. So it's great to have this in-house with a lot of experience. We have just under 2 decades of experience. Mr. Reedy started this with his wife in 2002, and it has grown naturally to have 80 employees. What's great is even during COVID, we didn't have to lay a single person off. We even hired more people during the pandemic, which is great to be able to employ more Memphians here during this pandemic. We have now grown to having over 600 investors who we appreciate very, very much. over half of our sales of new turnkey properties are to current investors that are happy and just adding to their portfolio. So that's just warms our heart, and that's what we want to accomplish. Then everything is going to be under one roof in our 22,000 square foot campus. Everything from Jim Reedy's office to the 5,000 square foot warehouse in the back. And in total, we manage just under 3,000 units and growing. And we want to get that number to double or triple. So we're going to be here for the long run. Our property management company is set up on a departmentalized basis, which means that each department operates independently from one another. And that just means that each department is going to focus on one individual task. So the leasing department, they simply focus on renting properties. They don't have to worry about maintenance or collections. So that allows them to become masters of their craft and exceptionally good at their day-to-day roles and responsibilities. Our leasing department has 6 in-house leasing agents whose full-time responsibility is to get these properties rented for all of our owners. We put folks on a 24-month lease for our single-family homes with a 4% rental increase between year 1 and year 2. So that's baked into the lease as well. Assuming it is a multifamily lease, well, then that will be a 13-month lease. This is really important because this is where a lot of people make mistakes, is that they just don't know how to screen and approve tenants. So we have an in-house screening and we do the final approval. So because of our size and economy of scale, we see thousands of applicants. So we see the good, the bad, and the ugly, and we know how to weed out the bad. A lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but sometimes we'll have forged documents, and we're able to figure out that that's actually incorrect. That's actually wrong. And we can catch that on the front end. And you can only do that by experience. So our criteria is a little bit different. Some things about it, some things we do differently is that we make sure that the tenants make 3 times the monthly rent as income net. So that means they're true after-tax take-home money. Most of our competitors will just do 3 times the monthly rent as income gross, so pre-tax. So it's a little bit harder to qualify for our properties, but we figure if we set the bar a little bit higher on the front end, then our tenants will have more of a buffer every month, which just increases our collections rate and decreases our overall evictions rate, giving our tenants a better chance to pay rent if something goes wrong during the month. We'll also look at their expenses as opposed to just looking at their income. Because what if the individual's cash flow negative every single month? So we'll go and set a line by line budget for all of their expenses. And if it's negative, well, then we'll say maybe instead of renting something for $1,500 a month, let's move you down to $1,000 a month. So you have a little bit of buffer there. So by spending the extra time and going the extra mile, it just increases the chance of success for your investment. Then finally, this is new. We just got an artificial intelligence system, which will take all the data. We'll look and we'll pull their credit score. We'll do the income check, employment verification check. We'll make sure to talk to multiple references, reach out to them, make sure we'll check with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, the utility company. We'll look at their rental history, and after looking at everything and all their payment histories, we'll give that to the computer and they'll give a score. And sometimes we would have approved them, but the score says they have a low likelihood of paying rent. And so that's how we know we either need to adjust something or just flat out decline them. Then some other things we do to increase the rentability of the homes is the more people we can get into the property to show off of our renovation, the better the likelihood that these properties rent quickly. So normally a tenant has to come to the office, get a key, go to the rental property, check it out, and come back to the office to drop off the key. And that's time consuming, and everyone's time is valuable. So we spend a little bit of extra money to pay for a third-party program called Tenant Turner, which puts smart lock boxes on the front door of every single one of our houses. So if an individual is looking up readingcompany.net and sees our available properties, or if they see the for rent sign in the front yard, they can just walk to the front door, gain access, and safely and securely view the property, leave the property. And best of all, it forces them to leave feedback. So when you ask us, hey, what's the rentability? How's my property doing? Well, we're not just going to say, oh, it's good, it's going well. We can actually use hard data. We can say, oh, we've had 10 showings and 3 applications and 2 people have gotten approved, as opposed to just, hey, it's going well. So the more data and the more showings we can do, then the better. So now, because of all of that, our average tenant stay is over 3 years, which is just great to see. And it's our goal as a company to improve that. That's also the statistic on 1-year leases. We just changed at the start of 2020 to 2-year leases. So that's going to increase the average tenant stay as well. Now, the next really important department is going to be our in-house collections team. And the overall thought process here is, well, if we can do a really great job on the in-house screening and the leasing side, then the collection should come in really smoothly. But we also want to make sure that our collections team is proactive as opposed to reactive, making sure that the tenants understand their obligations, making sure that they understand and make it easy for them to pay rent. So they've got multiple ways to pay rent, and that's why we have such a high collections rate. So on average, we have a 97% collections rate. This is September during the pandemic, and we just had a 96% collections rate last month. So doing very, very well. But we don't just stop there. If they don't pay rent by the end of the month, we're going to continue to follow up with them. And we always make sure that we send them, being proactive, even before the rent is due, that we're sending them emails. We also want to make sure that they're getting text messages. If they're not paying rent, then we're going to send them actual letters in the mail. We'll visit them in person, and we'll put the big sticky note on their front door that's bright orange. So anything we can do to collect this rent, we're going to do. And then by the 15th of the next month, we have over a 99% collections rate. So we don't just stop, we want to continue. And because of that, we have a very low eviction rate. It's less than 1%. So rent is due the 1st of the month. It's late by the 5th of the month. And we understand life happens sometimes. And so that's why we give folks until the 15th of the month to start the eviction process. When we do start the eviction process, we tell the tenants, you can stop this process at any time if you pay all the court fees, the late fees, and all the rent that's owed. And statistically speaking, you have a better chance of that tenant coming in and paying their entire balance than following through to the courts and actually getting evicted on the house. So it's one of those things that it is one of the worst case scenarios. This is something that happened in that example that we had on the actual investor's overall portfolio. But even with the eviction, he was able to beat our pro forma. And that's why we just want to be conservative on those. So this is where you're going to have a huge competitive advantage to working with Reedy and Company and MIP as our in-house maintenance department. So since we are the ones that perform the renovations on the home, well, we're of course also the ones that will be performing the maintenance, and we buy all the materials in bulk, so we get a discounted price, and we will pass along that discount to you. You know, one example is that we charge $9.95 for a water heater when our competitors charge $1,300. It's a $305 savings with our company because we don't slap a markup on someone else's work. So you're paying over market value. That just doesn't make any sense. Because of our size and economy of scale, you can get market value or below market value on your repairs because we're using in-house guys, in-house crews, and in-house materials. And we store all of our materials in our 5,000 square foot warehouse below. So our guys aren't going to Home Depot to purchase goods. They're getting the items that they need from our warehouse, and we will pass along those savings to you because it's our overall thought process. If we can keep your maintenance costs low on the back end, well, that'll increase your cash flow. Then you'll be more likely to become a raving fan and give us referrals and come back to on the turnkey side at MIP and add to your portfolio, just like over 50% of our investors do. So that's a big difference than other companies to where they're only a management company. So they need to squeeze out every single dollar from you from all of these fees and maintenance side. So it's just a different way of doing business. And that's what's great about being vertically integrated. So we take on new management all the time. And the number one complaint that we hear is, hey guys, I bought a property 1,000 miles away and I can't get a hold of my property manager. I just don't know what to do. So we value and we understand the concerns of an investor. So that's why we make sure that you're going to have an individual portfolio manager, one individual, one person, one number, one email to reach out to. We actually have 3 portfolio managers in total and someone that manages the department. So they're absolutely the best. They're the best portfolio management department in all of Memphis. And we want to make sure that we can give you, we are the ones to go out into the different departments to give you the update. So we'll go out to the leasing department, the maintenance department, the collections department to give you the update. So you don't have to have 5 different phone numbers and email addresses because we just want to make this as passive as possible. So of course there's fees involved and we want to be very transparent about our fees. So normally, if you bring us management, it's going to be 10% of gross collected rents. But if you buy a newly renovated turnkey property from MIP, we'll give you a discount to 8% of gross collected rents. We also say collected rents because if that tenant doesn't pay rent, well, we're not going to charge you the 8% because we want to make sure that if you're doing better, then we're doing better. By making sure our goals are aligned, it's more of a mutual beneficial relationship. We also have a $250 annual once a year management renewal fee because we don't charge a lease renewal fee. Then also once a year, for $75, we'll do an occupied safety inspection to make sure that the tenant's taking good care of the property. There's no lease violations. They haven't brought in a bunch of pets that they didn't tell us about. And also to check HVAC filters, very important. Then that's it for the ongoing fees. Now, if you need any services, like if the tenant leaves and you need a new tenant, so if the tenant stays towards the end of year 3, that's going to be at the start of year 4, you're going to need to hire our leasing department. And we charge just 50% of the first month's rent to lease the property on a 2-year lease. Then that's it for the fees. All right, next is going to be our accounting department. This is where we're going to send you a monthly deposit of your cash flow, of course, after expenses, to your checking account of choice every single month. So we recommend that you take some of that cash flow, around 10% of the gross collected rents, and put it into one account for future vacancy reserves and maintenance reserves. And you take everything that's left over, and that's your net positive cash flow. So the goal is to build that up with other properties so you can create a snowball effect and have more money for down payments. Every month, we'll also send you a profit and loss statement so you can be the asset manager. So you can spend 5 minutes a month, look at the income, look at the expenses, look at how much money hit your checking account and say, yep, my investment's doing well, or, oh no, something's going on here, I'm confused, what does this mean? And reach out to your portfolio manager. Best of all, the government looks as real estate investing as a business. So even though the property is increasing in value, it is actually depreciating in value on paper. So we're going to give you an annualized Schedule E so you can give that to your accountant and get the tax benefits that will actually affect you. Finally, if you wake up in the middle of the night and you are scared about, how's my portfolio performing? Well, we're going to give you your own custom login to your owner's portal. It's through the software Propertyware. They're massive, and you're going to have the ability to check on your portfolio at any time just to make sure that everything is running smoothly. All right, so that's it. That's what we do for you. So you don't have to. This is what we've been doing for over 4 decades to become experts at. So now this is what you do. This is how, if you're interested, you're ready, and you say, I want to diversify from the stock market. I want to put 20% down and build up a portfolio of some rental properties. This is how you take action. First is you pick a lender. You can pay cash, but because interest rates are so low right now, historically, they're the lowest ever, it makes perfect sense to get a mortgage. So first, pick a lender. You can view our list of preferred lenders at our website at memphisinvestmentproperties.net. Our preferred lenders, they're true experts because this is what they focus on a daily basis. They work in the Memphis market, and they mainly focus on turnkey providers. So we just have a great relationship with them, and they have some of the lowest interest rates and fees in the entire country. Once you're pre-approved, then you get to pick a house. And you pick a house by going to our website again at memphisinvestmentproperties.net. And we release our properties every single Thursday with all the due diligence and marketing material that you need to make an educated decision. So we're going to put on photos, the line item pro forma, the scope of work, comparative market analysis, the tax information, the insurance information. So you can see your all-in cost and what is your true net take home after all expenses and all reserves on a monthly and annualized basis. And then that's really it. Now we'll hold your hand through the process, help you buy the house, and then you get to cash flow like a king and build that passive income portfolio so you can accomplish your financial freedom. So if you're not ready to just jump in and you want to do more due diligence, that's fantastic. We want to do as much education as possible and increase your knowledge on the front end because that just makes the relationship that much stronger. So there's 2 main places we recommend you go. That's the Turnkey Starter Pack and our YouTube channel. So our Turnkey Starter Pack, if you can't sleep at night, this is the pack to read. It's over 30 pages long. It has all the details about the Memphis market, our company, our property management department, and all the FAQs you could ever ask for. It has the preferred lenders, testimonials, pro formas. How do you read the pro forma? That's all in the Turnkey Starter Pack here. Then, best of all, the way we choose to communicate with our community is through our YouTube channel. So we want to help increase your knowledge through this vehicle, and we're posting videos on a daily basis. So please hit the subscribe button, ring the little bell so you'll get an email notification every time we post a new video. We really appreciate it. All right, so before we wrap everything up, I'd like to finish this off with one other review that we just received. And this is actually from an appraiser. Is that over the last few years, I have appraised more than a few properties being sold by MIP in the Reedy Group. In my opinion, they are stellar. The properties are generally priced conservatively for the market. Renovations appear to be top-notch and the staff is professional. And on top of every detail needed to make the transaction go smoothly in a business where people tend to come and go frequently, the fact that my primary contacts at the company from 3 to 4 years ago, Jennifer and Judd, are still my primary contacts speaks volume to me. It speaks volume to me about the integrity and the character of the company and its internal culture. We love that. Love the culture that the Reedies have created. As you can see, I'm very young, so plan on being with the Reedies for my entire career. And if you're ready to cash flow, if you have questions, comments, concerns, please reach out to me. The best way to get in contact with me is my personal cell phone. That's my number right there. The phone lives in my pocket. You can text me, call me anytime. You can also send an email or visit our website at memphisinvestmentproperties.net. So that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed it, found some value, and we look forward to helping you grow your portfolio here in town. Thanks, guys. Hey everyone, Mark Hart here from Memphis Investment Properties, and I am pleased and proud to introduce our next speaker for the 2020 SOFA Summit, Mr. Aaron Chapman from Security National Mortgage. Aaron, how are you today?
Doing very, very well, Mark. Thanks for inviting me out to participate. Let me always be part of your guys' events.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. We love having you. So Aaron Chapman is one of our top preferred lenders. He's able to give conventional loans to our investors so they can grow a portfolio of single family homes. But he also does so much more than that. What I personally love about Aaron is his ability, and his team will actually fight for you. And in terms of what that means and what that looks like for financing and getting a mortgage is just one investor we're working with right now. He was trying to buy a property from us using a different one of our lenders, and they said that he couldn't give them the loan. So we thought we were going to have to cancel the deal. But then we gave Aaron Chapman a call, and through some magic of his own, he was able to figure everything out, and we should be closing here sometime next week. So without further ado, Aaron, why don't you share your screen and take it away?
Thank you, sir. So one I got to say is that particular magic you're talking about happens to be the team, because I'll just say they're the wizards behind the curtain. I'm the smoke, mirrors, and BS. I've been at this since 1997 and been blessed this last 5 years to really start building that team that I envisioned years ago. It's 2014, Carl. Imagine you're getting kind of older when you're going back to the last century when you're trying to remember stuff. But so I'll be talking one-handed. I got a shoulder surgery here, and so I'll be kind of struggling here with the sharing stuff, trying to use my left hand to accomplish things. But 2014, I was standing in line at a Chipotle, waiting to get to a chance where I can do my order. I was getting lunch for my one employee, Ellen Schmidt, and I was counting all the heads behind the counter. I noticed 11 people working back there, between the 4 up front building the burrito and then all the people in the back and people walking around cleaning up. And so what I started building in my mind was a process that followed that same system with people within my team to help build a intricate financial instrument like a mortgage, where it's interesting how they need 11 people to be successful in burrito construction, yet I only had 2 of us building out these loans. So now I've been blessed to be able to say I've doubled the Chipotle method. I'm at 22 members of my staff right now. I'm adding another one here real soon, because unfortunately my calendar is only so big. I only have so many hours in the day, and I'm already booked out till Friday. So I have to put somebody on here who understands the real estate investor very well to back me up in that conversation I'm having with people. And we're going to have that conversation together right now. So one of the things I like to really dig into is the real power behind real estate, where people get really caught up in reading online and looking at what's being posted out there by most people. And it seems to be the same regurgitation of cash flow, and cash and the cash on cash return, which are not bad metrics. You guys use the cash on cash return model all the time. You have pro formas that you're providing to people. Well, what I want to be able to give people the information wise to think about is the pro forma is really designed for one thing. The pro forma is designed for a person to be able to do a 30,000 foot flyby at Mach 2 and look at a bottom line and see enough information there to slow it down, right? And then just kind of turn their machine around and look at that a little bit closer. And the reason I want them to look at that closer is to understand that the value of the real estate is somewhere else. Now, the cash on cash return model, the pro forma, how that breaks it down, that's going to give them a reason to stop and look at it. So let me break down what I believe is the most powerful points behind investment real estate. One, is your team. You can't beat having the best team out there. I don't care if you have the crappiest house in the neighborhood or a house built out of solid gold brick sitting on the hill overlooking the bay. Either one is going to be heavily affected by your team and how they operate that. So what I try to really help people understand is they're starting off to become the CEO of their own real estate investment firm. They have to look at this as a business. Like a consumer spending money and going into debt, this is a business that they're proposing to purchase. And they're purchasing, every property purchase is a business. So let's take your guys' operation, for instance. You're going to come and work with Memphis Investment Properties in Memphis, Tennessee. And by doing that, you have now taken on a regional operations division, a group that will source, acquire, rehab, manage, and maintain the business, correct? Am I even remotely off on that?
That's correct.
All right, so now you have an operations division running, right? You got people that are taking care of that aspect of it, that know the market, boots on the ground. Now, being the fact they're a CEO in their business, they're sitting at their board table, got the operations side handled. What about this finance side? Well, I'm trying to propose that I do a little bit more than just be the guy who quotes rates, locks in rates, and gets loans funded, and sends you a card at your birthday. You know, I'm looking more like trying to occupy that fractional CFO position, if you will, or at least a trusted advisor at your board table. Now, Mark, you've probably heard me say this 1,000 times, but I'm going to say it again. There's an old saying, good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment, right? Hence, what makes Memphis Investment Properties so powerful is the good judgment that you guys have because of the experience that Mr. Reedy's got. There's hardly anybody in Memphis that's got the experience that he has. Makes you guys a very powerful team to work with. Well, I need to offer my experience to people if they're even going to remotely trust me to take a seat at their board table, right? So I'm what they call a licensed loan originator. You go to my website, aaronbchapman.com, and take a look and see what my licenses are. There's 26 of them, I think. Could be off on that. There's so many anymore, I can't keep track. But there's 300,000 people in the United States that are licensed to do what I do. And when you look statistically speaking, the average person in my industry does between 3 and 4 transactions per month. Being that fact that we're in a refi boom, probably about 6 to 7, let's say. Really kicking ass, they're doing double digits. Last month, I closed 123. The month before was 107. The month before that was 134. You know, and I've been doing this since 1997. We don't, you know, and if it wasn't for my team, we wouldn't be able to pull that off. But ultimately, when you're talking about the experience thing, the average person is doing 3 to 4 a month. I'm doing 6.6 a day. So we get to see where a lot of people are making decisions about their business. We get to see where a lot of people are failing. We get to see where a lot of people are succeeding. So when you're coming into this, you start working with Mark and team, and you have questions that you've never faced before. When you're having decisions that you've never had to make before, just know that we've seen a lot of people make those decisions over the past, myself and Mark and Mr. Reedy and all the other folks within the organization and on my team. I've got team members that have been with me for 10 years. I've got team members that have been doing this since 1982. They have people that have seen where those decisions were, and we can guide you with practical data from where we've seen other people operate. Now, the real value of the real estate is not just your team. I mean, that's to me the most value in the real estate. It's having the right team to operate it. Where we really start to get into value here is when we start getting into some math. So Mark, are you cool with doing a little bit of math with me?
Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
And it's real simple math. And the reason I do that, I do it with all my clients, especially the first time, is have you ever heard of Dr. Joe Dispenza?
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to tell everybody that's watching this, do a Google search, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Dispenza, TEDx Tacoma. So you're going to watch his speech on a TEDx in Tacoma, Washington, and he talks about a lot about the neural pathways. And as you think, you can get neurons to connect with another neuron, you get new ideas, and as long as you continue on that thought process, you can create a whole new neural network. It's pretty amazing stuff, and it really gets back to you think correctly, you actually have correct impulses. You think incorrect, you can have incorrect impulses. And so I'll let you guys watch that and let him share how awesome that is. Now, getting into the reason why I bring that up is because if we're doing math together, it forces you and anybody who's watching here to do the math with us so you can actually start building neural pathways associated with actually seeing these numbers. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a baseline. We're going to do a $100,000 property, 20% down, 30-year fixed, 1% rent to value ratio with a $200 a month cash flow. Does that sound like an off situation to you?
We can make it happen.
Okay, so that just sounds like a normal, that sounds like a deal that's not, it's not fictitious, right?
Correct.
Sounds like a real deal? Okay. So let's say that, you know, working with Memphis Investment Properties, you get that $100,000 property, it gets rented, it stays rented for the majority of the time you own it, reasonably the most of the time, right? So we've got a $100,000 acquisition, 20% down. What is the dollar amount of the loan on this one, Mark?
The dollar amount that you're going to actually finance for this?
Correct. 20% down, 80,000 bucks. Yep. So 80 grand. So that's the kind of questions I'm going to be asking here. So $80,000. Well, if you divide that 80,000 over 30 years, because if you're keeping it rented for the majority of the time you own it, who's really paying off that loan?
That's going to be your tenant.
The tenant. So let's say your tenant's paying that off. You got 80,000, takes them 30 years to do it. How much is that per year? So take 80,000 divided by 30 for me.
Get a calculator for that.
Oh yeah, better get that sucker close because this is not where it stops.
Oh, real quick. Here we go. Divided by 30. 2,667 a year.
Yep. So if we want to get precise, it's $2,666.66, and the six keeps going.
Correct.
So now take that and divide that into the 20,000.
That will be 0.133333.
Exactly. So what that means, for those who are paying attention here, you'll take your tenant 30 years to pay off your $80,000 loan at an averaging over the 30 years. I know there's an amortization table. We're taking averages here. An average of $2,666.66 per year. You divide that dollar amount, because that's what they're paying down for you, into your investment of 20 grand. That means your 20 grand is growing by 13.33% of the original 20,000 every single year, regardless of cash flow, regardless of appreciation or tax benefits or hedge against inflation, anything else. That's just the growth on your investment. If a person offered a bank account to you where you put in 20 grand, they'll continue to add 2,666.66 to it every year, you probably wouldn't shy away from it.
I'll
right?
take two.
Exactly. Exactly. Can we have one per person in the household, please? Right. And we willingly do that. So now let's talk about, so we're going to shelf that for a minute. We know where that's coming from. We live in an inflationary environment, correct?
That's correct.
You know what the rate of inflation is today?
Well, it depends who's calculating it.
Yeah, it depends upon who you're talking to, right?
That's correct.
So the rate of inflation today, as determined by the Fed, they've got two measures of inflation. They've got the CPI and the PCE. So the CPI is Consumer Price Index. The PCE is the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. Now, they both the way that they're written, right? They sound like they're following along with what everybody's spending money on, right? So personal consumption expenditures, Consumer Price Index, to me, they're the most mislabeled damn things on the planet because they don't follow some of the most key things that people spend the money on. So what is the four things a person needs to survive, that a human being needs to survive?
Food, water, shelter, and love.
Well,
Puppy.
puppies maybe. So I say air.
Yeah, true.
You can't breathe, but they have yet to figure out how to tax air. But I think they have figured out how to tax love. If you see have you seen certain things, right? So I mean, marriage tax and all kinds of stuff. And so food, water, shelter, air. So since air is not taxed, not yet, at least, let's set that aside. But they haven't figured out, they have not added in to either of those metrics, food costs, energy costs, and parts of housing. So when you're looking at food costs, has it gone down?
Food costs, has it gone down? No, sir.
No, in fact, if you look at the meat index, it's over 18% increase year over year. You go to energy costs such as water. I mean, what is water? Has your water bill gone down from what it was before? I mean, I'm not talking about usage. I'm talking dollar per gallon used.
Correct. Going up.
Going up, right? So of course they're not factoring those in, because when you factor that in, John Williams Shadow Stats will show, and I encourage everybody to go to shadowstats.com, look at the alternate data. It's over 7%. Up until the COVID mess, because of what's happened with oil, it was in excess of 10% nationally. So let's say we're about 7.7, 7.8% right now. So we're just going to use 7% as our number. So because of that inflation, we get to raise rents, right?
Correct.
So what I've seen nationally, I'm not sure about, you can speak to Memphis for us, but in nationally, I'm seeing rents raising by 3.6% just in apartments. What is it doing in Memphis annually? At least a guess.
So Memphis, we're actually pretty blessed that during COVID, an article just came out the other day that said we have the second fastest rent appreciation in the entire country post-COVID, and that's just over 1%. But we come in just a little bit under 2% on average on the single family home side year over year.
Okay, so 2% year over year, so 2% increase in rents. So what is 2% of this? So we set our rent at 1% rent to value ratio. So how much is that per month in rent?
$1,000.
$1,000. Okay. So how much is 2% of 1,000?
$20.
$20, right? So if you had $200 a month cash flow year one, what can we estimate cash flow to be year two with a 2% increase in rent?
Well, the benefit of Memphis investment properties is that we actually have a 4% rental increase in our lease between year one and year two. So boom, it's actually going to be $40. So $240 in total. So go us. So 240 is what you should expect.
240, yes, definitely go you guys. Yeah, I that's awesome. So if you're at a $40 increase, what is that increase in percentage?
40 divided by 200?
Yeah.
20% increase.
20% increase. Guys, listen to that. 20%, that's a compound increase. Every time you raise rents, that's a 20% growth. So too often I see people, well, my cash flows are not real high. It's like $180. I'm like, well, who are you working with? And what is the rents? Who gives a damn what the cash flow is the first year? It's what's year 5? Right? Look at the compound that's going on here. This is ridiculous, right? Okay, so let's set that aside. You get a 20% compound growth on your rents. Even if you only went to 3%, that's a 15% compound. So look at that. You did 2%, that's a 10% compound. That's bigger than most anything else you're seeing out there available in the rental world. I mean, well, not the rental world, but in the investment world. That 13.33% growth on the original 20,000. Now you're looking at 10, 15, 20% compound on your cash flow. We have yet to really get to the sexy stuff, right? So set that aside. So now we're looking at what inflation does to the dollar. So if we're saying a 7% inflation nationally, which is actually higher than that, what's the value of the dollar doing?
Increasing at 7% every single year.
It's actually declining by 7% every single year.
Correct.
Yeah. So, yes. Which is good. It's good that because we need a person, because there's probably a lot of people that were thinking that, right? It's amazing how often, just the way the word is coming across, you might think one way. So there's a lot of people paying attention here that were thinking the same thing. No, your
cost of goods are going up, but the value of the dollar is obviously going down.
Exactly. The cost of goods are going up. The spending power of the dollar is declining. So that's a big deal for us to consider. So let's think about this. We get to raise rents because the value of the dollar is going down, but do they get to raise the payment on this loan because the value of the dollar is going down?
Hard no.
Hell no is what that is.
Fixed. Hell no. Hard no.
Fixed for 30 years. So what we're going to do is we're going to look and see what that actually does for us here. I'm going to share a screen. In fact, let me see here. So can you see this this spreadsheet?
Yep, we got it.
Okay, so what we got here, I'm actually going to change this date here to 8/30/2020. So let's say we're closing on 8/30 of 2020. We got an interest rate of, it's actually, the rates are much lower than this, guys. I'm not scaring you the hell off right now. I'm just showing you a nominal rate for us to work off of. I'm just going to work a rate of 4.5. We're in the very, very low 4s right now. We're locking rates. Definitely something to talk about. But I want to show you even a worse scenario, because I always like to paint the picture. Rates don't matter. So I'm going to show you something higher, about 0.5% higher than what I've been locking at lately. 20% down, 4.5% interest rate, 30-year fixed, 12 payments per year, $100,000 purchase, like we were talking about, $80,000 loan amount. That's a payment of $405.35 per month for 30 years, right? So we have a principal of 80,000 right here. We've got interest collected over 30 years at 4.5% on that $100,000 purchase, $80,000 loan, $65,925.37. That means over the 30 years, you're going to pay, or you're going to filter through your hands, keep the excess, and hand over to the bank $145,925.37. Now, Einstein himself said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. This is compound interest at work. This is where some people are saying, man, I want to use my cash flows. I want to do the debt snowball. I want to pay this thing off as fast as I can. I'm going to tell you, no, quit that. The reason I'm going to say that is because you get to raise rents. You get to increase your cash flow. That's your money that you get to keep as you pass through to your business partner, which is the lender. They are only collecting $405.35 per month for all that 30 years. When you recalculate every dollar and its value as it leaves your hands for that 30 years, compare it to the value of the dollar the day you receive that 80,000 to buy your business, you're not paying the 80,000 principal. You're not paying the 65,925.37 in interest. You're definitely not paying the 145,925, even though that's how many dollar bills left your hand. You're paying over here $60,926.91 in actual dollar value. If you look at the value of the dollar at 30 years from now, that $405 payment 30 years from now is equal to $49.94 today. Look at the difference. So you leverage high, you leverage long, and you pay off slow, period. There's no argument here. Now, these are not my numbers. What I'm showing you here comes from the professor of accounting at Kennesaw State University and some of his students and some of his other professors that are on staff there. They heard me on a podcast talking about this. They called me. They asked me to come to their university and speak to their students. They presented me with this tool to actually prove my theory correct. Now, the theory wasn't even really a theory. It's something people have been talking about forever, but nobody put numbers to it. I got numbers. What's really cool about this is going to be an app in no time. It's not going to be very long, and I'm going to have an app built out for everybody to have access to this. So that is one of the most powerful things that we could possibly see, is that you get to borrow the money for 30 years, but you never even pay back what you borrowed. It's one of the sexiest things in the whole real estate world. So any questions in your mind coming up about this that you think people might be asking?
Is it too good to be true?
We got numbers to back it up. And
right.
Not only the numbers to back it up, I think Professor Abernathy is a client of Memphis Investment Properties as well. So there's a little bit of some numbers. If the numbers weren't true, he wouldn't have been coming out there to Memphis himself. In fact, that's where I finally met him face to face, was in Memphis at one of your events. So that's that whole situation there. Now, one of the other things I want to get into, because people really get worried, well, you know, what does it look like if the interest rates go up? Well, there is that is definitely a chance. We definitely see that could potentially happen. So what I'm going to show you here is what the rates have looked like. This is the mortgage-backed securities pools. This shows all the way back to, let me see here, July 26, 2018. So this shows the trend of the market. What it has to do with is where mortgages have adjusted as far as rates is concerned based upon supply and demand of money. So what you're seeing here is all these little bars here. I'm going to zoom in on that to kind of show you what things look like. Each one of these represents 1 day's worth of trading. Money going into the mortgage-backed securities, money and basically trading in and out of it on a daily basis. If it's a red candle, that means it's where it started was higher, where it ended was lower. People sold their positions, or less money went in than when it went out. If it's green, it means more money went in than where it started that day. And you can see where it spikes either direction. Well, it's staying fairly flat right now. The reason why I show you all of this is we've closed a lot of loans at any position in here, because in reality, interest rates don't matter. I know people are going to get worried that, man, if I don't take advantage of the rates today, I'm going to lose out later. You're really not, because we live in a very, very tax favorable environment, because the way the taxes is structured, it benefits real estate investors so much that it really doesn't matter. But let's get into what's going on here in this anyway. So what we have here is interest rates stayed in probably the mid to high fours up until this point right here on March 9th. So do you remember what happened in early March, Mark?
COVID, baby.
COVID came in and the stock market crashed as a result of COVID. So we house our money in banks, right? And banks don't just take our cash and put it in a vault and let it sit there. They put it to work in the market somewhere to make money off the money that we have on deposit, correct? Well, when that happened and the stock market crashed right here in early March, I think it was March 6th and 7th. I got to go back and look, March 6th or 9th, when it really hit hard. Well, banks don't just put what they have on deposit in there. They go on margin, right? Very similar to the real estate investor is doing with getting a leverage, but they're leveraging it in the market, which swings rapidly. Well, when this market crashed, margin calls came. They had to start making pulling capital. Where could they pull capital from? They couldn't pull it from the vault. They had to sell off hard assets. Part of the hard assets they held was mortgage-backed securities and treasuries, other bonds. They sold those bonds, and we see the market just got pummeled. Interest rates spiked as high as 5.75%, costing 2 points. Now, all the way back here, we weren't that high back here. But as you can see, it's not even as low as it was back in here when it was, at that point. But what reason being, the uncertainty in the market forced all of that. And we forced these interest rates to spike. Well, here's where the Fed jumped in. Fed jumped in at March 20th. It's kind of hard to line up. There you go. Fed jumped in on March 20th and started throwing money into the mortgage-backed securities. Now, when I'm speaking in Memphis, quite often I talk about 2009 when quantitative easing started, up until the end of March 2010 when quantitative easing slowed down. What it was is the Fed dumping capital into the market to stabilize the rates and get the economy back on track. They put in 1.25 trillion from January 1 to the end of January 1, 2009 to the end of March 2010. That's huge. $1.25 trillion. I mean, everybody in the audience I know was just scratching their head. How is that possible? Right here from March 20th up until March 30th, right here, the Fed dumped in over $1 trillion in that window. Wrap your head around that. 10 days, 10 business trading days, the Fed dumped in as much or almost as much as they did in that 1 year and 3 months. Now, the Fed during this period here, I'm going to zoom in 3 months, they're the ones that's driving this. They're putting anywhere back here is $8 to $10 billion a day. Here it's pretty close to between $4 and $5 billion a day to keep it here. Now, eventually the Fed's going to divest. I don't know when. So what I tell people is you definitely want to get as involved as you can right now. I mean, this is historic. But the Fed has said they got an open checkbook up until 2022. Doesn't mean you sit on your hands, because they're also involved in a lot of other stuff. Let me show you something else the Fed just got done buying into. I'm going to cancel this screen share. Start another screen share here. They're buying corporate ETFs. Right now, you can see where this spiked down and they jump back in. They're the third largest holder of some corporate bonds in the entire world, the Federal Reserve. The worry I have about that is we have a price agnostic investor putting money into the markets strictly for the case of liquidity. Well, what happens when they decide to divest? Everybody who was investing in it before they have no basis for what the real value is right now. Right. So we've got a little bit of a mess on our hands. And the reason I bring up this mess is not to freak people out, not to get them all shaken up, because I mean, it's definitely something to get concerned about. As far as I can tell, as far as I can see in anything else, the most stable investment is the long-term housing with single families, 2, 3, 4 unit buildings. I know a lot of people want to graduate to that. I want to have a 100 unit apartment building. Guys, we're living in an interesting world right now with COVID. And you look at what's going on with COVID, people are sheltering in place. What do you think it's like to live in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath with 2 kids trying to work from home? It can't be enjoyable.
Let's just say they don't want to live there anymore.
Exactly. It may have been fine for a while.
Right.
But now it's like, damn, man, a backyard would be awesome because you can't use the common area in many places. Right. That being the case, I'm understanding across the country, there's people standing in line with really, really, really good credit and a great financial situation for a renter, standing in line to get into some of these single family investments. So if you ever thought that a single family investment may not be the best place, there might be something better, you might want to think a second time. We have completely changed human behavior with what COVID has done. Humans are staying at home now. Humans are going to be working from home now. If you're involved in real estate investments on the single family environment, for this particular situation, long-term financing like this, you're not taking advantage of it now. You're shooting yourself in the foot in a big way. Now, I did talk about rates going up. I'm going to give one more quick story before we get into any things you want to hit on, Mark. This happened with a Memphis investment property investor, 2017. This is when the Federal Reserve decided to start doing the quantitative tightening. If we go back to my chart real quick here, we can show where the interest rates. We can't get back into 2017 on this. It only goes as far back as July 26, 2018. But we are coming from a much lower position to get there because the Fed started doing a little bit quantitative easing again in 2018. But the reason I point that out is the Fed was dumping in still billions and billions of dollars per month up until the end of December 2017. Well, we had a mutual client, 2 new build properties there in Memphis, same price, same street, same rents, same damn floor plan. The only difference was you guys had the garage on one side of the front door on one of them, the garage on the other side of the front door on the other. The other difference was you guys are just about doing the touch-ups on one to finish it up. The other had yet to break ground. So we're looking to close on the first one in December 2017, 4.75% interest rate, very happy client. You get to the end of, I think it was May 2018, when the second one was done, quantitative tightening kicked in. The interest rates were sitting somewhere in the range of about 5.75%. So you remember what his reaction was when I was getting ready to lock that in?
Shocked.
He was looking to cancel.
Yeah.
He was going to cancel that purchase. And yeah, shock is exactly what it was. He's like, that can't be. That's 1%. And he said, what's the difference in payment? And I gave him the payment. He goes, dude, that's $49.97 different than what I'm making in cash flow now because I'm losing $600. I think I'm going to cancel. So I asked him, I was like, how is it you figure you're losing $600? He says, well, if I'm putting the same amount of money out and I'm making $49.97 less because of the higher payment on the property too, that's $600 a year. I think I'm going to cancel. I asked him to do one thing for me. Now, each person has to do it on their own, but this was him. So I asked him, listen, contact your CPA. Ask him a couple things. It's May. You just finished taxes. Ask him what's the difference in the taxes you'll pay on the higher income property number 1, right, versus the lower income on property number 2. And then ask him what's the difference in the tax deduction you get on the higher interest rate on property number 2 versus the lower interest rate on property number 1, and then let me know. So he went ahead and did that. 3 days later, he calls me back, says, go ahead and close. And I said, why are we closing? So it was no longer $49.97 per month difference in interest rate. I mean, difference in payment. It's like $3.55. Let's go ahead and close. So the reason I share that.
Huge.
What's that?
That's huge. That is
It's
just
massive.
incredible. Yeah.
Massive, because it gets down to, guys, this is a business. It's not a matter of just what is the bottom line cash flow and what's my rate look like and all that. I get all that. Those things are good things to look at. But ultimately, when you're running it like a business, and you have properly set things up with your CPA, and you have properly put things together with your business structure, it's the most tax favored asset class on the planet. You set it up right, it works out very well for you. Yeah, you have to do some legwork. This is easy. I mean, this is not easy. You want there to be hoops to jump through. That's what keeps your competitors out. That's what keeps the people out of it that doesn't know what they're doing. You want people to go in there and not screw this up. So you want to go in there and do it right, do it with the right people, get the right teams. So you start to see it doesn't matter. Interest rates are going to go up. As rates go up, you get to offset that with your taxes. It all works out. So you need to remember, 3 things you got to remember: leverage high, leverage long, and pay off slow. And then, of course, the 4th thing, you got to get a damn good team. If you do all those things, I would say your success is not going to happen immediately, but it's fairly assured if you do the right things.
Amen. I love what you just said there. It is so much more than just finding the lowest interest rates. You obviously have to look at the big picture. The big picture means you have to educate yourself a little bit more. So that's the whole reason why we've decided to put on this SOFA Summit for you guys, so you can really dive in deeper to say, well, what is the true total ROI? What is the big picture? What's the full benefit that I'm actually getting from investing in real estate, as opposed to who's got the lowest rates? What is the best product out there?
Most definitely.
So well, that's it. That's all we have for you guys. We really appreciate it, Aaron. Hope everyone enjoyed the session here today. how should people follow up with you, get in contact with you if they're interested in continuing this conversation?
Definitely go to aaronbchapman.com. There's videos on there you can check out where I go into, if you go into the media section, you can see that I have videos I put up twice a week about the market, things like this, what's happening in the market that's driving interest rates. You want to keep up with that, you can go ahead and subscribe to that channel. I've got 4 books out. You can get you some information through those 4 books. You can check me out on the NMLS just to make sure of what license I have. That my NMLS ID is 267844. So there's a consumer section, and we're also getting ready to launch another YouTube channel that has to do with really helping people get off their ass and get out there and do something. We want to showcase people that are doing stuff that's a little bit different. Also showcase people that have become successful, even though it's not easy to be successful. Sometimes it's easy to get it, but it's not easy to retain it. It's a lot of work. And I want to give people the best strategies and best information out there. So there's a few things we're working on. But just go to aaronbchapman.com, B as in Bravo. Not my middle name though. My dad was military, but he didn't get that crazy with it. And anytime you guys want to chat, just set up a time with my assistant Samantha, and we'll schedule some time. We can spend a half hour on the phone and dig deep into your situation.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. And thank you everyone for watching this session, and have a great day.
Appreciate you, man.
Hey everyone, welcome to the next session for the 2020 SOFA Summit. I am proud to introduce our next speaker. His name is Chris Picuro. He is the founder of Integrated CPA Group. Chris, how you doing today?
I am awesome, and thank you very much. I'm slightly bummed we're doing this virtually because, I like my Memphis barbecue, but I'm so excited that you guys are continuing with the event, and I'm honored to even be a small part of it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. We had an absolute blast with you last year in Memphis, but with COVID, we have to do things virtually. So as all of you investors know, one of the big benefits of owning real estate is that you're going to get a lot of tax benefits. But one of the big questions and hurdles are what tax benefits are actually going to affect and benefit you. Because the amount of time you spend in real estate, the amount of income you have are all going to change the way and what tax benefits you can actually use. So that's exactly what Chris is going to go over. Chris started Integrated Financial Group back in 2002, which is actually the same time that we started our property management company. So he's got a lot of knowledge, and what's also great about him is he focuses on real estate investors. So this is what he does every single day. So Chris, why don't you share your screen and take it over.
All right, I'm excited here. And so yeah, we have a, let me just do that real quick. There we go. So as you mentioned, that there are a ton of tax benefits in the real estate business, real estate investing business. I would say one of the top 3 industries to be tax-wise to be involved with. And one of the common questions that we have is, at what point do some of these benefits become available to someone as a deduction on their tax return? And we're going to walk through some concepts here, and it's very confusing. A lot of people have heard about active participation, passive income, real estate professional designation, material participation, and these are really confusing concepts. So what we decided to do, because we love charts, we love workflows within our firm and to share with our clients, is to come up with an explanation, and we just called it, hey, shooting par on Schedule E. Schedule E is where we report our rental property activity and most of our real estate activity. If you receive a K-1 from a syndication, it's eventually going to get on Schedule E. We have some exceptions with clients reporting real estate activity on Schedule C, but I don't want to get too technical. here, but what we want to talk through is, let's assume you have a passive activity loss or a loss from your rental properties. Now, clients get confused when we say loss, because a tax loss does not necessarily mean a negative cash flow. You know, we've developed this concept of tax flow versus cash flow. So we have several clients that have an amazing positive cash flow, and due to tax planning and strategy, pay absolutely no tax on their rental income, or get it. So that's option one. Option two is that they offset some other income with their losses on tax losses on rental properties. Or option three, those deductions are carried forward into the future, which isn't always a bad situation. So we're going to talk today about, again, shooting par on Schedule E. I'm going to provide you and the group with some flow charts and some tools that I feel are very easy to understand. And we're going to start walking through it. And I'm not a golfer, so, you know, I just came up with PAR as a passive, active, and real estate professional designation. And whenever in our practice, as you mentioned, about 90–95% of our clients are real estate investors. And when we start getting the same question at least 3 times, we know we need to make a educational resource for that. So I'm going to move forward here, and what you're looking at now is a rental loss flow chart. So as I mentioned in a couple of minutes ago, is that you can have a positive cash flow, but a loss on your tax return from rental properties. People say, well, how can that be? Well, you get to deduct all of your management fees, all of your repairs, maintenance, insurance. Also, you get to deduct your mortgage interest if you have a note on the property. You get to deduct your property taxes, even if you're limited in that $10,000 of real estate and state and local income tax deduction as an itemized deduction or a personal deduction. If it's on a rental property, there's no limit on the amount of real estate taxes you can deduct. That's a question we get all the time. And you also get to deduct the cost of the property. So a lot of people watching this have heard about depreciation. From a technical term as cost recovery system. So if you're investing in residential property, you deduct the acquisition cost of the residential property over 27.5 years. We do not deduct the land portion of the property. So obviously we would like the land allocation to be as small as possible. And I should have mentioned this when you talk about our company. What we do is legally and ethically reduce the amount of taxes you pay in your lifetime. So we have to really look at, you know, what the land allocation is. What do the property taxes say? If you're investing in commercial property, it's 39.5 year depreciation, so cost recovery. So easy example, let's say you bought a $150,000 property. Let's say you have an approximate $20,000, $30,000 worth of land allocation. The remaining amount is deducted over 27.5 years. So every year, you're going to get approximately a $4,000 to $5,000 deduction just on the acquisition of that, because you bought the property, even if you don't have a mortgage. So if your positive cash flows $5,000 on a property, and you have the depreciation deduction of $5,000, you pay no tax on it. So that's pretty cool. So as we walk through this, clients always ask us, man, I have passive income or passive losses to deduct. So investing in rental real estate by default is a passive activity. We're going to walk through that in a couple minutes. So the question is how can I deduct my passive activity losses? And there are 3 ways you can do it. One of them is the first. So we're going to start at the top of the flow chart. Here's your first question. Do you have passive income to offset the losses? So we call it in our industry PIGs, passive income generators. So if you have 3 properties that are creating a net passive income or taxable income, and 1 property that's creating a loss, if you have those 3 properties that are income producing or taxable income producing, I should say, that loss can be offset by that. You don't have to do anything except make an election on your tax return. So at the top, do you have a passive income to offset the loss or qualifying disposition? If it's a yes, then the rental loss is deductible. If it's partially yes and some no, then the yes bucket comes here. You might have passive income from other activities too, such as we have a lot of clients. Obviously, we have a national focus, but we are based in the Music City. So we have a lot of clients that are musicians, songwriters that receive some passive income from royalties. And depending on their facts and circumstances, that could be a passive income. And then you'd have a passive loss to offset it. So one of the first option, and then we're going to talk through the other two exceptions, is the rental loss is deductible if you have passive income. If the answer is no, the next question is, do you actively participate in your real estate activities? Well, you might say, let's move us over here, Mark. All right. What constitutes active participation? It is very easy to have active participation in real estate. You have to just own at least 10% of the rental property. So if you're in a syndication deal where you're only a 5% owner, it's going to be hard to say that you have active participation in that as a standalone item. And number two, you have to make management decisions. So even if you have an awesome property management firm executing the decisions, the fact is that as long as you are making management decisions, like in most property management agreements have this in place. So the PM is probably going to do your tenant screening and negotiate your rental terms, but ultimately as an owner, you're going to approve those. So as long as you're doing that, which pretty much 99% of the time someone is, then you have active participation. So let's assume you say, no, you do not have active participation. At that point, you are, for tax purposes, for federal tax purposes, you're considered a real estate investor category person. And all your passive activity losses carry forward into the future. They're not gone. And we're going to talk a little bit at the end as far as that might be a good thing. But all of those losses carried forward, and there is no current year deduction for rental losses. One of the things that I really want people to look at is if you're ever changing CPA firms or tax preparation software, if you're a do-it-yourselfer, I've seen passive activity losses missed all the time. And because that eventually is a deduction when you qualify for one of the other exceptions, or if you sell the property, and we never want to lose those deductions. So if you don't have active participation, you're in the default bucket of, you're a passive, real estate's a passive activity, you're a real estate investor category, and you carry forward the losses. If you say yes to this, then you move into the question that we all get hundreds of times a year. And my next question is, do you qualify as a real estate professional? So this designation is a lot harder to obtain. We're going to walk through the real estate professional requirements. Well, again, I'm kind of repeating myself that the real estate investor category is your default designation. Losses offset passive income, which we already talked about, and losses are suspended and carried forward indefinitely. So they kind of work like a capital loss carry forward. So back to the qualified real estate professional. We're going to have to pass a couple tests to be considered a qualified real estate professional. I'm going to show you this next slide first. The first slide is, and we're going to just bounce around a little bit here. The first slide is, do you materially participate in a trade or business which you own more than 5%? So in that syndication deal, let's say you own 10% and you're over 5%. So we jump through this hoop. So right now we're talking about, hey, if I can qualify as a real estate professional, I'm going to be able to deduct all of your income from rental activities is not passive, it's now deductible. Do you spend more than half of your professional time performing services for real property, trades, or business? If you're yes, now the next question is, did you spend more than 750 hours this year performing services for real estate, trade, or business? So these two questions here are the ones that, the top one usually is pretty easy just to say yes. If you're the only owner of a property, then you're there. But gosh, over half of your professional time. So when we run into clients or prospective clients or anyone that we're just advising that has a W-2 job that works, let's say they're a professional, or let's say they own a plumbing company, or they're whatever their job is. It's sometimes hard to have more than half of your professional time dedicated to real estate activities. We see a lot of situations where someone says, yeah, I put in 750 hours in performing real estate trades or business time, but it's not more than half of their professional time. So a lot of times when we're working with a couple where one spouse might be a homemaker, even though that's the hardest job you can have, one spouse works outside of the home, that spouse that works is a homemaker, it's pretty easy for them to pass this test. And as their portfolio grows, they could probably pass that 750-hour test pretty quickly. So the next question is going to be, okay, that's cool, but what counts for those 750 hours? We're going to moonwalk back to the slide before. And the IRS has identified 11 types of real property trade or businesses that qualify. We're not going to do list radio, so I won't read them. But in general, it's pretty broad as far as, what qualifies. Not to get too personal, but I mean, I'm sure people know that you're heavily involved in real estate and you qualify even though you work in property management and sales and do all this stuff, that qualifies as your 750 hours there. So it's a lot of these things are based on facts and circumstances. There's no form you fill out to attest to this when we prepare a tax return. It's simply, as a CPA, again, legally and ethically reducing the taxes you pay over your lifetime. We have to talk through the situation with you, talk through the pluses and minuses. A lot of times it's a slam dunk, but when we get into that gray area, we're going to want to figure out a way to get you qualified for this. So once we answer that question, are you a qualified real estate professional? We're going down the path of meeting the exception to be able to deduct the passive activity losses. So assuming you say yes, then the next question is, do you have material participation in your rental activities? Well, material participation is actually a little easier to pass this test than the qualified real estate professional. So we've got another flow, we love our flow charts. We have another flow chart for that. Really, material participation, the theory of it is that you're involved in this activity on a continuous and substantial basis. So there's a series of tests IRS has put out that we're going to look at that next in this next slide, and we'll bounce over again. So with material participation, here's the cool thing. You only have to pass one. How many tests do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tests. 1 out of 6. That's it. So did you participate more than 500 hours in day-to-day operations this year? So typically, you're going to say yes if you're already a real estate professional. But day-to-day activities might be a little different than the bigger picture activities. But even if you say no to that, did you substantially, did you do substantially all the work in this activity this year? Did you participate more than 100 hours and more than anyone else? So let's say I put in 400 hours, you put in 100 hours into an activity, I'm still going to qualify as a yes. So it's extremely rare someone's not going to fit into one of these 6 buckets if you're a qualified real estate professional. But you have to have material participation to get into that bucket where we're deducting all of your passive activity losses. And I'm going to acknowledge that, we talk about positive cash flow, like I said in the beginning, and we want people to make money. There's no 100% tax rate. But I'm focusing on your tax flow. And there's some really cool tools we're going to touch on later that if we can get you in this category, then we're going to start implementing different tools than if we can't. A lot of times people come to us and they're trying to put the cart before the horse. They're trying to implement these strategies before we even know if you're going to qualify to enjoy those deductions. So you could see, really again, have you materially participated in activity in any 5 of the last 10 years? So really, it's pretty easy to get this material participation if you're already a real estate professional designation. So I'm going to bounce back here. So if we say yes to do you have material participation in your rental activities? If we say yes, then we hit exception number 2, which I know I'm doing number 2 before number 1. That you're a real estate professional with material participation category. All of your rental losses are going to be deductible. So that's really awesome. And again, we're going to talk in a minute on what tools to accelerate those deductions. If we go back to, are you a qualified real estate professional? And we say no, that doesn't mean, oh, I can't deduct these losses. It's over. The next question is your modified adjusted gross income 150,000 or more? And if that answer is no, then you are still a real estate investor category. You're still the same category as up here, but because you have active participation and your income is less, you could then deduct up to $25,000 worth of passive losses. And that's another question we get a ton. You know, we always have people come to us with these numbers like, hey, what's up with the 20? I thought I could deduct 25,000, and they know the 750 hours, and they've heard about active participation, and they know little bits and pieces of this, but no one's ever put anything together, to my knowledge, like this, where we put it all together in one flow chart. So let's say, okay, I'm not a qualified real estate professional. My income is $150,000 or less if I'm married filing joint, if you're or head of household, single taxpayer. If you're married filing separately, it's a little different. And if it's 150,000, and there's some phase outs too, between 100,000 and 150,000. So if you're $100,000 or less on modified adjusted gross income, or let's just call it your adjusted gross income, you can deduct up to $25,000 worth of rental losses. That does phase out a little bit as we get to 150. So let's assume hey, I got active participation. I'm not a qualified real estate professional. My income, it does exceed 150,000. So if your income exceeds 150, you're not a qualified real estate professional, then it goes back to this category of real estate investor, and you're back up here. So the bottom line is that in the very beginning I said, if you want to deduct your passive losses, we've got one, do you have rental law? Do you have other passive income to offset it? Or do you meet one of the two exceptions? Exception number one, I am not a qualified real estate professional, but my income is under $150,000, married, joint, or single filer. Or two, I am a real estate professional in material participation, and my income doesn't matter. So you're going to either fall into one of those buckets. Sometimes it's good to fall into a bucket where you're not necessarily deducting all your income. I mean, we're going to talk about that in a minute, as we get to our last piece. Let's move over again. So with that said, with the flow chart, what we wanted to do is we do a lot of tax planning and strategy. We operate a little differently, where we are a membership-based subscription model. But that being said, we have a lot of tools and a lot of planning opportunities for clients and strategy. And I thought, okay, these are the top things that either people come to us with questions about, or the top things that I think are missed. So I thought, okay, what other tax planning clubs should be in my golf bag, since we are in a shooting par on Schedule E is our theme. So I want to take a few minutes here, since we're doing a virtual event. We're not going to have a Q&A, but I want to definitely run through some of these quote unquote clubs. I will say I have a 2 to 3 minute video on each of these items available for anyone watching this, and I will share that information at the end of the presentation. So the first club would be your rental real estate safe harbor election. So in a situation with tax reform, something was born called the qualified business income deduction. Some people call it, and that was under Section 199A. And what happens is that allows business owners an additional 20% federal deduction based on their net income. And there are a lot of phase outs. I mean, that could be a 4-hour presentation in itself. But the question arose, if I own rental real estate and I have net income on my tax return from the said rental real estate, and I have no other passive losses, am I eligible for that 20% deduction? I've seen it time and time again where it's missed. And the answer is probably. It was a gray area. So whenever there's a gray area, what the IRS does is they usually come out and they say, okay, we're going to provide a safe harbor for you. that if you meet these qualifications, then you're good to go. So let's assume you have net rental income of, of $60,000. If you meet an extra 20% deduction on that, it's $12,000 deduction. So to meet the rental real estate safe harbor election, in general, you have to have at least 250 hours into your real estate activities. So that's pretty, if you have a significant amount of properties, that's pretty easy to hit that one. So if you're watching this and you have net rental income, make sure if you do qualify, if you at least have 250 hours in, and it's not just you, it's you or any of your subcontractors or people you hire. So it's pretty easy to hit this, this one. And if you have it, you have to make a special election on your tax return that is signed and submitted to the IRS. So for our clients, we have to get a wet signature on something, even though we do everything electronically, and we attach that to your tax return when we send it to the IRS.
I have a question.
Second one. I'm sorry.
Could you utilize the time of your property managers to qualify for the hours?
Yes. So you can. And I've got some videos up that I'm going to share at the end. So it's yourself. I'm looking at my other monitor here, but yourself and anyone else that you hire. So it's a pretty good gig. So yep, it's a pretty good gig. Bear with me. So here it is on the IRS. We'll kind of deviate real quick. Okay, so you have to keep separate books of records. That's pretty easy. For rental real estate enterprises, 250 or more hours as rental services are performed per year. And taxpayer maintains contemporaneous records, but that includes, I know we're doing this on the fly, but that includes people you hire, subcontractors, and that sort of stuff. So it's a pretty easy one to get. So the second one is the de minimis safe harbor election. This is an election you can make that says any expenses in general, any expenses that you incur, even if it's something that you would typically capitalize and write off over time, are immediately deductible under the safe harbor election if they're $2,500 or less. So there's pluses and minuses on this one, because my goal is to try to deduct as much as I can as soon as possible. Usually what we do is if we make a de minimis safe harbor election for a client, we're going to line item it, because we know when it comes to underwriting and financing of the properties, bankability, some people call it, we want to make sure that as many deductions as we can are added back. We know that depreciation is going to get added back. So if we just slap it on your tax return that says repairs and maintenance, then that might not get added back. So we're going to put it as a separate line item. But the nice part about that is, even if you can't take the passive loss, put it on there, because then those expenses are not subject to depreciation recapture down the line, and it makes life easier for you and taxes less in the future. I won't get too technical, but just know that depreciation recapture is taxed at a higher rate than capital gains. So that's why I like that de minimis safe harbor election. Routine maintenance safe harbor election, in the safe harbor for small taxpayers. These are special elections that allow you to immediately deduct on the routine maintenance anything that is maintaining a property, even if it's expensive, as long as you're not creating in general a betterment. And again, I'm going to share with you at the end a more detailed video on all of these bullet points. Safe harbor for small taxpayers. What that means is that as long as your property is $1 million or less in value, you could take the lesser of $10,000 or 2% of any improvements and deduct it immediately. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you do new windows, and let's say the property, and it's not the fair market value of the property, it's your basis. So let's say you bought let's say you have a nice $600,000 office building. 600,000 times 2% is $3,000. So actually, let me change it. Let's say you have a $800,000 office building. 800,000 times 2% is $4,000. Let's say you put new windows in that are $3,500. Well, you're above that de minimis safe harbor amount. But under the routine maintenance safe harbor, as long as you're replacing windows that are approximately the same value, the same quality as the windows were previously, or as they were new, then that's an immediate deduction. Now we're going to touch on bonus depreciation in a minute, but with tax reform, some of these two safe harbors aren't as valuable as previously, because we can usually deduct all of these improvements immediately under bonus depreciation. But I want to say, but remember, if we can deduct something immediately and not have to capitalize it and worry about depreciation recapture in the future, that makes life easier for us if we dispose of the property. A lot of you already know about 1031 exchanges, a huge opportunity. And my word of caution on 1031 exchanges are going to be, make sure you plan before you do it. Make sure you have a qualified intermediary involved. There are very, very strict rules to enjoy that tax deferral and potentially tax step up in basis if your beneficiaries inherit the properties at some time. So, but 1031 exchanges with tax reform, we're limited. Before, you could actually do a 1031 exchange or a like-kind exchange on a vehicle. You trade in your vehicle, you get a new vehicle, you defer the gain. Let's say you had a big truck that you wrote off the whole thing year one. Well, now you can only do it on real estate. This is new with tax reform, qualified opportunity zone fund. We could do an hour on that, but that's a tax planning tool for people that it's a nice alternative to the 1031 exchange, and it's open to people with any type of capital gain. So we really use this a lot when we have people, let's say you're a small business owner and you're selling the stock of your business and you have a big capital gain. Well, you can't do a 1031 exchange on that, but you can do a qualified opportunity zone fund where you're investing you're typically in a real estate syndication and you're deferring the gain, you're enjoying some step up in basis and probably some income. I think one that's going to be really important for people watching here is the 10T election. The 10T election is a technical tax election that says if you use debt secured by your primary residence to buy investment properties, if you want to take that deduction as a deduction against your rental properties instead of a personal deduction, so technically we're moving it from Schedule A to Schedule E, and with tax reform, a lot of people aren't itemizing their deductions anymore. You can do that, but you have to do a 10T election. Mark, we see tons of people from California in the Pacific Northwest that are buying properties in the Mid-South that have tons of home equity. They might have a 3-bed, 2-bath ranch, in Southern California worth $2.5 million. They have no note on it. They want to tap some of that home equity to buy investment properties. They can do that and still deduct that interest if it's done correctly with against that rental property. A lot of people do it with the BRRRR method, just rolling that money. Cost segregation study is an awesome tool where, again, I'll try to keep it quick, but is a tool that if you are looking for some immediate tax deductions, you are taking the personal property portion of any type of real estate and you're segregating that out and you're getting typically an immediate deduction. You can, especially for any properties purchased in 18, 19, and 20, you can still run a cost seg study for legacy properties, and even if you bought a property in 2015, you could still do a cost segregation study and maybe pick up a huge deduction. The bigger question is, do you need that deduction? Because if you meet one of the two exceptions on our flow chart, or have rental passive income, so basically one of the 3 buckets that you can use those losses, then the cost seg study makes a ton of sense. I know, like Mark, in syndication deals, usually a cost segregation study is always done because you're going to have people that are qualified real estate professionals that are already able to take those deductions. So what we do for our clients, that we'll look at the cost segregation study, we'll do a cost benefit analysis, and if it makes sense, we'll bring in an implementation partner to help do that. I touched on bonus depreciation. With tax reform and with the CARES Act, even clarifying any 15-year property, any property that is either for IRS purposes 15 years or less, you could take an immediate deduction for that. So we talked about in the beginning, Rental property is a 27.5-year asset if it's residential. If we segregate out the cost, then we could take bonus depreciation on some of that other property. Or let's say you do carpet. The carpeting, you're not going to meet any of these other safe harbor elections. The carpeting costs you $6,000. Well, okay, we have to capitalize it, but we get an immediate deduction for bonus depreciation. And by the way, it's an add back when it comes to bankability. As you can see, every situation is different. So we have to really identify the needs of that investor. There are a ton of benefits for passive loss carryforwards. So let's say you don't fall in that bucket where you can deduct your passive loss. That's not a horrible thing. We are in the lowest tax rate environment I'm probably ever going to see in my career. And maybe those deductions are more valuable in the future, depending on your facts and circumstances. So it's not always a terrible thing to have passive loss carryforwards. What we're trying to do from the beginning, as I said, reduce the taxes you pay ethically and legally over your lifetime. And that doesn't always mean let's take every deduction we can today. The final thing, very, very important for people with multiple property is your rental grouping election. Those tests that we talked about on the flow chart are typically per property. So, and it's very difficult to pass material participation and real estate professional tests on every property, just because, by the way, we don't have like 100,000 hours in a year, right? So you want to make a rental grouping election to group all of your rental activities, all of those properties into one. So, and this is a federal tax election. And on your tax return, if you have multiple properties, make sure your CPA or tax advisor is talking to you about grouping all your properties into one activity. So when the IRS looks at all of these tests that we have to pass, they're looking at your portfolio as it's one big property, not a ton of properties. So I think we're good on it. I have a couple things I was going to share as far as some additional resources, if you'd like.
Go for it.
All right, so a couple things. Our firm made a decision that we're going to create a real estate investor education series public resource. This resource has videos. I'll share the link with Mark and get it out there. You can see there's no views yet because we've been recording these over the last few weeks. So you're actually one of the first people to see this. But all of those quote unquote tax or quote unquote clubs in your tax golf bag have a 2 to 3 minute explanation where I cite where those rules are derived from. In case let's say you're a do-it-yourselfer, or let's say you're working with a CPA that's not really doesn't have a ton of experience in real estate. Again, we really have a passion for education, and what good is your knowledge if you don't share it with the world? So these are just little 2 to 3 minute hits on all of the things we talked about. Finally, I would encourage everyone, if you want additional content, we have a professional Facebook page. Please check it out. Oh, we don't need to see me that big, jeepers creepers, but I do weekly posts. I put out a ton of content. I'll share that link with Mark and different videos. I mean, we have tons of stuff talking about PPP, Tax Tip Tuesdays. We do a lot of analysis, such as like, hey, is it better to be an S Corp or an LLC? So I'd love for everyone to like and follow the page and really be a resource for the real estate investor community. So
great job. Incredible.
Yeah, and if you send me a message on the Facebook page, we do reply every day. We'll reply within 1 business day, and again, guide you in the right direction. If our firm's a great fit for you or not, I'm still going to help you out, and anyone that's involved with Mark and their team, we're happy to provide you with a complimentary and confidential initial consultation where I'll share my screen, I'll share my video, we'll walk through your last year's tax return and figure out, 1, where you're at, and 2, if our firm is a good fit to help you accomplish your goals.
Wonderful. Great job, Chris. So I got a question for you. So
Yeah.
since we are in an election year, come early November, Are there any of these tax planning clubs or strategies that are potentially on the chopping block? I've heard of a few of them to where
Right, yes.
maybe now is the time the investors should make a move to prepare.
Absolutely. So with tax reform, we know the tax reform goes through 2026, the way everything is now, and then it sunsets back to the previous rules. A lot of these tax planning tools are in our tax code, so they will be there. Although I have not yet, I will be doing some videos and some analysis of both candidates' tax plans. I have heard that Biden's tax plan was considering getting rid of the 1031 exchange, getting rid of the any type of rental losses. And I haven't looked at the bonus depreciation and cost seg stuff. So it's a little, and the other thing is, if that's the case, we're not sure how long what will happen. I will say, if depending on the election results, if any of these things go away in 2021, then we're going to be hitting the gas pedal on doing a lot of the stuff for 2020's tax year. I don't anticipate that tax reform is reversed, but I mean, anything could happen. I would say the good thing is, just talking through this, I mean, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one can all be done after the end of the year. So those are elections that you use on your tax return.
Right.
Some of them can be done so like the 1031 exchange can straddle a year. The qualified opportunity zone fund investment could straddle a year. And the cost segregation study just needs to be done before you file your return. So a lot of times with cost seg studies, we're actually looking at someone's tax situation in March and saying, do we want to do a cost segregation study? We don't have to do it by the end of the year. You just have to do it by the time you file your tax return. Sometimes we say, so there's a lot of time. I would say we have about at least a 40% tax extension rate for our clients, because one, a lot of our clients have some activities and some documents that we're waiting on, and two, why use all your timeouts in the first quarter, right? We have time. As long as we can calculate what your tax liability is going to be, we have until October usually to file your taxes. Now, we're working through extensions now. I think the optimum time would probably be in the summer to wrap things up, because we also have a nice look-see at the next year. So, but there are some strategies we use that have to be done before the end of the year. There are a lot of strategies that go beyond this presentation. And that's what we do when we do tax planning, especially, from August to November is our high tax planning time, is say, okay, what needs to be done? What needs to be done before the end of the year? What can we do after the end of the year?
Yeah, we just went through that exact same tax strategy and planning session for next year, and I need to get more rental properties, need more losses.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing. Well, thank you so much, Chris. That was incredible. It's fascinating how many different facets there are to the IRX tax code, which is why you need a professional such as yourself. So thank you so much, Chris. That's all we had for you guys today for this session, and hope you found some value. Please reach out to him for that free session. It's a lot of value that you're going to get by being associated with this SOFA Summit 2020, and on to the next session.
Hey guys, so we're interrupting you just for a brief moment in between these sessions to go over yet again, mention to our sponsor, Delta Title Services. Thank you, Doug Beatty, and all the other people that work with him at his company. Okay, we want to mention the gift. Let's go over it again.
So how do you win the gift? If you don't already know, all you have to do is smash that subscribe button. At the end of the day today, we're going to be picking one lucky winner, and we'll ship one of these brand new bad boys to your house. It holds 13 cans. Can you believe that?
13 cans with ice, keeps it cool for ages. All right, guys, so smash that subscribe button. Thank you to our sponsors. Let's jump on into the next speech. And
Let's dive in.
Let's dive in.
Welcome everyone to the next session for the 2020 SOFA Summit. I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker all the way from Chicago. It is Ramez from the IRA Club. Ramez, how you doing today?
Good, Mark. Thank you for the quick introduction.
Yeah, of course. We really appreciate you coming on here and spending the time to educate our audience. So one of the big issues and hurdles that a lot of our investors face is where are they going to find the seed or the capital to purchase rental properties? Most folks are going to be using funds from their checking account. Maybe they're going to liquefy some of their stock portfolio. But what a lot of investors don't know is that they could actually utilize their retirement funds to buy real estate. And that entire process, it's actually a lot simpler than most folks would realize as long as you have a good team in place. And that's exactly what Ramez and his team does every single day. And that's what he's going to go over and share with us today.
Mark, thank you for those kind words. Honestly, you always speak highly of the IRA Club, and I always thank you to your team and the Memphis group. So yeah, without further ado, we're going to jump right into it.
Yeah, share your screen and take it away.
Got it. Thanks, bud. All right, just pop this up. Here we go. Give me 1 second. And can you see it?
We're live. We're good to go.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Ramez Fakori. Again, thank you, Mark, for the introduction. I'm the VP here at IRA Club. We're just going to quickly go over the agenda, not too much into it, but quick introduction. What is a self-directed IRA? The history of self-directed IRAs. We want to talk a little bit about the past, present, and the future of the issues that we have to face, with our retirement accounts as Americans. The problem, as I mentioned, with America's future. In our industry, we like to call them artificial restrictions, the things that you don't hear about the traditional brokerage firms. The difference between the Roth IRA and the traditional IRA, and why you might want to consider now more than ever a Roth conversion. We feel in our that basically taxes are actually on sale right now, and I think that there's only one direction, and that's going to go up, and I feel that's going to happen right in the next year or so. Now, partnering your IRA, a lot of people do not utilize this tool or even know about this tool, but it's a great way to maximize your IRA. Alternative investments, so things that you need to be looking at, primarily diversifying one's retirement account. And we get this question often: how much does this cost? Versus a traditional brokerage firms like the Vanguard, Schwab's, and of the world, versus a self-directed IRA custodian such as the IRA Club. And for the ones who stay with us till the very end, we're going to be offering something called the IRA Club Investors Kit to the Memphis Investment Group. So let's just jump right into it. One of the first questions that we hear quite often or is better yet, is where is a self-directed IRA? Is it a type of IRA? And the fact of the matter is, it's just a marketing tool that we use in our industry. All IRAs are self-directed. And the two most common, which we're going to go about a little bit later, is the traditional Roth. But one thing that we just want you to keep in mind is 90% of retirement accounts are governed by the same set of rules and regulations. I'm talking about 401ks, 403bs, the IRA, and so on. So the Roth is actually that 10% factor. But like I said, we're going to get into that a little bit later. The benefits of self-directing. Number one, diversification, allowing you to diversify outside of the norm of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs. And I personally think that this is the greatest gift and most underutilized gift is tax savings, allowing you to capitalize on tax-free gains. Better yet, tax deferred or tax free. So, and allowing you to invest in what you know best. That is the most important thing. Self-directing, as long as you do your due diligence, you do your homework, minimize risk. And I feel that with Memphis and IRA Club, we take a lot of that out, out the risk, the calculated risks out for you. So the calculated risks. So diversification, that is the first and most important. And if you take a look at this, and I like the illustrations I have on the bottom, because right now we're in a pandemic, and we all know that the market has a pattern. It always goes like a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. Well-diversified portfolios from primarily investors who are within the 32% tax bracket or higher. If you take a look at it, a third of their portfolio, almost 30%, is involved in real estate, okay? Also, pre-IPOs, private companies, private placements, the majority of their retirement portfolio is not stuck just in the market, okay? So I want to take a little bit of the, dive into that just a little bit deeper. And everybody knows the dot-com bubble of 2000, and it was caused by 20 overpriced, tech stocks that literally shattered the stock market. It caused home sales to drop, construction slowed down, and the American people just literally stopped spending because they were afraid. But the most important thing I want you to take a look at is the recovery time. So for example, back in 2000, if you made an investment in January, and if you look at the Dow Jones clocked at a little over 11,351, it took 5.4 years to recover. That is a long time, for anybody, not just, God forbid, if you are a person who is at the age of 55 that was looking to retire, you lost probably a third of your retirement funds, and you couldn't retire by the time you were 60 years old. You actually had to wait those extra 2 or 3 years to recover your losses. We all know the Great Recession of 2008. That was caused due to, overzealous mortgage lending due to banks. I mean, literally, if you had a pulse, and Mark, you know this better than anybody, if you had a pulse and you walked inside a bank, I mean, all you had to do is have a decent credit score and you could walk out, with a mortgage. And what did that really do? It affected the entire stock market. It caused prices to plummet and construction to slow down. Once again, people were afraid and stopped spending. But let's look at this recovery time. So if you made an investment back in May of 2007, that took 6.7 years to recover, even worse than the last one. Now, we all know we're in this pandemic, and I'll be honest with you, I personally think that the market's very inflated. I think that's due to the fact that, the government just poured in $4.4 trillion. So we really, we don't know where this is going quite yet, but I have a feeling it's going to stay in that roller coaster ride, up and down for the next couple of years. And one thing that people do not take into consideration is the rental market. The importance, when we talk about diversifying one's portfolio, is having that hard, tangible asset is just as important. Now, I'm not saying the market's bad. It's important to have a portion of your portfolio in the market, but it's also important that you have a portion of it in real estate. The rental market has steadily gone up in the last 20 years. And I wanted to showcase, if you could look from 2006, 7, 8, right when the pandemic hit, 2008, 2009 actually, the market steadily increased in rent. So it is important to understand that. Now, what is a self-directed IRA? A self-directed IRA, which is the individual retirement account, allows you to invest for your future, okay? But the gift, and Dennis Blitz, president of our company, calls it a gift, and it really, really is a gift. But the reason why it was introduced back in September 2nd, 1974, was simply to address two issues. Number one, pensions, okay? As we all know, everybody's living a lot longer these days. Even back in 1974, or when they first introduced it, the Treasury Department actually was looking at that and saying, companies are no longer or minimizing pensions. They can't afford to have them because people are living a lot longer. And the second reason is obviously Social Security. Now with Social Security, we're going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into that. And I'm going to show you some really shocking retirement stats. So the average retirement account has only $22,000 in the US. I'm talking about all retirement accounts. I'm talking about IRAs, 401ks, 403bs, 457s, TSPs, HSAs. I'm talking about all qualified retirement accounts. So by 2025, we're talking about 4.5 years from now, for every 2 workers, okay, equal 1 retiree, versus back in 1935 when Social Security first started, there were 12 workers for every 1 retiree. Now, why is that? It was because of the life expectancy back in 1935. If you take a look at this, men averaged the age of 55 versus women at 62. So when did you qualify for a retirement account? It was 62. So most people passed away by the time you even worked 20, 30 years of your life and you were ready to retire. Didn't make a difference. Because if you look at back in 1935, if you made it to the age of 65 or above, there were only 6.7 million Americans that lived at 65 or more. Versus today, if you look at the bottom right side corner, The US Census Bureau actually stated back in July 1st of 2019, they do this every 10 years, it said that there are 54 million Americans that have made it to the age of 65 or higher. 54. That's 8 more people versus back in 1935's, 6.7. So that is a crazy ratio to take a look at. It also further lets me know that Social Security's age of qualifying at 62 and being able to pull at 65, I believe it's going to go up 2 to 3 years, and they have to do that, okay? The other thing we want to take a look at is people over the age of 55, 28% of them don't even have a retirement account, okay? Look at the bottom left side, 39% of the workforce still support their parents for that simple reason. And that's only going to get worse because 42% of millennials haven't even begun a retirement account. They just live in the here and now. So I just feel that Social Security is going to have to change, or it's no longer going to exist. And the average American only gets $1,500 from Social Security. So that's pretty staggering. But let's look at the past leading into today. What is that problem? The problem is who's really capitalizing on your IRA or your 401k. And most people don't even know this, but 97% of Americans leave their retirement funds in only 3 places: banks, insurance companies, and mutual funds. It's actually about $29 trillion. In fact, most of America's wealth is actually sitting in retirement accounts next to also the second, real estate. So as I said, the first to capitalize are banks. And how did they do so? And what they did was they offered a CD. And let's actually take a deeper dive into this. And let's just look at pre-pandemic, okay? The markets, did this 11-year bull ride straight up. Everything was going great. Goldman Sachs was offering the best CD as of July 2020. So not that long ago. You're talking about 9 months ago. 9 months ago. If you did a minimum deposit of $10,000, you got 2.15%. So let me think about that. If I gave the bank $10,000 of my hard-earned money to make $215, I might argue and say, are you that lazy that you can't pick up an extra shift at work, or walk into your closet, find a pair of shoes that you don't want and sell them on eBay? I would never give a bank $10,000, $50,000, or $100,000 to make 2.15% returns. But it's gotten worse. Worse. If you look now, the CD rates are, whether it's 1, 3, or 5%, it's at 1%. I'm sorry, 1, 3, or 5 years, it's at 1%. So please, for the love of God, do not ever consider putting your retirement account in a CD. Now, this one's a little bit interesting. Insurance companies, okay? Insurance companies actually spend lots of money targeting companies that don't offer pensions. And really, the reason why they do this is because, number one, first of all, they're the most profitable. They have the largest commission base. And the funny thing is, insurance agents are clueless. Most of them are clueless what are even offered in these packages. They're kind of treated a little bit more like salespeople. But in my personal opinion, and once again, most people, I want to say 90% of people do not realize this, annuities are not government issued. So what does that mean? It means that your retirement funds are not FDIC insured. So God forbid, okay, I'm not talking about a bigger company like MetLife, but the middle of the pack, or, the lower firms that, are not as well or as strong. If they go under, basically your entire retirement account, everything that you worked for the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years basically goes out the door. So I need you to keep that in the back of your mind. And lastly, you're no longer in control of your funds. So I just mentioned to you, and I do apologize, I just mentioned to you that insurance companies pay big money, but there's a certain age group that they go after. And that's primarily between the ages of 50 and 60, because that's the best way or the best opportunity that they have to basically capitalize. And between the ages of 50 and 60, I'm not sure if you know this, but there's roughly between 100 and 120,000 on average. That's it. 100 to 120,000. That is what you worked for. And we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper, but they call it the immediate fixed income annuity. My apologies. So they'll start off with a simple question. Do you have a pension? And your company doesn't offer it. They say it's very simple. All you have to do is deposit your 401k funds into the insurance company, and in return, we're going to promise you that we're going to give you a monthly fixed payment. And they'll tell you could start immediately, and guess what? It's for the rest of your life. So you don't have to worry about the market risk anymore. And a lot of people are actually really considering them, but it's a double-edged sword. Let's backtrack and let me tell you why. Because I feel like the disadvantages heavily outweigh the advantages, okay? Number one, you lose control of the asset once you fund it, okay? What does that mean? That means you're locked into a monthly distribution every single month. So you can never grow your retirement any more than what it is. You're stuck with that same payment. And in time, even a very small inflation, I'm talking about 1.5%. We usually say the average is about 3%, but let's just talk about 1.5%, will erode your fixed dollars. So think about that, okay? Think about this. If you think that you're gonna get a fixed income annuity at the same where it's at right now, okay, you just retired, let's say at the age of 60, you think if you live until 80, that money that you're getting is gonna be the same? No, it's not going to be. You can't survive off of it, even with a Social Security payment, let's say at the age of 62 or 63 or 64 or 65. But this is actually my personal opinion where it gets worse, okay? Let's say your life ends prematurely. Let's just say you get up, great day, took a shower, you're on your way to work, and you get in this horrific car accident and you pass away. Ultimately, the insurance company always wins because they no longer have to pay you. And here's the worst part again, your beneficiaries don't even receive $1. Think about that. You work not only for yourself, but for your family, your kids, your spouse, and they won't receive a single penny. Now, because remember, I told you they typically target you between the ages of 50 and 60, and a lot of people realize that they have made a mistake just for that simple reason. There's high surrender charges. They're typically between 10 and 15%. And if you did it before the age of 59 and a half, you got to pay that 10% penalty. So you're talking about potentially losing 25% of your retirement. And if you just simply Google it, go online, go to a fixed income annuity calculator, and you're going to see that the monthly returns are much lower than you expect. Typically, it's around 5%. So if you're taking a look at this chart, and let's just say I just told you most Americans between the ages of 50 and 60 have somewhere between 100 and 125 in their retirement. You're trying to tell me that if I gave you $100,000, that you're going to get $421 for the rest of my life? Are you serious? Do you think that you could live off of that?
That's ridiculous.
But you're laughing, but we get these questions all the time.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the reason why you're laughing is because of the gentleman that you actually introduced me to 3 years ago, which we're actually doing a case study about right now. So I'm not sure if you remember Robert H. He gave me a call about three years back, and I'll never forget this. Robert H. says to me, you know, Ramiz, better yet, you said, Mark, can you please, sorry, Mark, you said, Ramiz, can you do me a favor? I'd like to introduce you to Robert H. He has a 401k, and he's thinking about a fixed income annuity because his company does not offer a pension. And I said, okay, I always like to start with a simple question. What are your retirement goals? Assuming your kids are no longer in school, they're married, it's just you and your wife, your house is paid off, where would you like to live comfortably? And he said, I would like to keep, or better yet, maintain the same lifestyle that I had. And I said, what's that number? He said, 5,000. I said, okay, great. You have 477,000, just a little over that. And that means you would need to have at least 60,000, but he needs to withdraw. Remember, a 401k, the same set of rules and regulations as a traditional IRA, which means he would have to pull out 85,000 a year to maintain that same lifestyle. That only lasts him about 6 years, okay? He's at 62 and he told me he wanted to retire within the next 2 to 3 years. So I suggested something else. I said, why don't you go back to Mark and let him, with the 477,000 that you have in your 401k, let us create your own self-directed pension. So Mark comes back to me and says, you know what, this is great. He loves the idea. Let's break down now the returns. He puts them in a hard asset, a tangible asset, a turnkey investment. He buys 4 homes. And now here's the thing. Between 8 and 9.1% returns, 8.25, those were his actual hard, we're talking about hard returns. I'm talking about after vacancy, after property management, after insurance. Mark, am I missing anything? Or is that pretty much it?
After future maintenance, after CapEx, after
Thank you.
all expenses.
All-
Correct.
These are the hard numbers. And I'm not even including, this is not even including the appreciation. So these are the numbers that I could physically see going back and forth from the banking transactions, okay?
Right. This is just purely cash flow.
Purely cash flow. This is Mark putting the returns, the funds back into the IRA club, the custodian. The IRA club is a custodian. So let's break down the numbers. He said he wanted to, I'm just assuming that and I'm trying to do the comparison, everything that I told you about an annuity. If he has $477,000 at 5%, that's going to give him roughly just a little under $2,000. At 62, he does qualify for retirement. Now, as I mentioned, the average, or if you do qualify, it's $1,500. So that puts him at just a little under $3,500 versus creating his own pension. Now, if you took the total, okay, was 8.62% returns on 437. So not even the full 477. It was only 437, which gave him a monthly return of $3,100. And once again, he qualified for insurance. It's at 4627. Now I asked him, is this a number that you could live with? If you could see, I gave him a straight path, not this windy road that he had to basically possibly work for the next 5 to 6 or 7 years of his life. But here's the thing, Robert didn't retire at 62, he retired at 65 because he figured it out on his own. Remember, if you're looking at the top, his 401k at 477, he rolled that over into a traditional IRA. He purchased 4 homes, which were valued at 437. He had 40,000 of investable capital. So because he retired 3 years later at $3,100, it gave him an extra $112,000, which gave him a total of $152,000. He ended up going back to Mark, if you remember this, Mark, and he purchased 2 more assets with you. And guess what? He retired at 65, making $61.28, which was an $1,100 more. And he thanks us till this day, doesn't he? And I want to go into the next one, and this one's actually the biggest, okay? And they're the mutual funds, and this is where it gets really tricky. So there are over 10,000 mutual funds that are out there, okay? These are the biggest: Fidelity, Vanguard, Schwab, TD. In fact, Fidelity, believe it or not, started back in 1954, owns about 30% of all retirement accounts, which is a staggering number. Not the value, just the actual retirement account. And I'm going to get into Vanguard a little bit later. So with that being said, this is where we talk about artificial restrictions, okay? And this is the truth that you most times don't ever hear. I'm not against 401ks. I'm going to put that out there transparently. Like I told you, it's important to diversify one's portfolio. You should have a portion of your IRA or 401k or any retirement account inside the market, but not all of it. Most people have all of it. But it's about one thing and one thing only. It's control. And it's control over your retirement funds. Because remember, they make money off of your money. All right? And it's all about the bottom dollar. You know, as a fiduciary, they're obligated by law to do what's, best for you. But at the end of the day, they have to earn a living. Okay? And I'll give you the perfect example of control. Let's just say, for example, Bill and Jane, a couple, married, walk inside their local brokerage firm, and they ask to speak to an investment advisor. And they find this great, and we'll use Memphis as the example. We found this great opportunity on 123 Green Street. And I would like to take a portion of my IRA or 401k and roll that over and buy or purchase the asset. Now, I'm going to tell you what they're going to say 9 times out of 10. They're not going to say, oh yeah, no problem, go ahead and do that. They're going to say that isn't part of your portfolio. That's what they're going to say. But we have other things that you could take a look at. So that's an artificial restriction. Instead of giving you the correct information, a educated, calculated, as I said, forgive me, wow, Mitchell Blake, but giving you that correct and educated, I would say, investment for your future to maximize your retirement account. They actually instead leave you misinformed, misguided, and it's a lost opportunity. Because remember, at the end of the day, they need to hold your retirement funds in order to capitalize, okay? And who's taking all of this risk? It's not them, it's you. So if the market, let's just say, let's talk about it. If the market is up, do you make money? Yes. Do they make money? Yes. But if the market is flat, especially where it's at right now, we're talking about this pandemic, and it's just literally going like this. In fact, the first quarter was the worst quarterly loss in the U.S. stock market's history at 27.7%. The worst loss ever. It bounced back, but I'll tell you one thing, I feel like it's inflated, and I think it's going to pop. And that's just my personal opinion, okay? But it's going to be doing this. Right. And this is the importance. This is the time to capitalize, or maybe consider an alternative asset. So if the market's down, flat or down, guess what? You're losing, they're winning. And the problem is if your money's tied up for 20 or 30 years because your 401ks with your current employer, there's nothing that you could do about it. In fact, we get a lot of people that call us all the time and say, I'm literally 58, 59 years old, and I'm approaching retirement, and they are scared. They're really scared right now. Should I consider retirement right now? And because the market's back to what it's at. I shrug my shoulders. At the end of the day, it's up to you. I can't give you that advice. That's completely up to you. It defeats the purpose of what self-directing is all about, which is teaching you about control. But if you want to dive into control and understanding what self-directing is all about, what is wrong with this picture? There's an estimated 60,000 IRA accounts. Okay, 60,000. Let's dive into this just a little bit deeper. 57.1 of those accounts, those IRA accounts, have $1 million or less. Well, 1.4 million accounts have $1 million or more. So my question to you is real simple. What are the 57.1 million people doing wrong that the 1.4 million people are doing right? And the answer is simple. They're self-directing it. They're self-directing the retirement funds. There's no way that you can, leaving the nest of the bulk of your retirement account inside the market, is you're going to ever exceed $1 million or more. You must invest your way to retirement. You cannot save your way to retirement. Right. You cannot be scared. You've got to take some sort of risk. And if you want to really just take a look at this. This is really mind-boggling. Investors who earned an average of 4.67% in a mutual fund in the last 20 years versus 3.5% more if you just would have left it in the S&P 500. So my point is, why even bother leaving your funds in your 401k funds with a financial broker or a financial institution? It makes absolutely no sense. Okay? And I want to, honestly, full transparency, I want to be honest with you. This article was actually written in January of 2019. So that 4.67% does not include that fantastic year that we had last year. Also, that 4.67%, which actually brings me to my next topic, also includes the fees. Okay, that also does include the fees. And this is where actually I bring in John C. Bogle. And Mark, actually, you do know who John C. Bogle is, correct?
Of course, low-cost index funds for Vanguard.
He is the man who founded Vanguard. Exactly. He's known for actually two things. One, which you mentioned, which is the low low index mutual funds. And the second, by doing so, he basically got rid of the management fees, because there really wasn't any management fees. You just literally took a portion of your 401k or your IRA, and you put it inside this index mutual fund, which just followed the S&P 500. And he basically said, I am getting rid of the management fee, but it's a double-edged sword once again. Okay, he's a very smart businessman, a savvy businessman. And I'll tell you why, because he's making money on the hidden fees. I'll say to John C. Bogle, thank you for getting rid of the management fee. A lot of companies still do have management fees, but it's the rest of the fees that you got to take a look at. The trading costs, the sales loads, the account fees, the marketing fees, God knows what fee. But at the end of the day, if you ever go talk to your financial broker or somebody at, let's say, Vanguard, they'll tell you something like, these hidden fees are very minute. They're 0.1, 0.015%, half a basis point, whatever the case may be, they still average to be somewhere around 2%. Which actually brings me to my next case study with Maria. So Dennis Bliss was actually about 3 years ago at a symposium in Vegas, and there was a woman named Maria. Okay, Maria, once again, was the age of 62. She was ready for retirement. She actually had a really rough road. I actually had the opportunity to sit down with her for a good 30, 40 minutes. And she had about a little over, $600,000 in her 401k. But she did not really understand the hidden fees and how they work. So something that's unique, and most people don't know this about Dennis Bliss, president of our company, is he's actually an advisor for the Treasury Department. And one thing he actually always told me is the one department, in as messed up as Congress may be, the one department that really does care about the American people is the Treasury Department. And the reason why I tell you that is because, and the problem is they can't fight it, I'm sorry, and what they can't fight are the lobbyists. So when he goes down there, he says to me, Ramos, they don't pay millions, they pay billions of dollars to hide these fees. And I told Maria, as we sat down together, and she asked me to break it down for her. So I basically, let's look into this. If you just literally, once again, if you go download this on Google, you could go download a mutual fund calculator. You could also find this on the IRA Club's website. We are actually building out a whole list of different calculators, all geared towards retirement. And she said she put an average of $6,000, okay, for her future. She had an old 401k for $3,000 when she was a lot younger. I believe she was 25 years old. She rolled it over into the $3,000 into the current 401k that she had. She worked for the same company for 35 years. Did very well for herself, actually. Now, once again, she actually retired in 2018. So the 7.15% did not include the 2019, full transparency. But I talked to her, let's talk about this 2%. I told her, just so you understand, as your 401k grows, so does that 2%. You lose a third of your retirement funds due to these hidden fees that you'll never see on your actual statement.
Wow.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Cool.
I actually want to quickly go over this because when I say the $6,000 that she contributed, she's saying she was doing about 6%. So I'm so sorry, going back to this real quickly. If you take a look at this, the average person actually does contribute 6%, but that's not enough. They actually say you need to put at least 15% of your paycheck or your towards your retirement. You have to do that. So that is actually right on par where she was at. So I just need people to know that it's 4, 5, 6%. As you see, when they reach the ages of 55 or higher, now they're contributing more because they realize that, oh my God, I need to get, I don't have enough to, I can't make it. There's no way. I need to put more. The problem is it's too late because it's compound interest when you're thinking about your 401k. Remember, as yours grows, so does theirs. And this is where we broke down Maria's after the breakdown of the mutual fund fee. So I told her what she should have ended up with. If you're looking at the middle on the left side, if you're looking at the 951, that's what she should have, close to $1 million. That 2% cost her $346,000. Just that simple 2%. That's a third, exactly how I mentioned it to her. So she ended up with 605. But what was so great about Maria, because she was a smart woman, and this is where I kind of helped her and saved her, is at 62, what she wanted to do was start investing. Okay, but what her mistake was, she was going to break up that 605 in 2 years. So she was going to pull out half of that, at 300 and some change. The problem is it puts her at the 32% tax bracket. So I said, instead of pulling out the 605, why don't you roll over the 605 into a self-directed IRA, traditional, it has to be traditional, correct? Because remember, 401ks and traditional IRAs are governed by the same set of rules and regulations. And I saved her that $193,000 for investment capital. She used that to buy another property because I told her, you're 62, you don't have to take a RMD, requirement minimum distribution, until 72 years old. So why would you even do that right now? And you could still take a distribution because you're over the age of 59 and a half. And that is exactly what she did. And that's what makes it so fantastic. And she actually now is making a little over, once again with social, she's making actually a little over 6,500. So I'm really happy for her. Once again, we're going to go over the types of IRAs, which I kind of went over with in the second or third slide, but the two most common kind of like where I want to go with this, the traditional and the Roth. And one of the questions that not only I get, but the entire IRA Club team gets is, if you had an option between the two, which one would you pick? And I'm always in favor of the Roth. And I say that because how would you like to get rid of this greedy SOB Uncle Sam? As I mentioned, the wealthiest people, the smart investors, this is the way to do it. Because you earn twice as much with your Roth IRA when you remove taxes. Remember, I told you, America has a progressive income tax. Taxes are only going to go up moving forward, especially right now, especially with what's going on with this pandemic.
Right.
If you go back and you just take a look at the Great Recession, okay, back in the 1930s, it's the same format. What did the government do? They started dumping money into the economy. Same thing that's going on right now. But what they didn't take into consideration was World War I and World War II. And if you go back right after World War II, taxes went as high as 92%. 92%. That is mind-boggling to me. Like, how do you make money? How do you survive?
Yeah, that's incredible.
That's just crazy. And that's where we're looking at today, even after the Great Recession, taxes are on sale. That's the importance of why to consider a Roth. Of converting your traditional IRA or your old 401k into a Roth. Okay, and why would you want to consider a Roth? Pay taxes on the seed versus the tree. You get the fruits of your labor later on in life. Like I mentioned, taxes are going up. There are no penalties to do a Roth conversion. You don't have to do the entire conversion all in 1 year. You can break it up, but be wary. Talk to your CPA. Make sure you do your due diligence. Educate yourself on the market, what's going, not just the market, where taxes are going. And remember, the best thing about the Roth treatment is it's more beneficial, not just for yourself, but for your spouse, for your heirs. It's not just about taking care of you. Like when I passed away, I want to take care of my family, making sure that they're okay. They get all of those same benefits. And guess what? They don't have to wait until 59 and a half. They can start getting the fruits of your labor right away. So let's take a quick example of this, okay? Let's just talk about a 24-year investment, somewhere in your 20s and 30s, okay? And you start with a simple $25,000. Roll it over into a self-directed IRA, and you're just contributing not even the full $6,000. You're doing $5,000 a year, and you're earning 12% of returns, okay? Which is very, by the way, common in real estate. I mean, I see it all day, every day. But
you're definitely correct. We've got our apartment syndication deals that have over 15% every year average cash on cash return, 15%.
Mark, this is one of the reasons why we work with Memphis. We see the numbers. So thank you for that, because you do make my life a little bit easier. So we're going to just go simply, if you're looking at the left side at 22%. If you are in the 22% tax bracket, forgive me. And that's just assuming you're making over 85K a year. If you were to invest that $25,000, if you were to start year one up until year 24, you would end up with over $1 million. Okay? Versus if you just use your own personal funds. The advantage, the Roth IRA is just the greatest gift that the United States government ever gave us. And it's so underutilized. Only 3% of Americans use it. That's what's bothering me. At the end of the day, that's what really troubles me. Versus investing with your own funds. Now, let's go back and let's go at the 32% tax bracket, okay? And that's assuming, like, listen, if you're over the age of 50, I'm hoping to God you're striving to be at the 32% tax bracket. That means you're making over 163 a year. I mean, that's everyone's goal, I hope, okay? Take a look at when you invest with your personal funds versus investing inside a Roth IRA, a self-directed Roth IRA. $1 million versus you just lost over $600,000. But it gets worse, Mark. Hold on, check this out. What happens if you live in a state that has a state income tax? IRA Club is located in Chicago. Illinois. I live in Chicago. I had a traditional IRA. I had an old 401k rolled over traditional. I converted it. But I just want to show people after the 423, you're ending up with 365 versus how about California? So where you were, if you would have been invested inside a Roth versus you investing with your own funds, you lost over $750,000. That is a mind-boggling number to me. That's the importance of using a Roth IRA. So I just like investors to sit back, process this, and understand that this is a much better route. And it's not just for yourself, it's also for your family. Keep that in the back of your mind. What can you invest in? Anything and anything you want that generates passive income or active income back into your in your IRA. I mean, you're talking about syndications, mobile homes, single family homes, loans, Airbnbs, vacant land. It's endless. You could do Christmas tree farms, windmills, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you just invest in what you know best. That is the only piece of advice that I would give you. Okay, if you don't know anything about, let's say, for example, oil and gas, don't invest in oil and gas. If you know stuff about oil and gas, go ahead. If real estate is your niche, invest in real estate. Okay. Now, besides the fact that I get, one of the biggest challenges for me is when people talk about retirement accounts and IRAs and 401ks, they traditionally think it's boring. Okay, that's number one. The second is, I'm too old for this. Really? When are you too old to get started or want tax-free income? Remember when I told you in one of the earlier slides in the beginning of the presentation that if you made it over the age of 65 in America, there's 57.7 million Americans that reach the age of 65 or greater?
Mm-hmm.
Assuming you do not smoke, you do not drink, you work out, you're not crazy obese like myself, okay? The probability of you and your spouse living to 90 years or greater is 68%. 68%. 95, 32. So my question to you is, when is it too late? It's never too late. That's the point that I'm trying to make. This is another great tool, by the way. Partnering, maximizing, accelerating, allowing you the opportunity to invest in bigger deals. But let's just use simple math over here. Let's just say there's a house, okay, listed at 100,000. Rental income's 1,000, assuming it's the 1% rule. John has 70,000 in his IRA, and his spouse Jill has 30. Okay, you could partner your IRAs to purchase that house. There's only just one set of rules: percentage in, percentage out. That's it. So if he invested 70K at 70% of the value of the home, he gets $700 back. Versus his spouse, she gets 300. But how about accelerating with your family, getting your kids involved? We actually have minor accounts. We can talk about those later. If you ever wanted to give us a call, get your kids involved with partnering. Simple math again, 50, 30, 10, and 10. Your kids receive 10% returns. Now, most people do not know this. Partnering, or the ability to partner with yourself, that's huge. Let's just say in my bank account, I have 30,000, and my old 401k, I rolled it over into an IRA, had 70,000. You could partner with yourself. The only difference is that $700 is going to go back into your IRA, and that 300 is going to come back to me, and that 300 is taxable. That's the only difference. The process, how does it work? People think it's so complicated, it's confusing, it's frustrating. It's not. It is so easy. All you need is your name, address, date of birth, and all you have to do is provide me a government issued ID, passport, driver's license, doesn't matter. It's open, takes 8 minutes, and we actually do all the work for you. All you have to do is sign that, okay? And how do you fund your IRA, your self-directed IRA? There's literally 3 ways. There's an IRA to IRA transfer, your old 401k with your old employer, okay? You could roll that over into a self-directed IRA, or personal contribution. So that's up to $6,000 unless you're over the age of 50, you can contribute $7,000. And lastly, once your account is funded, invest. All we ask, do your due diligence. That's it. Take a calculated, educated risk. How much does this cost? I just showed you to the left side, all right? Mutual funds, annuities. They have the highest percentages. They have the highest fees. They're always commission-based, okay? They'll cost you tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars versus a low flat fee. $175 for an annual membership and $165 per asset if it is real estate based. Okay,
Is that per asset per year or just per asset done?
Per asset per year.
Perfect. Yeah.
Per
Not
asset.
bad at all. Not bad at all.
I mean, you're talking about $340 versus I talked about that 2 or 3%. Let's just say, for example, if you had $100,000 with Fidelity and the market's still going down, they're still taking their 2 to 3%.
Exactly.
Versus with $340, okay, and that's assuming it's real estate based.
Great value. Yeah.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's like, why not use those hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest versus leaving it in the market where I keep, reiterating and telling people there's a lot of ups and downs right now. This is the time to consider it or even do it or think about it. So that's the true value. And also keep in mind the IRA Club is a low fee base. So we don't a lot of other self-directed IRA custodians will charge you on the assets and the fund. So, if with us, like I said, it's just a flat fee. I don't care if there's 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 or $1 million. It's just that one flat fee. We don't charge you on the total value. So keep that in mind. Now, this is the gift. So if you're here till the end, okay, we're going to offer this to all Memphis investment investors. We call it the IRA Club Investors Kit, and I think this is such a great value. And the reason why that it is we do this step-by-step video series. Okay, we literally take you through the entire process from choosing the right custodian to the self-directed IRA, as I gave you a great explanation, but I don't have enough time to go into all these tips, tricks, and strategies. But it's literally about a 15 video series that will lead you all the way into the actual closing process and walking you through buying real estate, okay? And we do this through something called the white glove experience, okay? What's so great and unique and what I love about IRA Club is we're not a call center. Keep that on the back of mind. I think this is fantastic. You get your own IRA Club specialist walking you through the entire process. Not only the videos, but we're there to help you. But once you've done and you've completed the video series, we understand. Don't panic. You're gonna have a bunch of questions. We're gonna set up and give you a 15-minute Q&A consultation. Ask us all questions. But at that point, at the end of the consultation, we're gonna give you a free IRA account. Because at the end of the day, we want to practice what we preach. All right. We want you to think about your future. Think about your family's futures. I think there's another added bonus. Dennis Blitz's new ebook. It just came out last month. Money Making Ideas with Your IRA and 401k. Who is Dennis Blitz? He is the founder and president of the IRA Club. Some of his greatest achievements are the CEO and founder of the Award Publishing Company. He's a consultant for the Washington Post. Most people also don't know about this about him. He is the author of 12 books on security regulations and tax laws. You would think he knows what he's talking about that. Like I mentioned, an advisor for the Treasury Department, and also wrote the tax and the test for your Series 3, 6, and 7. So if you are a fiduciary, you basically have to go through this man to become licensed. So just a little bit of things about Dennis Blitz. This is the IRA Club executive team. It's all of us straight across the way of our respective departments. And some of our credentials, I did mention some of them. We've been around for 13 years. We fully administrated 10,000 and more accounts. We managed just under $1 billion in assets. Most importantly, remember this, your funds are FDIC insured. We have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But why us? Why do people always consider us? Number one, there are no contracts with us. If you're unhappy or unsatisfied, roll your money out somewhere else. We're not mad at you, but usually when people roll over, they're happy to be with us and they don't go anywhere. We have a qualified IRA Club specialist. Like I said, we walk you step by step. We have low flat fees. We're educators. Remember that. More than anything, we're educators. You can ask us any question you want. We want you to take back control of your future, your retirement funds. We want you to do that by diversifying your portfolio. Okay? Capitalize on tax-free gains and growth. One piece of advice: invest in what you know and understand. That's it. Mark, I want to thank you. Thank the Memphis team. If you have any questions, there's your general information. I will also provide you. Mark, as I mentioned, I'll give you a template, direct call to action landing page. if you guys need anything else from this point, like I said, don't hesitate to reach out.
Hey, appreciate it. Great job. I mean, just a few notes here. I love what you said about pay taxes on the seed, not the tree, and just seeing the impact on that from a California investor, because I'm sure the majority of you right now are sitting at home in California, because the majority of our investors are in California. And that difference was just mind-boggling, about a $700,000 difference. What do you want, $1 million in your account or 300,000? Take your pick.
It's not even just that. It's just, think about that. 700,000 of investable capital that you just lost, that you just gave away back to our government.
Right, because we're doing it wrong. Yeah, exactly. You're just doing, all you need to do is call you 123, and you can have that capital back.
One simple form. Takes minutes to fill out.
Yeah.
Minutes.
And for all you out there, this is also something that here at Memphis Investment Properties, we're all doing personally. That's why we wanted to have Ramez to come on to educate you more in detail of what we're doing. So, you know, we have these types of accounts. We're using them to invest in real estate in Memphis, whether that's single family homes or our apartment syndications. So this is something that we're actively doing, and it's working out very well for us. So that's why we wanted to just share this knowledge and experience with you guys. So hope you found a lot of value in it. Please reach out to Ramez or myself if you would like his contact information. But we really appreciate you guys, and that's all we have for you today.
Thank you. All right, guys, signing out.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome everyone to our next session for the 2020 SOFA Summit. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker. It is Greg Iverson with Del Mar Mortgage. Greg, how you doing today?
Yes, sir. I'm wonderful. Thanks. Thanks again for having me. I know it took us a bit to sync up here, so glad to be able to do it.
Yeah, of course, better busy than bored. So what Greg does for investors is he helps them finance the properties using conventional loans, putting 20% down, but he also does so much more. And what we love about Greg is that he actually has an amazing personal portfolio. So he's going to talk a little bit more about his personal experiences and his story. And he's also going to dive into the difference between investing in a turnkey property versus a BRRRR, because he's personally done both. So he really understands the pros and cons of each. Then he's also going to dive into setting a personal budget, being able to create that seed capital to be able to have that 20% down so you can actually grow and increase your net worth, just like Greg has done following this exact step-by-step process. So Greg, why don't you share your screen and take it away?
Absolutely. Well, first let me just kind of talk through the BRRRR versus turnkey and kind of, for me, how it's evolved, and then we'll do a share screen and I'll walk through the actual budget that my wife and I have used for the last, I guess going on 6 years now. When we had our daughter, we decided we needed to kind of tighten things up a bit. So we'll hit that. But first off, and I know you and I have talked a bunch about it, Mark. I was lucky enough, right when I got out of college, the job market was lousy and I had no idea what I was going to do. And so I go on a fishing trip with my dad, my brother, and my uncle the week after I graduated college, kind of a celebration thing. No idea what I was going to do or where I was headed at that point, and read a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. For anybody listening, if you've not read it, shame on you, I'd be surprised. But if you've not read it, it's never too late to read it. So I got lucky and read it right after college graduation. We were on a trout fishing trip. I didn't actually go down to the stream the whole time. I opened up the book and I couldn't put it down. And for a really slow reader like myself, it's saying a lot, that cover to cover in that weekend that I read it, and kind of put me on a path of, you know, financial freedom or seeking financial freedom really from day one for me in the working world. And so I was fortunate that it happened at that time. not really having any idea what I was going to do. I just knew that I was after financial freedom and not a 9-to-5 job pretty much right out of the gate. And so I finished reading that book, and for those that are familiar with the BRRRR method, I started employing that almost right away. And I didn't even, at that point, I didn't even know what the BRRRR method was necessarily.
Right.
I certainly didn't invent it, but for me, it just kind of the stars aligned. So I went and took out a line of credit on my parents' home. So the house that I grew up in, my dad was all about it. You know, being a real estate appraiser rather his whole life, not really an investor. He was pumped about the whole idea. For those that remember that time frame, this was 2006 going into 07, and then ultimately what was, you know, potentially the greatest housing collapse in history. And so convinced my parents to let me take out a line of credit on their house, use that to buy foreclosures, REO properties at that time. Nothing complicated, just going straight into the MLS. There were so many of them at that point. It didn't take any connections or any real working knowledge of how to find the deals yet. And so, so I started doing that. I would buy the property, rehab it using the line of credit, take out a permanent mortgage, and pay my line of credit off. And I did that one time, start to finish, got it rented out, took my money back out, and had no money in it. And I'm looking at it and thinking, this is almost too easy. And for somebody who's a very simple-minded person, had all the time in the world at that time, put my head down and just did it over and over and over again. And so fast forward into my 20s and then early 30s, had put together, I guess at that point, probably 50 to 70 total units probably. Was managing them myself for the most part. Got married, and my wife got in the business, you know, and really we both kind of fell in love with the concept. Now, as it relates to our conversation today, that was all well and good. It was building a good portfolio of rentals, a good net worth, all that sort of thing, but not necessarily what I would consider passive income. I had created myself really just another full-time job, and my real passion is in that. So I just, as our mortgage business continued to grow, I really didn't want to let it go, because I kept seeing, you know, this is my future. No matter what happens, this is what's going to get me that financial freedom. And so held on, continued to do it. Fast forward, we have children and things. And as it relates to our conversation, I discovered Turnkey, and I was fortunate to find it through the lending side. So I didn't seek out Turnkey for my personal portfolio. Quite honestly, I probably thought I already knew everything. As I started doing loans and discovering the Turnkey model, and with a lack of time, I started to gravitate that direction, you know, and I see a lot of value in the BRRRR method. We have calls constantly of people that want to do it. I think there are a lot of, you know, presentations out there, a lot of things you can find online about the BRRRR method. And it's, don't get me wrong, it's exciting and it can be a great way to build it. Ultimately though, as things have evolved, that's not necessarily a passive income that I'm after. And so dove in and started doing the turnkeys. And at this point in time, as we have young children and my wife is not necessarily as involved anymore, I needed to find a model that I could plug into. And it obviously has a lot of pluses for the beginning investor, because they can plug into that network. They can plug into your team with maybe 100 years of experience combined. You could probably tell me better than that. That's honestly where I really started to see my growth accelerate, because I wasn't on an island doing it all myself, learning by, you know, making the mistakes myself. More so, I could plug into a model, and the property management was in place, all that sort of thing. And that's when the light bulb went off. This is how I can actually reach not just building a net worth and building a portfolio, but truly building a passive, a different lifestyle, you know. And for me, as I'll be 40 this year, as I look back at it, my goal has always been to find that financial freedom, especially with children. I want to be there when they're growing up. I don't want to be a slave to my job. And Turnkey has really helped to you know, fill that void and go into the next step, and also continue to not just be more passive, but learn. You know, I'm not on an island all by myself anymore. I can call you, I can call your team. I still have quite a few properties here in St. Louis that, as you know, I'll call you and ask for tips. I'll call the Reedies and ask them, what do you do in this situation? And especially going into this we're now in this pandemic that a lot of fear out there. There's moratoriums on evictions here in St. Louis through the end of the year. A lot of things that could potentially put a squeeze on landlords. I don't have any fear of it at all, because I know I can call people that are in my corner, and I'm not being thrown to the wolves. I'm not out there all by myself, but I can plug into much more experience than I have myself. And so, I just wanted to start by telling you that, because I think the BRRRR is the exciting. Everybody wants to do that. You have no money in, you create this equity and that sort of thing. It's a lot harder than it looks, I would say. But it's also so much more time that, I really found the value more in that turnkey type model. And so to those that are listening out there that want to tackle the BRRRR method, I don't want to discourage you by any means, but what I do want to say is step back a little bit and think about what you're trying to create. There were times, my wife and I talk about it, that I had just created my worst nightmare. You go through I remember a few years ago, 4th of July weekend, it was 105 degrees here in St. Louis, and we had 6 air conditioners go out. My wife and I were at the lake trying to have a good time, and I spent the entire time trying to find HVAC repairmen, explaining to my tenants that, I don't want this to happen any more than you, and so I really learned that, being able to plug into a system like that is just super powerful. It's not, this BRRRR thing is exciting, but it comes with some headaches and stuff, and if you're not devoting a full-time, your company, for instance, you have an entire company dedicated to that type model. For the mom and pop shop like what I am, it's a lot in addition to a day job. And
right.
So,
you were very fortunate, and you were very blessed that you had the proper timing on your side, getting into it in 2007, 2008, 2009, to where you could just go on the MLS and there was a menu of houses and you got to pick, basically, and you probably got paid to actually buy the house. Now you have to just spend a amount of time on marketing to find these discounted prices. And I love what you said before about how you're able to refinance and pull out all of your capital. Once again, that was incredible 10 years ago. We do BRRRRs now because I completely agree with you, Greg. The BRRRR method is a fantastic way to grow a portfolio. It's just not for everyone. It is a full-time job. You have to be local. You can do it from afar, but it just increases your overall risk and exposure. And even when
and you're exactly right. You have an entire team dedicated to it. You have a marketing team to source these properties, and you're exactly right. I'd be a fool not to mention that the timing could not have been any better for me. I could make a lot of mistakes and still survive. And you hit the nail on the head. We're not in that type of an environment now, and we may not be. In our lifetimes. You never know. So again, having a team like MIP and the Reedies and you and Sean and everybody, Jennifer, on into your property management division, being able to plug into that is just invaluable.
Exactly.
And maybe BRRRRs will come back. Maybe that'll be another thing in the future. I tell my wife now, I'm like, I could see it being kind of exciting if, 15 years down the road, 20 years down the road, my kids are wanting to get into it. I could see wanting to teach that to them. But it's really just another full-time job, I think, at the end of the day.
Exactly. It's polar opposite between the turnkey, because the turnkey is for someone that has cash to invest. They have a full-time career, they have a family, and they're just looking for a more passive investment, a place to take the cash they already have and really just diversify from the stock market. That's the main question that people talk about, is how can I safely and passively diversify from the stock market? And that's what turnkey is. Or you can BRRRR, but that obviously comes with the negatives of it's a full-time job. So do you want another job, or do you want to spend your time focusing on your family and your career? Obviously has a lot of risks involved with it as well. Being new, it's very tough to do and create a profit. Hey, we're in construction, we're renovating these houses every single day, and full transparency, we definitely lose money on some of our flips every single month, because you'll go into construction and you'll open up a wall and there were things that you just couldn't budget for on the front end. So even with all of our experience, construction's tough. It's like full-time babysitting.
Well, you're exactly right, and you can weather that for the mom and pop shop that does one wrong, and that was probably my biggest fear as I was getting them going. One deal could take me completely under, and you also nailed it, that the out of state piece. I was doing that in my backyard, and again, I'm here in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm 4 or 5 hours from you. If I tried to do a BRRRR in Memphis, there's no way that I would survive, even at this point, knowing what I know. And being out of market, I mean, that changes it immensely too.
Imagine if you're in California right now, trying to either do it in your backyard in California or in Memphis. Both extremely difficult. One, from California prices are just too high, and then two, Memphis, that's just very difficult from a logistics overall standpoint.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's great, the television series that have been made about flipping houses and things, and it looks super exciting and fun. Like you said, there's an ugly side to it, and you don't always win. And you open something up, and all of a sudden your profit goes to zero, and even worse than that. It's not like it looks on TV, I wouldn't say. So
right. Exactly.
So anyway. That being said, as I progressed, and really what I want to, to dive in here, I could tell you all about our mortgage programs, everything like that. Let's be real, it's not very exciting, A, but B, I think anybody can do that. And what we try to do in our office here, and I do it with my team, friends, everybody, is we focus on budgeting and getting ourselves from where we are today to hopefully that retirement. And it really marries up with real estate really, really well. And especially for those that stock market investing can be great. What I have always liked more about real estate is I can manipulate the returns a little bit more by good management and things like that. When I was in college, it was the whole Enron collapse. And if you remember anything about that, it basically went to show that a lot of CEOs, you just flat out can't trust them, unfortunately. And if you put your whole, life's work into a stock or a few different stocks, and you really have no idea what's going to happen. And we're seeing that even right now, with all the volatility, to me, it looks like a lot of emotion, and I have no control over that. If an investor is wild about a certain stock today or doesn't like that stock today, I could literally gain or lose everything that I've got. And real estate, yes, it is a long, slow build, but if approached that way, I mean, countless times people look back in 20 years. For me, it's going on 15 years, looking back at what it's been able to do over time. And I haven't had those sleepless nights of, I've had probably other reasons not to sleep, but not because of, I'm worried that, my E-Trade account is going to be zero tomorrow, and the ability to leverage. There's just so many things with real estate, tax benefits that you receive. It's, I wouldn't do it any other way, honestly.
Talk more about leveraged appreciation. I love those two words.
Yeah. So, back to what I did, and even in the turnkey concept now, you can control, let's say it's a $100,000 house, for instance. You can control that home for $20,000. If you're doing the BRRRR method, maybe zero, but let's not focus on that right now. You can control that for $20,000 or $25,000. And so, as you can see, if you have $250,000, you could acquire 10 properties that you're paying down, especially with where interest rates are today, but you're paying down those loans. The homes are appreciating. You're creating this middle space, which is equity. And the beauty of it is, as these 10, 15 years have gone by, that equity, that appreciation, the debt pay down, I'm not paying tax on that year to year. Now, again, I will, but there were times when I would look back at even just the debt that we would pay down on 50 properties on an annual basis. At times it was probably more than what I was earning in my day job, and letting it snowball, and it just grows and grows and grows over time. And that's what you can't get in the stock market. I don't think you can within certain limitations, but
riskier.
It's really hard to control $100,000 in stock for 20 grand. And if you figure it out, let me know, because I'd line up for it. But that's what you can do in real estate all day, every day, and not have to. If you're taking out long-term fixed rate loans, you're not having to worry about interest rate risk and things like that. It's one less thing to worry about. And for a couple, like my wife and I, we each have 10 of those financed in our own name. So 20 properties you could buy with low, fixed interest rates, and start to build your foundation that way through Turnkey and not have to leave your own job.
Because Warren Buffett also says that the 30-year fixed mortgage is one of the best investment vehicles that mom and pop investors have access to, because first of all, it's fixed. So that's incredible. And then if the interest rates increase over time, well, that's okay. You're already locked in at today's rate. So then let's say we're in the environment today where interest rates are going down. Well, what's everyone doing? Refinancing. So either way, it's a win-win situation. And since it's amortized over 30 years, you have such a low mortgage payment on it to where your cash flow allows you to snowball and grow and build on the portfolio. So you can afford more down payments. It's just this win situation.
It's almost too good to be true with where rates are today.
I remember we were talking about at 5% interest rate just a few months ago.
The math made sense when I did.
5 is amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was last year. I think about it, and I locked in 10 of them at 5.4%, and the math made sense and everything was well and good. Well, here we are now in the, middle to high threes. I am a big believer coming out of this, those that are it feels eerily similar to that 08 timeframe that people are running for the doors in certain cases. I'm convinced that the people that stay calm and look at this as a great opportunity with where interest rates are, whether it be acquiring more, refinancing to have those low rates long term, those are the ones that I believe personally, and this is the way that it worked for me. In 5 years, 7, 10 years from now, we'll look back and that's when the foundation was really built, and I think it's going to treat a lot of investors that are calm and wanting to stay in. I think they'll be rewarded really, really well personally.
Right. And there's also a big difference between 2008 housing market crash and is where we are economically right now in terms of supply and demand of inventory. So let's just say, use Memphis as an example. We were building 4,000 houses every single year leading up to 2008. So we had an oversupply problem. We had too many houses. Well, what's everyone saying right now? I can't find properties. I can't find houses.
Exactly.
Reason being, we're only building 1,000 houses a year still to this day. That's why our properties are still appreciating, because the ones that actually do get built, well, they're $300,000, $400,000 for, the upper income of the world. And so if you have a house that's $60,000, $100,000, $200,000, well, there's no new stock. So supply and demand, it's causing the values to go up. And that's a big difference between 2008 and now.
Gosh, it was the exact opposite. Yeah. And I, if you ask me again, personally, I think that's going to continue to, cause the Memphis market and other markets as well to appreciate, especially at that price point for that type of housing. The other piece of it, and then we'll jump into to budgeting. The other piece of it for me right now, where things are, I think, in our economic climate, I think there's so much uncertainty out there. It even provides more and more. I don't want to say appreciation because I don't want to mix it up with actual appreciation, but I think that people are always going to need a place to live. And I admittedly, a couple of years ago, I said, I'm going to start buying commercial property. I started doing some of that, strip center and that sort of thing. And look at it now. I am so glad I didn't do more. And again, it goes back to like day one when I bought the first house. Like the simplest thing about it, people will need a place to live. Technology can grow. All these types of things can happen. And no matter what, people still need a place to live. As we're seeing right now, we just moved into a new office a couple of months ago, and right when I was finishing the project, about to move in, this was prior to COVID, I'm thinking, I don't have enough space. I wish I would have taken on more space so I can continue to grow. As I sit here thinking about it now, I'm so grateful that I didn't, because what if everybody going forward is working from home or these flex type schedules? And you all prove it time and again, you can work from home. A lot of industries can. If you're working from home, you still need a house, and you still need a place for your family to live. And I think the other side of it, people constantly worry about what if everybody becomes there's so many renters in Memphis, for instance. What if they all start buying homes? Well, again, I think that's more demand, which will probably make the value of those properties, more of an entry level or a first time home buyer opportunity. I think that only makes those properties more valuable, and again, continuing to cause more appreciation. So that's a little bit on that story. What I do want to do, so fast forward then, we have our first daughter now almost 6 years ago, and everything is well and good in the, with our real estate and everything like that. It's grown well. I'm starting to see it pay off at that point. But every month, I seem to be bleeding money somewhere, and I'm having a hard time getting my head around it. This is right around the time we had just been married, and I'm starting to think about kids' college and all these sorts of things. I'm no longer thinking about a new set of golf clubs. I'm thinking about what college is going to cost in 20 years. And so really dialed in our personal budget. And so I reached out to a friend and mentor of mine who has this stuff mastered. So admittedly, this budget that I use, most of what I do day to day, I just find somebody who's doing it better than me, and I do exactly what they're doing. And so, as this gentleman always says, he believes, and I believe in the bigger pile theory. So what that means, if I'm going to get advice on real estate, why don't I go to the Reedies and Mark and Sean and the whole crew, because they know real estate? Why would I go implement a budgeting plan from somebody who's flat out broke? And so this budget that I use, a friend of mine started using it when he was about $50,000 in credit card debt. Now he's been using it for probably 30, 35 years now, up to $100 million net worth. And the best part about it, he's like me. He's just a grinder. I'm not any smarter than anybody else, but sticking to a plan month in, month out, and doing it, you'll slowly, and for me, it's been the exact same thing. Month in, month out, I look back at the last month's budget. I look back at 4 years ago, and you see how far you've gone with it. And what I want the major takeaway for those that listen to this today is it doesn't need to be complicated. A lot of times, the more complex it is, the less likely you are to do it anyway. And so as we talk about investing in real estate, it's important to shore up your finances at home. You're the CFO of your household. You need to really dial that stuff in to be able to invest more and to really track how it's doing and find that financial freedom. So what I'd like to do, I'm just going to walk through this is the system that Jesse and I have used for, again, going on 6 years now. Been, incredible for us. If nothing else, we don't argue about money. We know clearly what's going on, and we see where we're headed. It's not just let's buy another property, let's put our head down and not think about the overall plan here. We can see month in, month out where we're headed in 5 years. When kids get to college age, what that looks like for us. And I'll be honest, it makes it a lot easier to go to work every day. When things aren't easy, and we went through, as you and I know, we went through a pretty rocky time there, right when COVID hit, with interest rates swinging wildly. Fortunately, they've really calmed down now. But it gives us reason to get up and go do it every day, because we can see why what the reason is behind it all. So let me share my screen here real quick with you. All right, so here we go. So this is the personal family budget. So again, 5 columns. It's super simple. In the first column, and again, keep me posted on how we're doing on time, Mark, but name the bills. So anything month in, month out that you do, and I'll be honest, in the beginning, this takes some time, just if you've never done it before, just to get it down on paper. So don't beat yourself up if you're 6 months in rather, and still trying to figure out what your bills actually are. And this will change over time as you add and take away. In the second column, you've got your survival number. And so what that does is for us, we know exactly what we need to earn every month just to keep our household running. Anything over and above that becomes the money that we're able to invest, do rental property, that sort of thing. In column 3, you've got your total paid each month. So what column 3 and column 5 need to do is they always need to match up. Column 5 is your total paychecks. So essentially, you're tracking what went in to the checking account that month and what went out, every single penny. And let's be real, the college me, if the debit card worked, then there was money in there. Other than that, I probably had no idea how much money was in the account. Now we know to the penny on a pretty regular basis how much we have to work with. So, and then column 4, which is my favorite part, is the amount saved. So it shows you how much of whatever your paychecks are per month, how much is actually being saved. Okay, so that's the basic budget. On the bottom, then you've got your accounts and net worth and balances, and so that's where you can track the growth. And for those that watch the videos that I do on a regular basis, a lot of it is about tracking net worth. I make it a game because, again, it gives clarity to why you're doing what you're doing every single day. And you can see it if it's going up or down. You can make adjustments as you go. Okay, so this is the actual family budget. So again, then we've got columns 1 and 2. We name the bills on that left-hand side. I also like to put, if it's a house loan or an auto loan, putting the amount that's still owed and the interest rate. So, we talked about refinancing. Easy for me to look up those bills real quick and say, yep, probably time to refinance the house. Right. Maybe the auto loan, maybe I need to get a new car because they have 0% interest right now or something like that. So, so number 1, you want to list what all of those are. And then number 2 is the monthly minimum owed. So in this case, you can see just to run this person's household, $7,800. So if in that month you brought in $15,000, you should be saving that other portion, whether it be, saving for your next rental property or whatnot. You can tally it up there and keep a good eye on it. And for us also, we're big about when you add an expense, delete an expense. And so the reason I say that, if I've got a new expense, let's say we bought a new car, I'm looking through this budget. My goal is to keep that survival number down just as low as I can. It's the same in a business, keeping your overhead as low as you can. You have more cash to reinvest, to invest, period, at the end of the day. And so, so number 2, again, making it a game. I've got a few notes here on the right-hand side. What you want to do, if you do have a credit card balance, you just want to put the minimum owed. Again, this is just to survive each month, how much you need. From there, then, you can play with it and, whittle it away and do what you can to try to knock it down a little bit. So that's column 1 and 2. Column 3 is the total that you actually paid. So if in, budget 2 or column 2 rather, let's say the minimum owed on in this case is $475 for the auto loan. If you paid, say, $675, that's what's showing your actual, the total amount that you wrote of those checks. And leading into the next part, which is the savings piece of it. And so number 4, then, anything over and above what you were required to pay on that loan becomes savings. So again, you're seeing you're getting out of debt faster. In this case, also money markets. So you put $500 in the money market fund. So for this person in that month, they saved $10,675. Imagine if you were able to do that month in, month out. We go back to that case of a $100,000 house that you can control for $20,000 down payment. Well, here you go. If you're this person and this is the budget that you're executing, 2 months you've got saved for a down payment. And again, give you a better idea when someone's talking to MIP and saying, okay, I want to buy 7, 8 of these over the next 2 years. Well, you can see what you need to be doing today to actually do that. And rather than just say, this is what I want, actually having a method and being able to execute on that using this really simple form. So tracking the amount that you save, that's the exciting part for me. Column 5, then again, these are the total paychecks. So any money that comes into your account, and it could be a tax refund, it could be rental income, it could be your day job income, any of that sort of thing, tracking the net income each month. And also it shows you what you're actually putting in, so you're able to make it jive with your monthly minimum owed, and you can see where the whole savings piece comes into play. So so that's in column 5. In this case, it's looks like husband and wife, each paycheck for them that came in, totaling to the $18,000. After paying bills, we're able to save $10,000 in a given month. So then you can start to actually track where it's going. So in the beginning, what you want to do is you want to just list what your balances in each of those accounts are. So if you have retirement accounts, if you have equity and rentals, that's a fun one to watch grow. Shame on this person, they don't have any equity and rentals, but that's the fun one to watch grow, because each month, if you're factoring a certain appreciation number, for instance, and then you're paying down that debt, that equity and rentals each month is growing, right? No matter what, there will be blips and things, but overall, over the long haul, that's growing over time. And then the personal family budget, the accounting and net worth. this is where it becomes the game. You know, I look at it each month to see where we were the previous month and where we are this month. Again, the idea is that it's going up and not going down. You'll see on there also giving, you know, as this has all evolved for us, we found that a lot of true wealth, in my opinion, is being able to, you know, to give freely. It's not necessarily about a nicer car, not for me anyway, but the ability to help others out, especially as we've gone through what has been a very tough time for a lot of industries. Fortunately, the real estate and mortgage industry have not necessarily felt that for the most part, but a lot of industries have, you know, and so for us over the last several months, being able to give and being able to help out, tracking that has made us feel great again about what we're doing day to day, why we're actually showing up to work each day. So, so that is it. This is the entire budget completed. Again, the main thing, if there is one takeaway from here, as you begin to do it, getting column 3 and column 5 to add up every single time. So there's not money, I mentioned when we first started doing it, money just bleeding out of the account. We have no idea where it's going, you know. So now we track how much we spend at Starbucks and stuff like that. And it's not as boring or tedious as it may seem once you start to get it set up. But again, the value in seeing that grow and how much you're able to accumulate and save each month, it's just staggering. Without it, you know, it's kind of like driving to Memphis or to Nashville and not having a map, you know, just jumping in the car and saying, we don't know when we're going to make it. We don't know what direction we're going. We don't even know how much gas we need, but we're going to Nashville. We're going to Memphis. You know, this actually gives you a tried and true month in, month out plan. So, so that's a lot of it. So, and then the final slide here is just a cheat sheet. Again, tracking everything is super important. Every penny, like I said, paying off revolving debt first, you know, so those high interest rate, again, goes back to the overhead. The lower overhead you can have, the more money you have to invest. You know, and if you've got a credit card that's 18% interest, you know, you need to get that down as fast as you can just to be able to have that free excess capital to be able to invest elsewhere. So, so doing that first, maximizing what I call a float account. It's we carry 6 months. I recommend 3 months minimum. So again, in that example where, you know, your monthly bills are about $8,000, keeping a float account of $24,000 plus in case you do have a bad month. Again, as it pertains to real estate and investing in real estate, if you've got a clear mind and you're not worried about if the car needs a tune-up or, you know, if the market does struggle a little bit over time, you're not worried about paying your own bills, you know. And as I teach our team here, you're much more effective day to day and at work and everything else in life with your families and things if you're not stressing out, you know, over every little expense that might pop up. So building a good survival account there, maximizing that. And then finally, the most important part is then begin to invest. You know, real estate, again, real estate happens to be my favorite. There are some out there that, of course, want to have a balance of equities and real estate, but getting those things shored up so you can invest and really take it to a whole nother level from there. So, so Mark, in a nutshell, and hopefully I got through that in a reasonable amount of time. I could probably talk to you for hours and hours and hours about it. If you know, if you ever have questions, or if MIP's clients or our clients, certainly the transparency in this and how simple it is to do month in, month out, it may seem really hokey. But it is amazing what you can do even in a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year period. I mean, we have stories in our office of people that, you know, when they first came to work with me had not even thought about a budget, to now knowing as they've had children and things like that, knowing what their financial future looks like. It makes it a lot more pleasant around the office, you know, when things are a little chaotic or whatnot, we're all still kind of swimming in the same direction. We understand that it's just a game, you know. And so, so that being said, I'll turn it back over to you if there are any questions about it. I could, like I said, I could probably talk to you for days about it. So.
Of course. No, this is great. What we really like about this is that it's a step-by-step process and proven by multiple individuals that have found success in it. So, you know, you're not just guessing, like you were saying before with driving cross country, the analogy, just hoping you end up in your destination. This has actually been proven to actually work. And all you have to do is follow these, you know, 9 pages. And that's the same thing that we get with you, you know, at Del Mar Mortgage. If you want to get a loan, You've got an incredible process that you can put people through, and you work every single day to work out the kinks to make sure that you get it dialed in and as smooth as possible. And that's everything that we do here at Memphis Investment Properties and Reedy and Company. Is just every single day, we call it Kaizen, just be better every single day, improve those processes, and be replicatable and duplicatable, but also follow something that has already been proven to work and just duplicate that success.
This is like plugging into a turnkey system. This may be a little bit more work for the investor in this case, but it's really simple. I mean, you all have the tried and true method that talk to this lender, do this piece, and you're in the system. And this is the same thing. It's working at the same thing over and over. I've heard it time and again, and it couldn't be more true. Good business is very, very boring. It's not ups and downs, all crazy excitement everywhere. A profitable business, a family that gets ahead in life with their budget, with their savings and things like that. It's boring. It's the same thing month in, month out, but the things that it can do for your life are, incredible.
Exactly.
You can hang out with Mark on his boat wakeboarding, and not worrying about what's going on back at the office. So yeah, I think the two marry up very, very well. And back to the beginning and talking about BRRRR versus turnkey. So much easier to track a turnkey if you're investing in turnkey. So much easier for the casual investor to track what's going on when they're not making every call management-wise, showing every property. And I've been there before, and it's hard to work on the business if you are right in the middle of it every single day, and emotions are running high, and you're worried that if a tenant moves out and stuff like that. And so treating it much more like a business for sure.
Yeah, well, hey, we appreciate you spending the time here to dive into both of these topics. Hope you guys found a lot of value during this session. And that's it. We appreciate you, Greg. Have a great day.
Thanks for having me. By the way, your couch looks a little more comfortable than mine here.
If you got to film all these videos, you got to keep it coming.
Truth be told, I've got 3 little sleeping angels at home, so I didn't want to wake them. So I figured my sofa summit would be here right in my comfortable, cozy office.
That is fair. That is fair. All right. Well, we'll let you go. We appreciate you, Greg. And that's it for this session.
Thanks again, Mark.
All right. Bye, Greg.
See ya.
Hey everyone, Sean Tagge here, the Chief Operating Officer and partner of Memphis Investment Properties. Today we are so excited for our SOFA Summit to have a special interviewee right now is Scott Trench. Scott, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me here, Sean.
Oh, Scott, man, we are so honored to have you here at our 2020 SOFA Summit and to shed some light and knowledge on financial independence, real estate investing, and to help people out as best we can.
Yeah, looking forward to it. These are some of my favorite subjects.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you are definitely a master of these subjects. Just so people know, I met Scott at the BiggerPockets conference in Nashville in 2019. And man, Scott, just like within the first few minutes of talking to you, I immediately resonated with just like how great of a leader you are. You're a very smart guy. I mean, man, you blew my socks off in just a few minutes. I knew you knew what you're talking about and can really help people out. So I'm super glad to have you on board and glad we get a chat.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. It was very nice to meet you as well. And just sorry we couldn't have it again this year.
Yeah, man, it's a bummer. But we're now chilling on our sofa so we can enjoy it just the same way. And we got some great people here. So that's awesome. All right, guys, just a little background, a bio on Scott Trench. He is the CEO and president of BiggerPockets. And he has dedicated his career to helping the average Joe American build wealth in part through real estate investing. He also has written a book, Set for Life. We can dig into that a little bit, I'm sure. And also, Scott is the co-host of the BiggerPockets Money podcast, where he helps, yet again, the everyday American achieve and build financial independence and wealth. So Scott, with all of that, man, let's dive in kind of to the high level on financial independence and strategies that people can be using in their day-to-day lives to build wealth. What do you have to
Yeah.
say?
So, I mean, yeah, financial independence is kind of my obsession or my career, goal is how many ordinary people can we help become financially free as early in life as possible, right? And look, there's a million ways to get to financial free. Financial independence, by the way, is the removing of dependence on wage income from your life. So you can still work after you become financially independent, so like I do, but you're no longer dependent on the income from your paycheck in order to maintain your lifestyle, the happy lifestyle that you want. And I believe that that's an incredibly powerful goal for a large number of people, maybe most or all people, it's to reach at some point in their lives, because I think there's happiness, there's meaning, and there's purpose dynamics that begin to change as you approach and then exceed that goal. You're no longer, your boss no longer has power over you in an unhealthy way, and you work largely because you are passionate or want to do something. I think these are the people that are going to go on to change society, have impacts on the world, improve their communities, whatever. We dangle the carrot of, hey, after you achieve financial independence early in life, you're going to go on to drink a lot of margaritas on the beach. And we hope you do that for a couple of months. But we know that if you could do that in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, that you're going to take a quick break and then get right back to work, changing the world for the better. So,
Right. Yeah, it's totally about your why. And what I see so many people too, our audience, like they want to get there so quickly. And like sometimes I just say, hey, just pause. Like if you can just think you're already in that zone or will get to there doing these strategies, it just makes that journey getting there so much better. I definitely have had that thought when I was kind of in this phases of learning real estate and everything. It is like so stressful, and your boss and you're stuck in the cubicle. So I definitely have related to that. I was working that kind of type of career, climbing the ladder, and yeah, it's hard, man.
yeah, it's more than numbers on a piece of paper too, because you can get there overnight on paper. You buy $100 million complex and you get a 1% brokerage fee in terms of equity in there. You're technically a millionaire, but you're leveraged 1 to 99 versus the guy who's got 4 paid off houses, each worth $250,000 with stable long-term tenants. Very different profiles of financial independence, very different outlooks. And I think that it's going to vary per person in every regard. And for me, I'm much more along the lines of like, hey, I really want that more conservative. I want money to be exceptionally boring in my personal financial portfolio, so that it's just not an issue for me and I can go out and spend my time worrying about more important things.
Right. Yeah. So if people are, let's say, our typical audience, someone working a job, making pretty good money, and trying to work up to this financial independence, what are some strategies, like their top 3 to 5 things they could be doing to kind of start building this wealth and working towards the ability to quit their jobs, quote unquote?
Yeah. So there's every single person who wants to move toward financial independence is going to have to do a combination of 4 things, one or more of a combination of these 4 things. They're gonna have to spend less and accumulate more capital. They're gonna have to earn more active income from a job, whatever side, those types of things. They're going to have to invest the proceeds of their income less their expenses in something that is reasonably aggressive or capable of producing financial freedom in a timely manner, or they're going to have to create an asset such as a business or a book or a blog or whatever it is. You have to do one of those 4 things. And that's the framework I apply to every financial story I come across, and I've come across hundreds of them. And if there's a 5th area that doesn't really fit neatly into one of those buckets, I'd love to hear it. Maybe inherit or marry. Those are different ways. But okay, so if you're going to do one of those 4 things, you have to assess like, where is my leverage, right? So let's talk about a military person, for example. A military person they have the same 4 rules. They have to do those 4 things as everybody else, but they have no ability or relatively limited ability to scale their active earned income in the near term. Right.
Right.
So trying to go after that, reading lots of sales books, for example, wouldn't be very helpful in that scenario as an investment of time. Instead, they can focus on not spending like sailors, which is, my fun pun for the
good way. Live well below your means is always a good way to start.
Exactly. And they have a housing allowances and other types of things that could allow them in a reasonable period to accumulate $20,000, $30,000 a year. Right. And then on the investing front, they have that much to invest, but they're also getting stationed around the country at different markets, right? Or they might have off days where they can go in and think about creating an asset. But really, we find that, hey, like the spending less, keeping really tight budgetary controls, and then that maybe real estate investing approach is a good combination for that person. A doctor would be different, right? Because they have a huge amount of earned income.
Mm-hmm.
They just need to not spend crazily, and then they probably want to invest very passively, right? And maybe, and they're not going to have time to start a business. So it's kind of understanding those four pillars and like, where's my leverage? Do I have time to commit to a more active investing approach, like a real estate or business or business type approach? Or do I have really high income or business potential that I need to focus my time there on, spend reasonably, not, cut every dollar, and then invest more passively in like an index fund or with a partner in real estate who's going to take a chunk of the returns in exchange for whatever it is.
Right. Yeah, I love that so much. Like those four quadrants, and we could micro into every single quadrant. Of course, like the basics of saving more money. I mean, setting up a budget, things like that. Earning more income. How to maybe choosing more education to get a raise. Ways to expand your business or whatever you're doing. Sorry, what were those other three quadrants? Three was where you're investing in. All that.
Spend less, earn more, invest, or create.
Invest or creative, and then the fourth is create a business or like a real estate thing. Yeah, that's awesome. In terms of that third one, I think that's where most of our people are at. They're earning pretty good money. They have some money saved up, and either they're looking for something to invest in other than in their bank account, or maybe something better than the stock market. What are some options for them on their investment approach? Like if you were sitting there, let's say a doctor, and you're making some good income every year, like what would be their options laid out for them that they should consider?
Sure. I mean, I think the obvious options are real estate, stocks, and then debt, right? And as a younger person, I come with this with a bias. I'll turn 30 this year, but I own very little debt because I feel like my equity investments are going to produce much more long-term wealth, more volatile than other types of debt. But those are really the three, I think, buckets that I think make sense for the non-business investor, right? Those are the three most accessible types of asset classes, I think, for these folks. And so when you think through that, look, stock investments, I'm a big fan of index fund investing. And so every month for the last 7 years, my entire career, I invest a significant amount of capital right into a Vanguard index fund. And I set it and forget it and don't look at it. I do it first through retirement accounts. And then when I max out my retirement accounts, I then begin to invest outside of that in after-tax brokerages, right? I invest in no debt, but that will change as I age and need to change my mix as I begin approaching traditional retirement age or my older years.
Yeah.
And then on real estate, I think real estate is a perfect sweet spot, and that's what everyone's here wants to talk about. For a specific type of individual, I think you have to be above that median income pass line, or at least approaching it. If you're not there, it's going to be very difficult to get the access to financing and ability to accumulate the, modest, I think, 5-figure sum needed to actually go on to transact on properties. There are creative financing methods, but we find on BiggerPockets, for example, that very few of our users earn less than about $45,000 a year, right? Because it's just that much harder to break into this asset class without that kind of being at that starting point in the economic journey in America today, unfortunately, right? And then the other side of that, we also see that very few folks who earn significantly over $200,000 a year are active real estate investors. And that's one that's very interesting for me because, and what I've kind of thought about this is in order to break into real estate investing, especially if you're going to buy like single family rentals, duplexes, triplexes, quads, those types of things, that's a big mental risk. This is a huge proportion. If you're like me or any one of the other folks that have, invested, I'm sure a lot of people can relate. It's years of savings and discipline to come up with the capital needed to make this investment. And we hear these horror stories, 2008, people losing their shirts, all these mistakes that you can make. And so what we find is that not all, but most investors who get going in this business invest a entry price, which is not in dollars, but in time. It's in dozens or hundreds of hours of self-education through, summits like this, podcasts, books, interviews with other investors and agents, right? And I don't know how many, that's probably going to vary for every individual, but I bet you that most of the people here who have intentionally bought their first property put in at least 100 hours, maybe in the order of 300, 400, 500 hours of self-education and work prior to buying that first investment. And that investment is perfectly appropriate for the $50,000 to $200,000 a year income earner. But I speculate that the much higher income earner isn't willing to put in that amount of time
Right.
in
Or
order
help
to
out.
say,
Yeah.
yeah, because their dollar per hour rate is that much higher, and they can invest passively to achieve a similar overall wealth result in a similar period of time.
Right. Yeah, I love you breaking that down for us and talking about it is worth spending some time due diligence, picking a market and things like that. Let's narrow that down. So of those three approaches, of course I know our people are familiar with the stock market. They can lend, create debt and lend out money later on as they get more towards the passive, safer end in their careers. Most of them though are in the 30 to 50 age range, so they're willing to take on a little risk in real estate for the reward. So now let's kind of dive in on, if you are going to invest some time, 50 to a few hundred hours of time, what would be the most optimized use of that time to kind of, for these people of what they should be researching about real estate investing and all that?
I think the hard answer is you have to become comfortable with real estate as an approach. You have to get above that threshold of I can do this, right? And feel good about it. And that's going to depend on your market, your strategy, where you're learning from, what you're doing, all these different types of things. For me, it was probably just hundreds of hours of listening to podcasts. I contributed on the BiggerPockets forums for a long period of time. I probably read 10 or 15 books prior to making my first investment, and I met with local investors. Some milestones that might be helpful are when you're kind of very clear on what you want, or you can talk to local investors and you're like, okay, these 10 people all have 5 properties, but 2 of them are really sharp. 5 or 6 of them seem to be kind of just average, and 2 of them are extraordinarily dumb and are going to get screwed. Maybe that's too harsh of a statement, but like if you can begin picking that out amongst those cohorts, that's probably when you're rounding out the level of, hey, I'm getting pretty comfortable with this and know how to do it. You're never going to have a model for every decision, every type of property and every type of conceivable problem, but you can get enough to feel like, hey, I can handle what's thrown at me at this point, given the experience that I've absorbed from my self-education and interactions I've had.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's what a lot of our people do before they come to us. They're like, hey, I've checked out a few markets, so they've done their market research. I've checked out some providers and they've zoned in on what questions to ask the property manager. I've read a few books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, perhaps, listen to some BiggerPockets podcasts or other things like that. And so that is totally advice. But then, like you mentioned kind of towards the end, some get so wrapped up and so scared and fearful, but it's like, enough to make those informed decisions. And, if you pick, whether it's turnkey investing or trying to invest on your own or buy your own rental in your own market, you just kind of need those basic barriers. And that's all you need to really get started. Because other than that, it's experience, and I see so many people getting stuck there. But I'm glad you're kind of reassuring that, is you got to check it out like that. So Scott, how can people pick a market? Let's say they don't want to invest where they're at. What would be the best ways for them to kind of go about picking a market? And let's say they do want to invest in a cash flow market because they're looking for, some good cash flow to replace their income someday.
Yeah, so I think if you decide, hey, I don't want to invest locally and I want to invest in a cash flow market, right? The first thing you want to do is you want to determine what that cash flow actually is. And again, I think I mentioned it earlier, but cash flow, the way to estimate cash flow, in my opinion, is to take your gross rents less your average vacancy in your market, less your property taxes, less your insurance, less your property management fees, because you're going to have property management fees in particular if you're going to invest out of state. Right. And that gives you kind of a maintenance and CapEx reserve as well, if I didn't state that. So that's going to be what your cash flow is going to produce. So you want to look for a region, like a city, like Memphis, right? Like where you guys are, for that cash flow, and say, how does that array versus my other options, right? And if it's close, then that's where I think, maybe you have like 3 options that are pretty close. Maybe that's where you say, hey, I'm going to go with the one where I have the best management connection or people network that is going to give me that extra trust or comfort zone, or maybe maybe the one that I'm going to visit or whatever it is, or as they rate close, unless you have a big outlier, of course. From there, you want to say like, where is my cash flow and appreciation potential combination in that market the best, right? And that could be a neighborhood or zone. Like, you know, if I know Denver really well, so I know like, hey, Southwest Denver is really that spot right now where we think we can find the appreciation and cash flow mix. The Northwest of Denver, for example, does not have that cash flow potential because it's already surged in price so much over the last couple of years, without the rents keeping up.
Man,
just understanding that analysis.
Yes.
Right? And you can.
And I love that so much because, like, if, you know, a lot of people come and they're like, oh, there's so many great markets for cash flow. But then, like you mentioned, they zone in really on the operator. Above that, it's kind of sixes all across the board, the top cash flow markets. And they come to us and just go, hey, we've toured your facility. We see you guys have been in business for lots of years. You have a big staff. You do a lot of deals. You know the market so well. And yeah, so operator is a factor. You know, of course, appreciation over the years. Memphis has appreciated 4 or 5% over the past 3-4 years, year over year over year. You know, it has great cash flow too, and it's poised to go up. But then, like, sometimes people just go, you know, there might be a market that might be a little better, but I love the operator here, and that's why they sometimes pick us, is because they feel comfortable there. And I like that you brought that up. So definitely should be like on your top 5 is, you know, market, cash flow appreciation, but, you know, operator and management is a huge deal.
100%. In an ideal world, those are all equal across every market, but we know that we're not in the ideal world where that exists, right? So, you know, if you have a good operator and partner in that market, you know, that's where you can really cheat a little bit and not have to go through that next set of steps I was lining up around picking that neighborhood, then picking that hyper local or block. Like in these cities, and every city in the country, the wrong block can make a big difference. It might be on that main road that you don't see on Google Maps if you've ever driven it, right? Or it might be next to, you know, old commercial retail that's no longer attractive or good for the prospects of that community. Those are things that you can't tell if you're not there and don't know that market, and you need somebody on the ground to figure that out for you, or you need to be able to zero that in. So it's regional, like zip code or neighborhood, and then hyper local. Making those determinations so that you're very clear on what you want. And the end result of that should be, I think, in my opinion, you don't have to write it down. It could be a helpful exercise, but an ability to articulate in great detail what you want. Can I give you an example of that real quick?
Sure, yeah. Paint the picture. What does it look like?
All right, so this is what it was for me. I want a duplex, triplex, or quadplex investment in Denver, Colorado. I'm not concerned. My price range is fairly large, but I'm looking for a certain amount of cash flow to rent to purchase price, right? I'm interested in the southwest quadrant of Denver, along with specific other neighborhoods that are small pockets of town that I've identified, right? I'm looking for a property that is between $175,000 and $225,000 per unit in purchase price that will rent for that $1,500 to $2,000 per unit price range, right? I'm looking for a 1950s build or later. I like 2-bed, 1-bath, or 1-bed, 1-bath units, or I'll take a unit that has ability to add an extra bedroom or bathroom very easily because I can add value there. But I like those types of units because they're less difficult to rent in awkward times than the 5-bed, 2-bath unit that's going to be a little harder to find a tenant for, at least in certain or different economic times, right? I'm looking for that kind of like C to B range, not that A property, because I don't think it's not realistic at my price point. And I know that 10 properties like this sold in the 90 days leading up to the coronavirus crash in March. So I know that that's a realistic potential as I wait and see what's going on in the next, you know, in normal circumstances, just say the last 90 to 180 days. But in the context of coronavirus, we know that there's some interesting things going on in the market. So it's important to look at that period right before and then following to see if there's been any changes in sales. I do not look at active listings. I look at sales because that is my real comps. Active listings can sometimes be properties that sit or are unrealistically priced in the meantime.
Man, I wish our listeners would go back and just write that buy box for themselves if they're looking to invest in Memphis or any market. That what you just have there is pure genius. You totally are letting the universe know what you're wanting to buy. You're also setting yourself up to not go emotional and get a deal that you're not wanting to buy or anything like that. That was all genius stuff you have down there, Scott. And man, you are very disciplined and thorough in what you're looking for. I love that so much, man. So that's great.
That's the output of your research.
Right.
If you
Yes.
come up with
Based on
that,
your
you're going to
research,
be in
you
good
have your
shape.
box, your buy box. It's great. And I've actually played around with your BiggerPockets Insights, and it's got all these graphs and tables, and you can kind of, spreadsheet out everything. I think it's really awesome what you guys are doing over there. And yeah, I kind of did the top cash flowing markets, and Memphis, Birmingham, Cleveland, all of them are up there, but it kind of helps you at least zone in whether it's your personal market you're in, and you can kind of compare apples to apples, of their averages of what you're looking for. And I think that would help out a lot of our investors kind of zone in on what they're wanting. So now let's say
I
though,
think it'll be a really interesting exercise, for example, to go and be like, hey, Seattle, right? I just pick that as a West Coast city that's obviously experienced a lot of appreciation, and we don't think of as a cash flow market.
right.
I have to go back and do this, but it'll be interesting to see about if the investor who invested there 5, 6, 7, 3, whatever years ago versus the investor in Indianapolis, who ultimately created more wealth, and was it predictable or not that was going to happen, right? And what are the markets? What are some comparisons we can make over the next 10 years? And I think investors will be in a lot harder of a choice because the cash flow is easy. It's you can not easy, but you can see the numbers and that's what you can operate to. The appreciation is that speculative piece that makes every investor super uncomfortable, but is a very real part of the equation and is priced into these markets and something to consider. So anyways, just a hard, fun problem about real estate and why Wall Street hasn't come in and taken over this market and leaves an opportunity for us.
Yes. And it's totally balancing appreciation, cash flow, enough and all that, and just lined up based on your goals and what you're looking for. And so we'll leave the audience at what they're deciding on and use that for their own knowledge and getting started. And kind of mentioning Wall Street, one of their big barriers, I think, is being able to do this at scale. So how does someone, go in and then start managing their property and operating it for excellent cash flow? Let's say, assuming they've already picked a market and a neighborhood and all that.
Yeah, well, let's start with. I think the first and most important reason Wall Street is not in the small residential income property market is because of financing problems, not management. Our competitive advantage as landlords, small landlords, is we can buy single family duplex, triplex, or quadplex properties with fixed rate 30-year Fannie Mae backed mortgages. And we can get up to 10 of them per individual.
Right.
And layer in some more. So 93% of single family rental properties in this country are owned by investors with 10 or fewer units. And just 1 to 2% of those single family rental units are owned by institutional investors like the Invitation Homes or those kinds of big names. They make all the headlines, but they're complete non-factor in the single family space. And I speculate the duplex, triplex, and quadplex markets because of that similar dynamic, although I don't have hard data on that one.
Right.
So the second piece, though, is obviously management is another big concern there. And again, this comes down to that dynamic that I was talking about earlier, where it's that dollar per hour value of your time. And I think that applies here as well. Like when I first started out, I was making $48,000 a year as a financial analyst, right? And so the dollar value of my time was about $25 an hour.
Right.
And managing my properties was a very profitable exercise for me at that rate, because I had put in the time to learn it, and it was a skill set that command. If my property rented for $2,300 a month, and it took me, I would have had to pay 10% of that. It only took me a couple hours a month to manage. That's a profitable exercise for me, especially since I was house hacking and living at the property, which saves so much time in commutes and those types of things. But over time, my portfolio has grown as has my income, and so my dollar per hour value of my time has grown. And now I hire a property manager to take care of the business. And I think that's another really powerful factor for landlords. In bad times, I can take back property management if I were to ever need to, right? And resume doing that. And that gives me a huge risk reduction in my overall portfolio versus your Wall Street competitor or big business competitor, right? So a lot of advantages in those types of things for, I think, the small investor. But I think it really comes down to, I think you're right that the property management is a piece, but I give it the, if
the leverage,
2/3 is that access to financing. I think that's really the prohibiting factor from allowing, Goldman to buy up all the property
Totally.
competitive.
And there's so many there's a lot of and there's so many mom and pops out there selling. Like, it's so hard for them to economies of scale buying from each individual owner, buying one or two here, where they just need to buy a big package at once. So yeah, lots of ways in that. That's
And every real estate investor who knows their local market, like knows like, the big
such a
development's
better
going on.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going up over there. That thing's happening here. The public transit's going there. That guy's probably going to sell in a few years. That neighbor's, a piece of work, but they're moving. Whatever it is, and those are things you just can't put in a spreadsheet, right now. And I think you won't be able to for many decades, or
or if not ever. Yeah, totally. I love it, man. Let's dive in a little bit on your personal investing philosophy. You mentioned you're putting your money, directly into an index fund, kind of waiting. I'm assuming you're waiting there for when it builds up to maybe invest into something else. So what are you currently doing on your investment approach?
Sure. So I have my money spread out across a number of asset classes. First, I have my real estate portfolio. I've house hacked for 7 years. And I've brought in a partner in my real estate as well. And we've built a portfolio together. So I've got 8 doors in that portportfolio, all in Denver. Right.
That's a good market to be in right now. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, a certain amount of leverage. I think we're probably leveraged at probably around 50% of the asset value. So I need to refinance or buy more because that's a little less leverage than I like to have in order to sustain long-term returns. But I'm not feeling too bad about it in the context of coronavirus in 2020.
Correct.
So that's one. Second, I invest in addition to that real estate bucket, I am starting to invest in syndications right now. So I've invested in an apartment complex out in Phoenix, and I'm planning to do a little bit more of that. It's a totally passive exercise. I feel like I know the operators pretty well, and I understand the risk profile of the investment, but there's it's a certain comfort with the being totally passive and
right.
being having trust in the operator and the overall approach there. Third, I guess moving on from the real estate side of things, actually in addition to the real estate thing, I invested in crowdfunding, and I did kind of a hard money bridge loan through a crowdfunding portal, which is now defunct, and have learned my lesson. I do not believe I'm going to get much of that money back. I haven't received very much interest on it, and hoping to get a portion of the proceeds that I invested back. But it's a relatively small loser, but certainly a nice loser for me. The bulk of my cash that I've put into investing over the years has really been in stocks. So I invest basically in Vanguard, boring index funds, S&P 500 index funds, US based.
Yeah.
I just put in a sweep. I have a certain amount I want at my personal account, a certain amount I set aside for real estate, and everything above that I just sweep into index funds. At first, I did not invest in retirement accounts because I was saving up for my first house hack. As soon as I bought that house hack, I guess, and stabilized my cash cushion, in the last couple of years, now I've been maximizing my Roth IRA, and I have a Roth 401k through BiggerPockets that as an employee that I contribute to. I'm a really big fan of these Roth accounts because, I'm a skeptic and think that taxes will increase over time. Yes. So I'd rather pay taxes now and not pay them later than do the 401k that's not the Roth and not pay and defer taxes now and pay them back later. I just, that's my mentality with the retirement accounts. So I invest there, I invest that in index funds, and then I invest in index funds and after-tax brokerage accounts with dollars once I've maxed out those contributions. And then I also have a large position in BiggerPockets. As CEO, I invest in and am very optimistic about the prospects of this business. And I have a book that I've published, and am writing another one.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll dive into that in a little bit. Man, I love it. You're spread out over a lot of things, put in all these other areas. I like that you diversified a lot. And I thought it's really...
know very few real estate investors who are concentrated totally in real estate.
Right.
Almost most of the folks I talk to, there's a couple exceptions, but most of the folks really have real estate and these other buckets as well.
Yes, I do too. I'm spread out, not quite as much as you are, but definitely a good way to approach it. I like that you mentioned also you're investing into syndications. We just did one of our own syndications where we raised some money, around $2 million for a 124 unit here in town, and kind of using that as a second approach for people who bought a few doors with us, turnkeys back in the past. We invited them into the fund, and it worked out really well. So yeah, that's another way that we are trying to help out our investors, whether, you know, they don't have the time to buy and manage their own property in their own market. They can buy a turnkey from us, or also if they even don't want to have to manage the manager, us, and a turnkey, they can just invest into a syndication and they get their, you know, preferred return and everything like that. So
Yep.
it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's fun to kind of see all those strategies out there. Okay, thank you so much. And also, man, I appreciate you kind of telling us, you know, the good and the bad about all your investment portfolios. You know, I'm sure some learning opportunities for the ones that didn't go good, but also it sounds like you're doing very well on all the others. So that's good to hear, man.
Yeah, it's just, you know, have a investing philosophy and approach, right? I'm going to invest long term, 30, you know, for 30 plus years in assets. I'm going to use appropriate leverage in real estate, be more semi-passive about that, be totally passive in index funds, invest for the long term. And then if I'm going to concentrate my resources or invest in something that I have to manage, I'm going to keep my eyes on it very, very closely, which is what I do with BiggerPockets. And
Right.
so it just kind of making sure that you have those philosophies and things written down, thought through, and then you apply them consistently forever. It's simple, but not easy, I guess.
Man, I love that you said that. I think that is a great gold nugget that I think a lot of our listeners can apply. Is so many of them are this 1 year approach, 2 year approach on investing, and get so emotionally tied in, and like, you know, something goes bad on a property or in their own, you know, stock portfolio, and they want to get out of it, you know. And I think you're just like totally non-emotional, you're in it for the long game. You know, I'm in this for 30 years. If things go down or up, I'm just in it for a long time. I like that approach you're having. So much
Yeah.
there. That's great, man.
When people kind of bring that in, they're like, either they want to get rich quick, which I can understand,
Right.
or I think more likely they don't have a financial foundation capable of supporting investing before they get into investing. What is a good financial foundation? You're saving hundreds or thousands of dollars per month from your regular job or existing, however you source your income. And that accumulation rate is significantly in excess of what you need to survive. And then you have a large cash position that is capable of giving you the ability to sleep at night, which varies for everyone, right? It could be 6 months for somebody. It could be 2 years for somebody else.
Yeah.
There's no wrong number there. It's whatever you need to feel like you don't ever have to touch your investments, and you can invest for the long run. Because when you invest for the long run, the short-term gains seem to pile up. And when you invest for the short run, that's when you seem to have all these problems and never get to where you're trying to go in the long run. Like, you know, the stock market is going to dip by 30, 40, 50% once every 7 to 8 years, right? Or if not more frequently over the course of the next 50. I know that's the case. Why would I freak out about it when coronavirus hits? Because it's a non-factor. I knew that going in. Every investor should know that going in when they invest in a stock market index fund or a company in the stock market in general that's impacted by market forces. And so, look, when you just invest for the long run, these short-term wins, I think, begin to pile up anyways. So,
Right, man. You brought it up a little bit. I love that approach. That is me too. I'm working on that. I still sometimes get all, look at my monthly statements like, oh no, we're going down, we're going up. I try, of
you
course.
can't go bankrupt.
Of course, yeah.
If you go bankrupt, then you're ruined. Yeah.
Right. I need like a day to let the emotions go away. But then, you got to get back in your bearings and be like, here's my approach. Here's what I'm doing. I know things are going this way or south or north, but just keep sticking that long-term plan. Love it. And you brought up, of course, COVID and all that. Let's dive in briefly on, is now a good time to invest? What's happening with the market and the real estate, especially in real estate? There's a big debate on that. What are your thoughts?
I think that it's perfect that we just had the discussion we just had prior to asking this question, because
Totally.
Here's the deal. My goal is to build to a level of comfortable financial freedom in a completely sustainable long-term way. So what does that mean for me? It means every month I'm going to sweep my accounts and put that money into stock market index funds. And I know I'm going to get that 8 to 10% long-term compound annual growth rate. Maybe you call it 6 to 14. People have these arguments about what the stock market is going to produce, whatever it is. But I'm going to get some kind of return in that ballpark over the next 30 years if I leave the money in there and never touch it, right? With real estate, I invest in real estate because I expect that incrementally more, I expect incremental return over and above what I could get in the stock market. If I don't expect that, what am I doing given the long-term nature of my approach? where I think I'm going to get that 8%. So I have to get that 15, 17% compound IRR, that compound annual growth rate in my real estate if I'm going to be in this game. And in order to get that, I have to use leverage, which I don't know how deep we want to go into the math there, but you have to use some kind of leverage. And I think in order to sustain that in average market conditions, and I have to operate effectively, and I have to know my stuff, which means I'm going to have to self-educate and operate and spend time. And that time has to be worth that extra return. So for me to hit my real estate goals, I've got to buy consistently once every year or two, keep my money invested, keep a sustainable amount of leverage, and operate efficiently. And so it doesn't matter what the economy is like in that context. It doesn't matter what the market conditions are like in that context, because I need to buy, I'm like almost dollar cost averaging through real estate, right? So I know I'm going to hit my long-term goals in order to, and I have to just continue to sustain my approach in order to do those. But I know that's not the question that's on everyone's mind. I know that the question is actually what is going to happen with coronavirus.
Yeah,
so
of course. You have your crystal ball. Tell us. I know, right?
So after kind of explaining why it doesn't really matter, now I'll explain kind of how I'm thinking about the current market. And I'm not an economist, but I like to think through all this stuff. And maybe I'm a amateur, or do this for fun, or because I'm interested in thinking about it. I think what's happened here with the coronavirus is that the U.S. government has poured a lot of money into the economy. And some of it, there's a lot of controversy about this, about how it was effective. I don't want to get into the politics. There's a stimulus and all this other stuff. But a real, in my opinion, part of this stimulus package is the expanded unemployment package, right? And so you're finding that people, the folks that largely lost their jobs, are getting a 9-month unemployment package with greatly expanded benefits for the most part. Right. And so we have not seen significant increases in rent defaults. We have not seen increases in evictions. We have not seen these numbers. They make the headlines, but they're not there. It's not real. Like, there was a headline for the Wall Street Journal when this all came out that was like, nearly a third of tenants didn't pay rent by this date. Well, in most months, tenants basically pay only a little bit more than that. And they were comparing a month that had the 5th business day of the month was a Sunday, when you can't cash rent, to a month in the prior year where the 5th business day was a business day, right? When that month settled out, there's no way that the defaults are anywhere near the ballpark of what folks are talking about right now.
Right.
So what's going on?
And I can't stress that either. Like, in our local market, I don't know the total economy in Memphis. I mean, we're only having like a 1% to 2% dip in the year over the past 3 years of what our average collections have been every month. And I mean, we are actually at an all-time low in inventory for rental properties, and then also, of course, in properties for sale. So, I mean, we're not seeing it quite as much. And yeah, like you mentioned, we're helping our tenants get their PPP, get the government checks and their stipends and all that, and the unemployment. And I mean, it's working out. So I understand. I want to rant on just locally. We're kind of seeing that same thing in all these biases, but really it's working out pretty well.
100%. And everybody knows somebody who's gotten hurt by this, right? So I'm not saying that there's no pain, but I'm saying that there's a huge portion of the population that I believe is having almost no overall reduction in their income or ability to spend. Right. Or if there is, maybe there's a reduction in spending that's a natural consequence of the quarantine and the social distancing that's been going on, and the much more greater remote flexibility options for many employees. Or if they're not working, it's very similar levels of income. And so what's happening here is we're not going to see, in my opinion, a increase in problems next month, the month after, whatever. If we're gonna see a problem, it's gonna be 9 months from that March, April crash that we all experienced. That's when the unemployment benefits run out, and when the government's going to have to make the next set of steps. And like, who is betting on that? Who knows what's going to happen? I think odds are government's going to do something, but I don't have a crystal ball and can't figure that out. I do know that if the government does then inject more money into the economy, expand unemployment benefits, those types of things, that is a cost to society in order to benefit landlords. And what I mean by that is they're going to have to raise taxes, and landlords do not realize income tax for the most part on wage earners, or they're going to have to spur inflation. and landlords benefit from inflation because we're leveraged against
Yes.
an asset that will nominally increase in price, and then rents will go up against our fixed debt leverage. So I don't know if there's a lot of good answers for, I speak to the policy ramifications of that, what you will. This is me libertarian bent going, but I think the best thing the government could do is do nothing. And landlords would then have to negotiate with tenants for lower rents and those types of things. But if we subsidize unemployment tenants so that they can continue paying rent, I think you're accreting value to landlords at the expense of the rest of society, which is a whole different issue. But
Interesting takes, man. I appreciate your thoughts and opinions there, and I think that's some interesting stuff to look into. Love it, man. So lastly,
so the answer is now could be a very, very good time to invest in real estate,
right.
or it could be a very, very bad time to invest in real estate, or it could be a neutral time to invest in real estate.
Or just
I think it's a bad time to hold cash.
Buy a property every year, and you can't go wrong there either. And it's just every year you're buying the good and the bad, and just do it. I love, yet again, to your long-term approach.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to do that. Yeah.
Yes. So, man, we've kind of coming to a conclusion on our time here. Why don't you tell our audience a little bit more about where people can find out more about you? So what kind of things do you have going on, and how can they hear more about what your thoughts are and things?
Sure. You can find me at the BiggerPockets Money Show podcast. We host it every week. It's a podcast on building a financial foundation capable of supporting regular investments like those in real estate or stock market, or building a business, working toward financial independence. You can find us at BiggerPockets.com, which is obviously a big resource for real estate investors who are looking to kind of put in those hours of self-education, listen to podcasts, read books, join the community, meet people, those types of things, so that you can kind of get comfortable with the first or next steps in your investment approach. And then you can check out, you can ping me at scott@biggerpockets.com if you have questions. I clean out my inbox every business day, and love hearing from folks who have questions, challenges, concerns, anything like that.
Cool. And also your book, Set for Life. And then wait, you mentioned another book you're writing. Can you give us any insight on that one, or is that still in the under wraps?
Yeah. So this book is about buying your first home, which we think is a really big decision for middle class America that really has a lot of long-term investing implications. So for example, if you buy the biggest, nicest home that you can possibly qualify for, that's probably going to use up a large amount of your liquidity position and a huge chunk of your disposable income. And the more you can have that first house in particular be a home that could be a rental one day after you leave, right? That you could flip, for example, if you needed to while you're living there, or the lower cost that home is overall, the more disposable income you're going to have to invest in other types of things, and just understand that cost and weighing that against there. And what we also recognize that you want to love your home and live there. So it's kind of for that couple thinking about buying their first home and wanting to have discussions about just how far to go on the price point and the optionality downstream.
I think that's so good, and I love, because I'm speaking of looking for a house for myself, a second one, but my first one was a duplex house hack, and it set me up so well in terms, I learned all these things. It was a low risk because I needed to live somewhere. I built some equity in it, learned it, from BiggerPockets and house hacking. And yeah, I see so many of my friends, mid-30s, mid-30s, just maybe their first house or their second, just way above, maxed out their DTI, and they're just stressed, they're like, we can't go out to, that restaurant because, we got, our mortgage, we're tight. I can't go do this fun thing, and then also we can't invest. So almost not only traps you monetarily, but I think even your mentality, you're stuck on just, I need to stay here. I need to stay safe in my job. All these things anyways.
That's right.
I see your point there. I think that'd be a very
trap.
Yes, such a, the matrix, and you're stuck in the trap, right? Of you have to stay in your job to fit your debt to income to make those mortgage payments and everything else. Anyways, I won't rant off too long on that. And I think the same thing applies to investing your first investment property, whether that's one locally in your market that you're looking to kind of flip to rent or BRRRR, or, like I mentioned, if you don't have time, picking, maybe Turnkey is something for you, or out of state BRRRR. All those options, and each one has its pros and cons, if you're looking to it. So, and it sets you up, your first investment sets you up as well for the long run. So I love it, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think there's a whole spectrum there where you just described. You can go from that BRRRR where you're gonna manage a rehab, then operate it. That's gonna be very time intensive, but potentially produce a very high return, all the way down to like a syndication investment or even a REIT, which is
Right.
totally passive, which is gonna produce a different. I would expect. Look, if I was gonna invest in your syndication, for example, I'd expect less of a return than from a BRRRR deal. Otherwise, I'm investing in your syndication deal all
Right.
day long because it's totally passive. Why would I do more work for less return? So you
Right.
have to kind of think through those different things and kind of weigh how much capacity you have for risk, how much you can bring to the table and expand those odds. And I think that's just a self-education and comfort finding mix.
Yeah, and so many other variables, like how much you have capital available to invest. If you have a lot, you might want to do a syndication because it's hard to deploy. If you have a little, a BRRRR might be best because you can have less into the deal and time. Right, man. So great, Scott, dude. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for being on our show at our SOFA Summit here. You're the man. I got some great golden nuggets from you. I'm sure our listeners will as well. Please comment in these videos below, guys. Your thoughts on what Scott has to say, what strategies and tactics you're doing for your own investing. We are so grateful for everything we have. Thank you, Scott, so much.
Thank you, Sean.
Hey everyone, I have a quick message from one of our sponsors, Aaron Chapman at Security National Mortgage. If you're in need of a conventional mortgage, Aaron Chapman and his team are the place to go. He is the unconventional conventional lender and is a true veteran in the space. We've worked with him for many years now. He's one of our top preferred lenders, and we've done hundreds of loans together. He will fight for you, and his team is full of rock stars. So if you're in need of a loan, call Aaron Chapman at Security National. Thanks, guys.
Hello, I'm Jim Reedy. I'm the founder of Reedy & Company and Memphis Investment Properties. Happy to be with you this morning. I want to give you a little bit of past, present, and future of where we're going, where I've been, where I see the market in Memphis is going, a few things like that. So way back 46 years ago, I majored in real estate in college, fell in love with the courses I was taking, and got my license in college, started selling retail houses to home buyers in college. Just really loved the business. I feel really lucky to have fallen in love with a business that I've truly enjoyed throughout the years. My wife, after college, I met my wife, we got married, she started selling real estate. So we're a real estate family. My two boys are in the real estate business. My daughter sells real estate in Atlanta. We all enjoy the business. In the beginning, all I did was represent buyers for about 4 or 5 years. Then I decided the biggest check at the closing table wasn't a commission check, it was the seller's check. So I decided I'd be a buyer and seller of real estate. Really fell in love with that. Unfortunately, back then, there was not a lot of foreclosures. We had to go really inner city to find the product and renovate and sell to first-time home buyers on government FHA, VA loans primarily. That was a tough business. I really learned the grassroots of renovating older homes. So when the market did open up with a lot of foreclosures in the late 90s, early 2000s, I had a great understanding of the renovation process. Our business started flourishing big time in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were selling 50 to 100 homes a year to home buyers, a few to investors, but mostly to home buyers. When the market flipped in 2007, we decided that we needed to form a company and just sell to investors. Most of our investors back then were foreign investors. The dollar was upside down against the Aussie dollar, the New Zealand currency, as well as European currency. So we had a lot of foreign investors. We started a management company at the same time to meet the needs there for a true turnkey operation, and we were really successful doing that. Got a little bit burned out though, so in 11 and 12, the hedge fund guys started buying heavily. They approached us in Memphis. We hooked up with a private equity firm out of Connecticut and bought 1,300 homes in a matter of 12 months. To do that, we realized we had to have an army. We moved into a 20,000 square foot office with a 5,000 square foot warehouse so we could have the product to easily go into these houses. We'd open this office up at 6:30, stay to 6:30, 8 o'clock every night, buying, selling, renovating houses, as well as managing. So really we got a big time gulp of what it meant to work in big time real estate with hedge funds. We worked with an additional 2 other hedge funds in 13 and 14 after the original guys sold out to a bigger fund. But we learned so much. We learned how to run our business in a big way instead of a mom and pop way. That's really what we got out of that. We did make some decent money doing it. So then we went back to the buy, sell, turnkey product to American investors. We drove that business hard, still driving it hard. It's a main part of our business now, along with a few other things. We have a great crew running it, Sean Tagge, Mark Hart, along with Brad and myself. My function here at Reedy & Company and Memphis Investment Properties is really in the construction side. I love construction, it's my passion. So I coordinate about 10 different superintendents on the rehab side, management side, as well as the apartment side. That's my true love. I help in the financing aspect of the business and just general overall guidance in the business. We're now 85 members here at Reedy & Company, Memphis Investment Properties. That's a lot of people. Sometimes reflect back in the old days when I had maybe 8 or 10, it's a little bit easier. Now it's, as every now and then, it's a people problem, but we work through that and continue to get the best people here at the company that we can get. A little bit about where we are now. Prices have really gone up a lot in Memphis. We're still fighting very hard, advertising a lot, spending a lot of money to buy homes in order to sell them and make the yield high enough for our investors to buy our homes. That's becoming a challenge. 3 years ago, Brad and I decided to jump in the apartment world. We bought 6 apartments by ourselves with local bankers. We renovated those. We found out that the value add it was a great market here in this city. It's a great market in every city in the United States. And we wanted that to be a part of our business here at Reedy & Company also. So now we've started syndicating buyers for those apartments. That's gone over well. So we're looking constantly for apartments. We've got 2 under contract now, and we'll syndicate those out for investors, new investors as well as investors that have worked with us before in apartments and or houses. So we're really excited where we're going with that part of our business. We're also in the Airbnb business here at Reedy & Company. We've got 15 of those. If any of you buyers ever come to town, let us know. We'll put you up free in Airbnb next to some nice barbecue shops here in town, which we feel like we got the best in the country. Memphis is a growing city. It's not a rapidly growing city, but it's real solid, real firm right now. We really took off about 8 years ago. There's a lot of downtown movement, a lot of companies buying and building new apartment buildings downtown in the midtown area. Our suburbs, the city is trying to grow in the core of the city, more so in the suburbs, but we're seeing growth there also now. So we're excited about that. What I'm most excited about on the management side is our rent growth. So all through the recession, real estate depression in 8, 9, and 10, we still raised rents during those years. We didn't have to drop rents because we were oversupplied here. Memphis is a rental town. But we're now putting people on 2-year leases with a 4% increase. We're going to look at that, and we look at that every quarter to see if that needs to go up or down. We're always going to maximize our rent potential here. We know what our product looks like, and buyers are driven to our office because they know the name Reedy & Company has a great product, a large inventory of houses. It really, really helps. So all the years of hard work is really, really paying off. We're very excited here at Reedy & Company, a great group. We want you to know if you buy a house from us, we're going to take care and manage that house just like I've managed my own throughout the years. And I will say this, for you guys that are younger and middle-aged, the good part of the real estate business will come in the future when you sell these houses, when you have a lot of equity, you have paid off real estate, you get a big, big check at closing. That's really, really nice. You know, sometimes the month-to-month, year-to-year grind of, oh, my tenant left my house in a sloppy condition, so I have to get it rent ready a little bit more so than a normal turn. Starts paying off when you sell the house and you get the big time paycheck. We can help also if you decide to do a 1031 exchange, the exchange from one property to another for the tax savings on that end. We're well represented here by a couple of great law firms that handle our closings and do the 1031 exchange work. It was a pleasure chatting with everyone this morning and giving you a little background on myself. I'm going to stay in this business as long as I can. I'm 66 years old, but I love every bit of it. I'm slowing down somewhat, but I hope to be here when I'm 80 years old. Thank you.
Booyah!
Wow, man. Whoa! I've been overwhelmed.
What a great day. Hope you guys learned a lot.
Yes, there were so many great speakers today. I definitely wrote down a couple great golden nuggets. So, you know, let's just recap a couple of our favorite parts here. One of mine, I loved hearing from Scott Trench. You know what I like about the guy is that he takes the emotions out of investing. He just figures he's going to be doing the same thing consistently over time. And with that, time is just on his favor. He's not going to go with the trends of the market, anything like that. He just maintains consistency and already has his plan written out, right, what he's going to do.
Yeah, so my favorite speaker, I really like Jim Reedy because it just gives you hope that you can actually accomplish a portfolio of that size and that magnitude. For most investors, the hardest part is getting that very first house. But once you get the first one, it's all about scaling. And that's what's great about real estate is that over time, you're able to create this snowball effect. And when you implement some of the strategies that we just learned today, like infinite banking, like using a self-directed IRA to fund using your retirement accounts, and also by keeping more of your income as opposed to paying that to the IRS, that allows you to get to that large number just like Jim has.
Right, yeah, I love that a lot. So many great strategies. Guys, pick a couple, try them out, work on them for a while, master them, and then move on to the next thing. So this is that's what I love about this event as well. It's for the beginner to the veteran investor. We've gone over so many high and low level details that can really help anyone. So before we end right now, first off, we want to shout out again to our sponsor, Delta Title Services, our title company that helps us close a lot of our properties.
Yeah.
The Yeti, guys, it's here. It's still up for grabs. We have not selected.
We're about to real soon. So now's the time.
Yes, and it's going to be randomly drawn. Whether you did it at the beginning or end of the day, even right now, you have a couple, a few minutes after we end this video.
There's
if
still
you haven't
hope.
subscribed, you don't have a chance. Yes, there's still hope. You're my only hope. Yeah, so go ahead and subscribe. You'll win this giveaway from Delta Title Services.
Exactly. So now, hope you guys get some rest. We're going to tell you a little bit more about what we're going to dive into tomorrow morning. And normally for our event, we have it in person. And this is when we get on a tour bus. Multiple before, and we'll actually go drive around the different neighborhoods and the different streets of Memphis.
Walk through the properties, have like 50 people going through them. And
it's awesome.
The neighbors are all like, what's going on? What's up with this house?
Exactly. So now we're going to bring that to you, to your sofa. And so we're going to really dive into the differences between an A-class neighborhood, a B-class neighborhood, and a C-class neighborhood.
Right. And I'm going to be your boots on the ground in the field. I go over what our properties look like before we buy them. So we walk through one of a hoarder house that we just bought. It's pretty crazy.
Gross.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there, a lot of awesome trinkets. I'm actually considering taking some of them.
Yeah, I found this ring there.
Right.
No, just kidding.
Yes, anyways, there's some good stuff in there. Then also we show you our finished product, right? That's the most important thing, is that we're providing just great, clean, safe, tenant-proof houses. And also we look over those big ticket items, and we have our acquisition managers and renovation guys really having your back, right? Those guys are looking for those little details, those long-term items that we need to fix, and all the things that the tenants complain about and that the home inspectors and appraisers are looking for, and they're really making sure we fix all those items for you.
And then we're going to dive into apartment syndications and share with you how we just bought a 124 unit apartment